Oh, it's gonna be a completely different film, Mauler. It'll be so much better. More violence and sex.
How can it be longer? It's
That's
already unnecessarily long, all of it.
It'll be slower.
I believe it is. I believe it is going to be more Anthony Hopkins. I think that's one of the
Yes.
things he said is going to be in the. Well, one of the things that he decided is not going to be in the quote unquote theatrical cut. I don't know why he would decide that, but yeah.
Well,
Uh.
it's
It's nothing.
because I hate myself. I actually delved into the official novelization when I was reviewing part 1 to see if there were any characters in there
Whoa,
that
whoa.
didn't make it
There's
into
a
the
novelization?
there is a novelization of Rebel Moon Part 1, yeah.
Good
Oh.
God.
And, like, it's really, really bad, obviously, but
What?
there
Who writes
actually
it?
sort of are characters in it, and this was sort of the really funny thing. It's like, why did you apparently write this in conjunction with a person, and then you thought, "Well, I'm gonna leave out all of the actual character stuff that this person's doing, and I'm just gonna make Rebel Moon Part 1 the version we got." Like, you met like, so in Part 1, there's that bit where it's, like, Space Twink Alpha, and he's just randomly a really nice guy, and he saves nice little farm wench, and you're sitting there thinking, "I don't understand why you're doing this. Why are you nice and nobody else is?" But in the book, like, the entire prologue is his backstory, and it turns out he's a child soldier and he had to kill his dad and he lost his own family, so he's trying to redeem himself by saving a girl. And it's like, that's basic character stuff. Why didn't that make it into your movie, Zach? At least then we'd have understood where roughly the guy was coming from.
But that's you could delete the character. You could delete Cora, the main character of the fucking movies, and just have him be the main character with that backstory, and the plot could basically go the same way.
Yes. Basically, yes.
Wow!
But
Wow!
she's so great, though.
There's a little bit more of Anthony Robotkins in it as well, but there's not a huge amount. He just pops up every now and then. But they
Yeah.
use bits of it in part 2, but they don't use any of the actually what seems to be like the most interesting stuff. I only skimmed it because I don't hate myself that much, but
Well, you
there
can't
is
just
stuff in
put
there.
that on screen and like not expect me to laugh.
The Scargiver.
It's so embarrassing. It's
Ugh.
like this is the title screen of the film, and it's got the bad guy sitting in some goo, just like laying there in a goo
Yeah.
with Scargiver popping up on screen. It's funny.
Oh, no. Uh, I wish
I,
I would
I just
know.
find it funny that the title cards are incompetent. That feels like something that you can't screw up, but he did.
Well, Rings of Power.
No.
Oh yeah, true, true.
I was going to say Mauler's muted again. Oh no way!
Oh,
Wait, what
This
is happening?
happened. Mauler, this happened the last time I was on.
It's your fault.
It's my fault. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Did you do Windows upgrades?
Yes.
Because they like to fuck around with OBS every time.
And
Sad
I'm
that.
sorry I did it.
I always feel bad to do any fucking update of anything.
oh,
ever.
you gotta explain yourself here.
Explain
You
yourself.
gotta re-explain your observations about
Yeah,
the title card.
There we go. Oh right, this is a beautiful title card. For one of the reasons you heard Fringy say, I forget what you said. I'm sorry, but this goes back to what was that like meme video that was made in Gary's mod of it was like War of the Worlds, but with T-posing people who came in and killed everything. My memory of that is so faded at this point. But Mel, do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
Oh, someone in
No.
chat will know what I'm talking about. It was like a really famous, funny fan film. But I can't not think about that whenever I see T-posing, and that's what he's doing over the title. It's fucking hilarious. And then, of course, the Christ imagery is what I was mentioning that Zack likes to get up to. Weird to hand that over to Admiral Noble, but I realized saying Admiral Noble is like, what the fuck does that even mean, Moeller? And I'm like, I know. None of you give a shit. Like, none of you know. It's fine. Oh, and of course, Rags is not here. He is unable to make this episode. Huge shame, of course, because why would you want to miss a movie like this? This is a legendary film, but that I'm sure he will get it watched at some point. I wonder if he will, actually. I'm going to say to him, it's optional. You do not need to see this film. But he might just want to know what he missed out on. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
In any case, yes. There you go. You are caught up. Welcome to the sequel to the much loved episode of EFAP where we talked about Rebel Moon Part 1, The Child of Fire.
Why are you not saying Rebel Moon? Why are you mispronouncing it?
I'm going to
Rebel.
bounce between it all the time. It's fun. We like to call it Rebel Moon because it's...
Rebel.
That is kind of funny. I like it. Let's roll with it.
I rebel. Another good meme and stuff. But yeah,
It actually sounds closer to the German pronunciation. That's kind of funny.
we return for the sequel that I think a lot of people said like the second one will be better because the first one obviously was the introduction when we didn't get any introductions. Famously,
introductions are necessarily worse than the conclusions.
yeah, famously the first film failed to do a whole bunch of things in a very straightforward manner. It's like, I think they distracted enough people with just being a new world, new sci-fi world, and enough stuff that some people like still had hope. But this film has effectively dashed any hope at all that anyone had that we were in for something that could have some value in any way, shape, or form. You may think it's over-exaggerative or insane, chat, but this film we've all agreed upon it's worse than the first one. I don't know how he did it.
Yes.
I don't know how he did it.
It's worse than the first one, and when the first one was very much in competition with Army of the Dead for the worst film that he's made, this might be it.
This one might be it, yeah. I'd say the special factor for this one is the we've joked about it before, but I seriously would submit this film for a really strong do not do this in University of Film. You know, like this is our 101. We're going to watch this film and you guys are going to point out everything that's wrong with it. It has got some of the most amateur mistakes for making movies that we've seen in a long time.
You mean you shouldn't reserve all of your characterization for a single team building scene when it should be sequential flashbacks? Is that not what you're meant to do?
That sequence might be like the single worst accomplishment of like his filmmaking career. is that sequence where they all have a trauma dump with slow motion flashbacks, like all in a row.
To the exposition roundtable
And their motivations.
And it's all essentially the same story.
Yeah,
it's all very similar.
Yes.
The individual components of some of the stories, like I won't spoil anything, but wow, they're like awful.
Well, what's crazy,
and they're all awful in like the same way.
If you watch the first one intently, like you know, we all paid much attention to it because it was a very strong film. Then you'd be like, so is the second one really going to be like the equivalent of the Empire is going to come down on one tiny village? And you're like, yes. That is that is this film.
They're
that
gonna
is what
do it in the most incompetent way possible.
Yeah.
There's so many things that people will not know.
They're eventually gonna decide that the reason why they did this in the first place, nah, that's okay. We don't need the grade.
Oh, the motivations be switching constantly. It doesn't give a fuck. It's just like whatever matches at the time. Well,
apparently no chat is stuck on stream, by the way.
It is?
Everything is falling apart.
Wow, what have you guys done?
Yeah, chat. Chat is crazy, chat. Chat is crazy.
Come on. We gotta not be frozen. We gotta get moving, chat.
Come on.
It's going in slow-mo, chat. You just don't understand, okay? It's slow motion.
Super slow-mo. The best kind.
So how about that grain, though? How about that grain?
God dang.
I don't ever want to see grain again.
That must be some good grain.
Oh, yeah.
Like high-grade grain.
Yeah, but the grain is made better with slow motion. Like it has more nutrients because it was filmed in slow motion.
Yes.
I don't know what he was thinking. I don't know what he was thinking with cutting back to slow motion, cutting down wheat over and over and over again.
It just kept happening. It was like, what am I watching? This is not real. When they went there for the third time, I hit the pause button. It's like, is this real? Like, did I fall asleep and rewind? No,
I don't know. It's just
kept happening.
Moving? Like, if he was sitting in a theater with a bunch of people watching it, would he like fold his arms and grin as he looked at all of them watching all of these characters in slow motion cutting down wheat for the 5th time?
I just wonder, like, what his editor said to him is like, are you fucking with me right now? Do you actually want us to go back and show them, like, you know, gathering grain for like the 5th minute in a row? Like
Zach, I don't know how interested people are going to be in this.
I think it's funny to think about just editors for these big movies, and they just have to do the work. They watch it, it's like, man, this is fucking trash. What the fuck am I working on? And then they still have to release it.
Well, yeah, I mean, ultimately they're getting paid, so they're just like, well, if it doesn't work out,
Oh,
it doesn't
yeah.
work out. But it is kind of funny because the guy who plays Noble, who was in Deadpool 1, I'm not sure.
Ed
what his-
Skrein.
Yeah, he really just he put everything into this. He was like, I'm gonna play this part properly. Damn it, this may be complete
Sure.
cringe, but fuck it, like, it's happening.
He does this really strange thing with his mouth, and I noticed it in the first film. It's after he says the line, "Tell me when I can expect my harvest," and he does this really weird kind of half-open mouth gape where he's kind of sucking his cheeks in, and I've never seen that actor do that before. So he's obviously doing it like deliberately for this role, and I have no idea who told him to do that.
I assume when he was
Things.
preparing for this role that he was amused very much by the script and was like, I'm an evil Nazi and I'm gonna play this like that, I guess. Here I go, and then did so.
Here I go.
Because I've seen him in other stuff. I know what he can do. So so watching him like be this character is just funny.
Walking around like
Yeah.
he's on the catwalk with his duck lips
Yeah.
all the time.
Well,
Yeah.
It's
he's
just
got-
sad that there's actual actors in this movie somehow.
Oh yeah, there's a couple. And
Mhm.
having access to Anthony Hopkins is just in the fucking the recording booth. You can get him to say and do anything in there, of course, with the limits. But it's just like, what did you have him do? You have him read what I think is very, very, very funny exposition. Which, by the way, that could
Oof.
be where we start, I suppose.
Oh yeah, he just started the.
Well, yeah, he just does an exposition dump again. He
It's-
just
it's all
recaps the
previously
first
on.
movie.
But
It's
Yeah.
previously on, but they also lied to us in the previously on, which I liked.
well,
Yes, I think I know what you mean when you say that.
Yeah.
because I was on FNT yesterday, and we were talking
What
about
boy?
Rebel Moon, and
You were?
and I decided to read out, and I probably will do it here because it's just so funny. Anybody who decided, you know what, I missed the first one, but I'm going to watch the second one with a friend of mine or whatever. I'm just going to get into it, and apparently they give you what you need at the beginning, so they catch you up and be like, oh great. He says, not in as many words, I've shortened it a little bit, but like you'll get the point I'm making pretty quickly with this. He says, circling the gas giant Mara was the peaceful moon of Velt until Admiral Noble demanded more than the people could give, so Guna and Korra searched for warriors like Tarak from Niwodi, Nemesis from the mines of Dagus, and in the Colosseum of Pollux they reached the wayward General Titus, and on the planet Charon, Darian Bloodaxe and his Lieutenant Milius, on the floating docks of Gondoval, Korra triumphed over Noble, and the threat was defeated, or so they believed.
This was so
Somehow
funny.
Noble-
Like, as you're listening to him say this, you wonder if he has any idea what he's being told to
Yeah,
read.
it's like, I guess I'll read that. All these places
any
and
of these
names.
Or just this
words mean.
run-on sentence.
It's
Well,
literally
it's
just
funny, you
like,
could- you
what
could
the
just-
fuck are you
you could-
saying?
You could just interchange all these names and places and it would still not make any sense. It wouldn't change anything.
There's that the South Park episode where they have to take that copy of the Two Towers back, and it turns out it's a porno, and it's a porno. Like, but the parents have like, a copy of the Lord of the Rings, but they're obviously just like spoofing fantasy style dialogue. So the intro to that is basically like, in the far off mountains of Gangleblah, you the Dark Lord Fingelfin is like it's the same kind of thing, but they're taking the piss, and Zack Snyder is taking himself seriously, which is quite tragic.
They also can't decide how to pronounce different names because Mauler, I don't know if you did it there deliberately, but Gunner's name or
Guna.
yeah, they swap between the pronunciations depending on which actor is reading it. And also the planet where they got Tarak. Charlie Hunnam in the first film pronounced it as Neu Wadi, and Anthony Hopkins pronounces it as New Wadi, I think it is. So evidently he didn't have anyone there with him in the booth to tell him how to actually pronounce it.
You know for a fucking fact
Right.
when Zach heard him pronounce it, he was like, is that? Yeah. No? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's fine. I
So
think
it was a different planet or something.
the fact that we had the first movie and he decided it would be really interesting to have everyone come from like a different planet, but when you have it all collect up and realize like, wow, that is kind of summarizing the first movie to the point where you don't even need to see it.
Yeah.
The summary didn't even include the mercenary man at all. And it's like, yeah, I guess it wouldn't need to, right? Because it's just whatever. He was there, now he's not. Like,
What a waste.
oh yeah,
Also,
the act is so good.
I like how the summary says that Korra helped because they were trying to take the grain, even though she was about to just dip and the only
Yep.
reason she stayed and started fighting is because of those super evil soldiers that were comically evil were about to diddle that one girl, and she's like, bastards. Okay, time to assemble a team. It's like, what? Okay, I guess.
The first
And
movie is a
also-
trip. There's no denying it. It's fucking wacky.
We
Yeah.
do also have to stress how like there is no world in which they come out of this and live.
No.
The
Oh,
idea
yeah,
that you could.
It's
I'm gonna
Absolutely
go.
not.
I'm gonna find 6 random people that I wasn't even planning on finding, and that will beat the entire mother world. It's like, no, you're gonna not. You shouldn't really be able to beat one ship because it just bomb you from orbit. But like, even if you beat one ship, they're coming back. There's a reason in Empire Strikes Back picks up and the rebels have already run away from Yavin. You don't piss off an empire and stay in your farm. You do have to run away for a bit. But apparently they think this is fine because it's time to do a 7 Samurai thing. So this is absolutely how interstellar organizations work.
Well, in
It's- if
retrospect,
anything,
really
it's-
weird as well, though, in the exposition dump, is that Anthony Hopkins like recaps the last film as though it was apparent that the good guys had like won completely.
Yeah.
It's to set up this false belief that is destroyed in like I want to say 3 or 4 minutes of like, yeah, we won. No, you didn't. All right, now
Oh,
this
okay.
movie begins. It's really weird.
it
Guess
is.
like,
I'll have to
they-
train all the villagers.
Because there's no reason, like they provide exposition in this movie to explain why the bad guys won't be coming to Rebel Moon that was not present in the first film, where just a normal person would be like, oh well, they're coming to that planet. Yeah, they're going back there. They're gonna go with a big ship and a big army.
Well,
Well,
what
they,
it-
they tried to explain it in part 1. So part 1, when it ends, they say no, that they're the Imperium, even though we've just portrayed them as being evil, ruthless, cold-hearted, genocidal maniacs, they're also cowards, and so whenever they lose an admiral, they all run away. That's how
Yeah.
we reset for the position in this film. Then this film begins, and it turns out they don't do that after all. But
Well, yeah,
some of them
basically,
do, but also they don't do that.
Like, no,
No,
they might not though.
I think it's
Like-
even worse than that, though, Platoon, because they kind of establish that when the admiral dies, it is standard procedure, it's protocol for the ship to just turn around and go home, even if they're in the
Yeah.
middle of a mission.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
the justification that we get in the film, which turns out to be mistaken, but the justification that we get is that they're going back to Velt because they actually don't have enough food on the ship to get them back to the mother world.
Oh, is that?
That
Is
was
that
what
actu-
I got from it.
Well,
that
'cause
is
basically,
that is pretty
he
much
basically-
confirmed.
I thought it
Yeah,
was like he was
they
on a
must
personal
really want to
vendetta to
rank.
get the Scargiver. That was his.
They had
Snyder-
to restore. They had to restore honor to the Imperium, and he was
Mhm.
once they figured that out. But if any intel gave you that if you kill an admiral, they'll leave. People would just kill admirals.
That's what we
Number
call an
2,
exploit.
Yes. Number 2 is let's not forget that there was a planet filled with squid people and full of resources that they nuked.
Yep.
Yeah.
One of my
That's
favorite
also
moments
true,
in the
yeah.
previous film. It was brilliant.
Oh yeah, like I didn't get the grain thing at all from this. I thought because like the final scene of part 1 is him doing that weird sort of psychic mind meld thing with Belisarius somehow, and he commands him to go and pick up Korra. And if
Yeah,
he can't do
yeah.
that, then he dies. So that's the reason they go back. I think their plan at the beginning of this was to go back because like the admiral is clearly quite unwell, having just been shot and then fallen off a cliff. But they apparently not. No, I didn't get that they needed a grain. And of course, at the end of this movie, it turns out they don't need a grain either, which is just well, we'll get there. But that's a whole
Yeah.
load of fuckery.
Well, you're right because they could have just given up on the grain, but then they made the grain important again in the second film.
They
Yeah.
could.
So, I mean,
fucking
which is
decide
your point.
like,
But yeah.
Really,
No,
really,
just
They
like-
really
could have
what-
let the grain go. So that was probably your point. But like they absolutely could have let that go at that point. But they decided to show the harvesting, the 1800s harvesting with sickles and thatching. They're tying the wheat or whatever in slow motion. And then they used it as a shield.
It
They
is.
used it as a shield.
It is funny because there's so much like indecisiveness in the writing, being of course that we're shown very good reason. You see, the admiral is not dead. That's why they haven't left. But according to Titus, he's just like, yeah, they might just stay anyway. So
Yeah,
just like okay.
Okay.
Korra says like, oh, they're meant to leave when an admiral dies. He says, well, maybe not though. Maybe they really
Yeah.
want that grade.
That's just it. It's like,
that was
Still
that was pretty
hungry,
much why
kinda.
that was pretty much why I had that read of the scene, is because the good guys don't know that Noble is still alive, and they don't know that he's looking for Korra, because they don't know that he was basically asked by Belisarius, like, you got to get Korra and bring her back to me. So Titus concludes basically that the reason why they're coming back in 5 days, which they get told by Private Aris, is because they must really need that grain. So then they use the grain I don't want to jump too far ahead, but like their whole plan relies on the King's Gaze not wanting to just blow up all the grain.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
we see it play out.
it is a bit of a jump, but I think it's fair to address it quickly because of the fact that it's like this is over because surely they'll just shoot them from orbit. It's like
Yes.
but no, because it's
That is true, by the way, and it's also that is only true right up until the point when they decide it's not true again. And
Yeah.
they can't
Yeah, yeah,
it's,
yeah.
it's so dumb. There's one other thing as well that from part one that I figured might be worth bringing up here, which is like, yeah, they don't know that Admiral Peaky Nazi, whatever the hell his name is still alive. That's true. However, Cora does know, because the line comes up in that awful meeting scene in part one, that she is the most wanted criminal in the galaxy. Quite how nobody recognized her until that point, I don't know. But she is the most wanted criminal in the galaxy. So if she's really, really keen on protecting this farm planet, why is she going back there? Like, why would she not be, like, she should surely be aware that the only thing putting them in danger really is her,
Well,
not the grain.
This is even more curious because she says the war's over. So is everyone here to just chill out now? Like, we did it, guys. And it's still like, even if she's correct, by the way, even if they've gone back to restock an Admiral, it's like, surely they'll be coming back? Like,
Restock.
It's really weird.
We'll go to the
Like,
Admiral store, get another Admiral.
That was
Like,
such an
it seems as
absurd
though
line. She
you were
actually says, like, oh, and we won't even have to fight because we won. So, no, you've the best case scenario is that you've killed an admiral and you've pissed them off and they're regrouping and they are coming back. That's your best case scenario.
Yeah,
That's
you
the
bought,
most
you
reasonable
bought yourselves a
case
few
scenario
days.
Is you're coming back immediately. So I don't like, and she's supposed to have been a general in the Motherworld Army who knows how they operate. Like, how the hell is she so naive?
It
in
is
this
funny
film?
that she says it with such confidence, and then when they challenge it, she
Yeah.
immediately turns to Tyus like, "Wait, what? Isn't that how it works?" Like,
Well, I don't understand why they wrote it like that. Like, why would you write it to where they believe for 3 or 4 minutes? Yeah, we won. And then it's like, no, you didn't. All right, now the movie begins. Why the fuck would you write it like that?
Especially
point.
when we already know as the audience, like, no, he's alive. That's what you showed us in the first scene of your movie. Where you,
Well,
Oh, yeah, no
you
shock to
basically
us.
did it in the last movie
Yeah.
as well. And then also, it's just like, this movie exists. The fact that it exists means that it's not over,
It
obviously.
is actually.
Yeah.
Why even pretend?
I actually think that is worth like highlighting. It's so weird how this film treats Admiral Noble's return as something of a like dramatic moment with the way the last movie ends. Do you think that was something that they did afterward? Like that this movie was supposed to reveal he's alive, not the previous one
maybe.
originally, and then they were like, "Oh shit, we should probably make a hook. He's still alive."
Well, part of the thing
Guys,
is that
we'll find out in the.
actually, I really cannot tell whether or not both of these were written at the same time, or if they wrote the script for the first one and then they wrote the script for this one. Like it feels like it has a lot of the problems of like you committed stuff to paper and then to film that later on you accidentally fucked up. That's really weird to have done if you didn't write it all together at the same time. But it must have been written at the same time.
Yeah, so I had a look and I found an interview, I can't remember what website it was on, with Zack Snyder, and apparently his original script was one single 3-hour approximately script. And he was told by Netflix that won't work because for some reason 2-hour-long movies do better. And he was like, well, no, I can't, trim an hour off this film because then we'll lose all the character. I'm not fucking joking. That's what he said.
That's pretty funny.
So he then kind of counter-offered and said, how about I extend it instead and I give you 2 movies? Because currently we're talking, 4 hours of Rebel Moon, and it's going to become 6 hours of Rebel Moon once we get the extended version.
And then it'll become 18 hours once he gets his extended double trilogy.
No.
Once he gets his Rebel Moon universe.
Hey, Belisarius has not yet been defeated, and I wish to see how that story may or may not unfold. That will be
Over the course of 4 more films.
yeah,
Exciting.
Oh, yes.
Fuck off.
Really exciting prospect.
I'm sure Netflix is thrilled.
Oh yeah, something that's worth noting as well in that very first film is that fucking Noble says, yeah, the Scargiver is on Velt. Like he says that, and like then we get that scene where Cassius, the guy that's with him on the ship, calls the soldier guy Aris, the young guy who stayed behind on like a machine that. Now, correct? Do we see the machine that they used to call him in the first film ever? Do we?
I don't think we see it in the first
feels
film.
new to me. Feels new to me.
Yeah,
it feels like
it's
a
a reveal.
thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, like Cassius calls this kid who has defected at this point to help the village. And then he says, all right, is everything going smoothly? Eris is like, yeah. And then
Yeah,
Cassian
all
said,
good.
yeah, we'll be there in 5 days. Why did he tell him this?
I don't know. I don't know how they managed to keep this a secret this whole time. Because
Well,
he's
the
just
thing
some
is,
random. He's just a private. He was the lowest ranking soldier in this
Metal.
team.
It's worse than you think, because the first thought is like, man, it'd be really awkward if Cassius like, hey, can I talk to Bob? I haven't seen Bob for a while. Can you put him on the phone? It's
That's
worse
where
than that.
that's
He's
where I was
already been
going.
told. He's
Which he
already been
doesn't-
told.
So
that
he
she's
does.
there.
He does do what you just said, Friggy, but he doesn't do that until Noble is like, yeah, you should probably find out like what's going on there. And he's like, I haven't seen the
No.
sergeant or whatever his name is. Yeah, so he evidently didn't have the idea to do that, and he
Worse,
didn't.
though. It's
Yeah?
worse
No.
than that. He was told in the first scene of the film by Noble that Korra was on Velt. Unless he believes that Noble is lying or mistaken, why the fuck would he call and give them information about when they're going to get there, when at this point he already knows that the most wanted fugitive in the
That's
galaxy is
true.
there?
Yeah.
That is true. I missed that. That's insane. Holy
It's like-
shit.
This is essential
guys,
information that the protagonist used to prepare for a battle that if they had just sat on their asses for the next 4 days, they would have absolutely, definitively, categorically lost.
Yeah.
Is the movie not already, like, destroyed?
you don't understand. Everybody's supposed to be retarded in the show. That's probably the explanation.
Oh.
I mean,
Mhm.
the only
The rebel
defense,
moon makes you retarded.
the only partial defense I can think of is that, like, because my kind of criticism of that scene initially, because I missed what Fringy just said, was that Noble can't know that Korra is on Velt. It's a pretty good guess, but he can't know that.
No.
But he says it. That's
'Cause
the
he
Yeah, he
point.
says
it.
She's on Velt.
Exactly, he says it. So he makes a guess, turns out to be correct, and then Cassius decides to phone ahead and warn them. That's
I
what
just like the
happens.
idea that you say he can't know that, and Zack Snyder will be like, "Why?
Why?
Why?
In the director's cut, you'll find out with a
Yeah,
different line.
the answer's all in there."
With blood and more slow mo.
Well, I was going to say, mercifully, we've talked about the first like 5 minutes of film. Not a lot of slow mo yet, so that's nice. You know,
Yeah.
No, but it's about to come.
it's mainly
in
people
full force.
talking, but he didn't. He managed to stop himself from slow moing that, so not bad.
Yeah.
Oh, the part that you've got on screen right now I find so funny because it's just like showcasing the brilliant dialogue where like the 6 guys get taken to the town hall and it's like, oh, where is everybody? And then one of the guys is like, oh yeah, they're ashamed to ask for help. And then Milius, the cringe rebel lady, the one who screamed in the last movie, is like, you know, it's not cringe to ask for help. And that's the conversation. That's about
Yeah.
it. Like there's no subtext. There's no
Asking for
everybody
help
says
is
exactly what they mean.
It's
another
such
form
a,
of strength.
Yeah, because the quote is, to swallow your pride and ask for help, that is bravery in itself. And it's just like, shut the fuck up. Who even asked you? Nobody, that's who.
It's a therapy session. What the fuck?
Also, the villagers, the 2 guys that are there, they suggest that the villagers are embarrassed because they were like unable to protect themselves and they had to get these mercenaries in to help them, which I just think is so ridiculous because like
Yeah.
that's like, you know, I would not be embarrassed if I couldn't beat Conor McGregor in a cage fight.
Yeah.
Like I you know, if I had to ask someone to help me, that's not embarrassing. There's no way I'm going to win unless I ask someone for help. So
It's just funny that like he writes this down and it's like the characters immediately explain the motivations for why they didn't show up and why they shouldn't be upset that they showed up. It's like there's nothing here. You've just explained what you've done, like in the
Yeah.
plainest terms possible.
Uh,
And also, you just reminded me, the introduction of those 2 guys was like really weird. One of them's just like, the old guy's like, I'm Hegel, this is dead. It's like, what the fuck? Like,
also, this is a tiny question, but it really made me laugh. They had no means of communicating with Korra, right? The villagers, they don't have radios. They're like, you know, technophobic peasants,
they're
basically.
like Amish Norse peasants.
Yeah. So how did they know that they were coming? Has that food just been there for like a week?
Or they saw them on their horses, their space horses, and cooked it up real fast.
Mm.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yes. There's a
think
slight
that's all we-
timeline
Was,
confusion there anyway, which is that we sort of pick up when we arrive back on Velt, we are continuing directly from the scene in part 1 where they're riding in. So part 1 finishes, they're riding toward village, part 2 picks up, they're riding into village.
Yeah.
But when you're over on Space Battleship Yamato, whatever it's called, and then loads of time seems to have passed in that situation because during this time they've been experimenting on Admiral Watset, and he's been healed during this time, except that they don't know if he has until he wakes up and starts strangling people. But like more time seems to have passed on one side of space than it has on the other.
Yeah, that's a good
I mean,
point.
a defense of that potentially, I haven't really thought if this lines up, is that the King's Gaze stayed where it was above the planet where the end of film 1 happened, and we know that it takes 5 days to get from that planet to get back to Velt, which means that theoretically, given that like Cora and everyone else have taken 5 days to get back home, they all of the stuff going on with like the psychic force Skype call and all the rest of it and healing Noble could have happened in those 5 days, maybe.
Did you forget
Which
the
means
name
that-
of the planet Gondoval? Like, what kind of
Gondoval,
fan
that's
are
it.
you? Jeez.
Not a real.
Can't believe we invited
Um,
people who don't even know their Rebel Moon lore. We're
Oh,
called
I know.
Mooners.
Oh god.
Rebel
Uh,
Mooners.
I'm mooning everyone on the street.
Yeah, was it? Because I was just wondering, because it is this moment. It's like the people of the village are too embarrassed to see the heroes that will defend them because they feel bad that they had to ask for help when they were against like a fleet of space marine people.
It is pretty awkward. It's like, yeah, they were so bashful that they couldn't even face you after asking for help, but in 5 days they're gonna be ready to face down a massive fucking army at their
Oh, yeah.
doorstep with
Mhm.
tanks
So
and
stupid.
spaceships.
Also, like, it's a really tiny thing, but I distinctly remember the problem they had in part 1 with giving over the grain is that if they gave over the grain, they would starve because they don't have enough to eat. And yet they put they put a lot of feasts on for people who will starve imminently.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I
I
thought
think
you were
it'd
gonna
be
point.
a
I thought
bit
you were gonna
more.
take it in a different direction because, like, I thought you were gonna talk about how they managed to get the grain in like 3 days when they said that it would take longer than that.
Oh yeah,
Half a
They
they
say
cycle.
they say half a cycle. I don't know what the fuck that means.
I don't know what half a cycle
Probably,
is.
I
but
would
they
guess
have
a
to
month.
assume a
A
month.
month?
But
Yeah,
like,
half
that
a
means
month.
They
Yeah.
probably
Wait.
like. I don't know,
They said
it's
half a cycle around the planet that it orbits, which I would read
Yeah,
that
but
as 6 months, right?
Well, they're a moon though, and the moon orbits.
Yeah.
Oh, of
like, the
course.
problem is
Yeah.
we have
it's-
no point of reference.
we don't know,
because
yeah.
it's a different moon.
Yeah.
But basically, to clarify, so Titus gives a big old speech. He assembles the villagers now that they know that they have to get ready to fight. And he asks the old guy, Hagen, how long does it take to bring in the crop? And he says, like, half a cycle around Mara, which, yeah, I don't know how long that is. But then he's like, no, you have to do it in 3 days. And they're all shocked. And it's like, ah, fuck, here we go again. Where a character says it will take this long. And then they arbitrarily say, nah, you got to do it faster. It's like, do you think he's lying? Do you think he made up the number?
Yeah.
Why do you
Well,
think
there's
it's
a reason
possible
they
to do it in
said
3
that.
days?
a physics nerd or anything like that, but there's like because we don't know exactly how long it takes for that moon to orbit that planet. Half a cycle could be 6 hours, and Titus doesn't know that either. So like half a
True.
cycle and 3 days are not really comparable metrics because we don't know how long the cycle is. That's not the biggest example of this. I think the general problem, well, one of the many general problems with this is that nobody knows how any of the space stuff works. So they
Yeah.
don't know how long it takes to travel between places. For like part 1, they can apparently portal through space using giant vaginas. And then this one, they don't do that. This one, they sort of crawl through space at a snail's pace. But they haven't really bothered to figure out their space mechanics, I don't think.
No, you have no idea. There's no mental map of this world. And then when they show that they have 3 days to harvest the grain, everybody's all happy about it. They're all, oh,
Yeah,
of
like,
course."
yay.
It's not
a
rushing
team
or
build-
anything. It's all,
Well,
yeah, team
and it's
building.
Building exercise.
This applies to the first film as it applies now. It's like, why don't you spend the 5 days getting out of here? Like, what?
Yeah, just fucking
Yeah.
leave.
Just leave.
Instead, the plan
Hey,
is
Mahler.
get
That village of thatched roofs is so important to them. They couldn't like rebuild that in 2 months somewhere.
Well, it sounded like the
on another
villagers didn't
planet
even
or-
want to stay.
Yeah.
They're like, let's get out of
They're like,
here.
we're good. We
Yeah,
can
let's
leave. Yeah.
We know how to build these buildings other places. We can do it. Don't worry.
Yep.
There is a town,
also, I mean-
a single horse ride away. There is a town with massive walls because that's where it's like the knockoff version of Bree, which they go to in part
Yeah.
1.
Oh, yeah, that also
just go
exists.
there. It's already got defenses. At least it's got walls, which you think wouldn't work because you can just orbitally bombard. But take the grain there because the grain is the big sort of safety mechanism you have.
Well, yeah,
You-
that's the nature of the plan. Is they're gonna spend 3 out of the 4 days that they have to prepare getting the grain and then stacking it in the village so that they won't get orbitally bombed. When like at this point, why would you? I don't know, like because I mean, you have to like get past first of all the premise that a massive galaxy-spanning empire would be really desperate for the grain output of a village of like 300 people. Which is insane and ridiculous.
I have
That would
to-
feed
like,
about
you
a
have
tenth
to-
of their ship
I
for
have to
Yeah.
reference
Yeah,
it.
Yep,
maybe a
yep.
week.
couple weeks, maybe.
My favorite Snyder
It's-
fan counter to that notion is that, oh, so you think enormous spacefaring fleets have no logistical issues for supplies?
That's a
It's a thing
great
called
response.
rations. There's a thing called rations that they
No,
usually kind of carry
that's
around
really
with.
clever. That's a really good response. Did you know that they might need it? Oh, well, when you put it like that, yeah, I guess they might need
It's
it.
Yeah,
something you don't
Rebel Moon's
expect.
great. Sorry.
It's something you don't expect to have to explain. You're like, do you guys understand if they did get every last piece, let's say 10 times the grain that's even available in this place, just not much. Not much at all.
It ain't much.
It's
It's a small
the drop of the
rural,
bucket.
like village of 500 people. They don't even have like big industrial equipment to mass produce grain. They barely have enough to feed themselves, and they're like a village of 300 people. That's what they said last time. You know, that whatever they were being told that they would need to give to these guys, it meant that they wouldn't have enough to eat. And it's like, well, shit, yeah, how long is that going to last you? And you're going to commit an entire battleship and like thousands of soldiers to getting like what, a week's worth of food?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
According to the official wiki for Rebel Moon, the crew of the Dreadnought is about 5,000 people, which means that they're literally trying to feed 5,000 people. Which maybe they picked 5,000 because of the religious symbolism, the whole feeding the 5,000 with 2 loaves of bread. Maybe there's something in there, but it doesn't. We got more like random religious symbolism thrown in, but
It's just
it doesn't.
funny.
It doesn't work.
The afternoon in which they come down and speak to them in the first film, all the material's already gone. Like any they could get from there, like the amount of people who need to eat and would have gone through all of the bread that could have been made or whatever from whatever they have in that village. It's just too funny. Like it could never fucking work. And this mother world, whatever the fuck, they would have planets probably entirely dedicated to creating food. Like it just
They would have to.
It would be weird if they didn't. That would just be strange. Why would you need to rely on the output of a tiny village and commit a massive battleship to get the output?
You know
of a
what? Maybe
tiny
if they
village?
wouldn't just nuke every planet they come across, they might have some more
That's true,
food.
Yeah.
They kill more of their own soldiers than anyone else does in this film.
I feel like we could jump on this because it's just so fucking funny. But the idea that they get their food from random tiny settlements on moons,
Yeah.
they also power their spaceships with coal.
I was going to bring up the coal. I can't believe I thought I was dreaming when I saw that.
See, I was already like phased out when I got this point. I was just sitting here watching like, okay, why does this thing have a face?
Well, there's two big distractions, right? And that's, I couldn't decide which of them was more fucked up than the other. The fact that the spaceship is apparently piloted by a giant head, or the fact that it runs on actual coal.
Gold.
Neither of these things is ever explained.
I think I was more distracted when they were in the coal engine room by the fact that Korra was killing non-combatants. That was the really was the thing that was more distracting.
Just so we're
Killing
clear,
medics is epic and cool. Okay.
just so we're clear with chat, right? She enters the like core engine of the giant interstellar spaceship, and it's not entirely dissimilar from like the bowels of the Titanic. It is fucking hilarious.
Yeah, it's a coal engine room with some guys shoveling coal into some.
They are shoveling coal into furnaces.
And then
It's such a,
Korra
like,
jumps down and starts shooting them and kicking them into the engines. Like,
what I want now is it's when they're like, which way to Velt or whatever, some guy just like goes out on the and just uses a telescope and just like I'm not sure.
yeah, now you've reminded me of the fact that they aim their massive gun on the ship with a fucking wheel that they spin around.
My God,
It's
so slow.
Zach
And
thinks
they
he's so
finally get
clever.
there, and some guy says, "We've got a lock on the village." It's a village. It's not fucking moving. You don't need to lock onto the village.
Lock on the village.
Oh man.
It won't get away this time.
It's it was incredible to have spent so much time prepping the grain, right? When from my POV as an audience member, I was just like, you don't need to prep the grain. You could just pretend you have grain if it the grain. You know what I mean? It's like you just have bags. Just fill the bags with anything: dirt, soil, sand. It doesn't matter. But they spend all the time doing it, and then their systems up above seem to be so sophisticated that they can like analyze the down to the grain of what those things are in those bags, what everything is in the buildings, all the people, and so then you get the glorious line of like they've put grain around all of their buildings. Very clever.
Oh.
Yeah,
very, very clever.
it is
Very
funny
clever.
that they have like all of this high-end tech, yet so much of their shit is also analog for no reason
For
whatsoever.
no reason at all.
It's so weird. Such a weird mixture. Just have to
So
imagine
big-
how many little gears and pulley systems you need to move this stupid big gun with this really small wheel they have on the bridge.
with a wheel. Like, what the
Yeah.
fuck? Why isn't it a
And-
computer?
It's not even hard to do. He just goes like,
Yeah, he
it
just
just takes
spins it.
very long for the thing to turn. It's like,
You figure that it's really, really, really good world building. All right,
Mhm.
what an interesting universe
bad.
he's created here.
I feel like we kind of slightly glossed over something that Platoon mentioned, is that there's a giant head in the
Well,
Yes, there's a
in the
giant
engine
head
room?
in
we
the
should
engine
roll
room.
back
Yes.
because we're too far ahead. Okay, we haven't even gotten to slow-mo
Okay.
grain.
Yeah, because you
No.
skipped over a really, really, really good conversation between Cora and Gunnar, where they're like, "Oh yeah, I'm afraid of death. That's pretty normal. You know what I was more afraid of? Losing you." And then they have sex.
Yeah.
It's,
I forgot there was like a romance
I mean,
there.
whatever
was like,
works.
What's happening? It's like,
romance.
okay.
Yes, I was very invested in these two.
Oh yeah, so much chemistry.
Mr.
No,
Guna.
these two
he's,
are fucking insane.
Yeah.
Especially Cora. They have sex, and then she's like, actually, I shot a little child to death. And then his
Oh, yeah,
reaction is
that.
like, okay, give me another kiss. It's like, what the fuck is happening?
Why did you tell me about the child murder after we had sex? It's like, well,
Yeah.
like-
Well, you
That's,
may be
that's something I
worried.
would want to know if, before doing the deed.
It's just insane. She just goes, which is also, man, this is all flooding back in. So she isn't against the Empire, whatever they're called, Imperials, because she doesn't really believe in the beliefs anymore. It's because she got like a double cross. Is what the word I was looking for. She's double crossed by the guy.
oh
she
yeah, she's a
thought
piece
was
of
like the
shit.
dad.
She's an absolute piece of
Well,
shit.
yeah, it's
It was
Total
never-
piece of shit.
It is never
like,
explained. It's never explained
Go for it.
in any case. It's like, oh yeah, they double crossed me, and then I saw how bad everything actually was. Blah blah. It's just like, no, he just put the blame on me, and then I killed all the soldiers and ran away. And the only reason because I'm still alive is because the fucking little princess said, "I forgive you" before I shot her.
And then inexplicably nobody shot me as I turned my back and ran away.
Yeah.
Like, I was trying to condense like Cora's entire backstory down. I mean, her story is insane. It makes no sense. Like, so
Yeah.
like Belisarius kills her entire planet and all of her family when she's a kid, and she tries to shoot him and only fails because the gun doesn't work. And so because he's murdered her entire family, she becomes his loyal daughter, who then goes and loyally fights for the Empire and becomes a true believer in the Empire that murdered her own family. And then Belisarius says, hey, how about you murder the innocent princess? And she's like, fuck yeah.
Yeah,
And then
that's
she does
my
it.
jam.
And then he says, oh my goodness, you killed the princess. You're a traitor. Like, I'm going to double cross you. I'm going to blame you
scene-
for it. Now you're the assassin. And then in an assassination scene, incidentally, where they have an actual orchestra playing all the way through.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
the scene is so
Well,
funny because as soon as the guy is like murderer, all the other ones like yeah murderer because it seems like they're all in it.
So
in
they
on
have
it.
no they have no CSI investigation. They're like, how did she stab the king and the queen multiple times with different knives and then get up and shoot the princess? Like,
I feel like you gotta
What a
move
gnarly
it forward,
suicide!
like,
I've never seen
yeah.
that before.
Well, also, like,
it's
given the way
moving
that
very slowly.
given the way that scene plays out, the only reason why she is able to escape is because she is the only person in the room with a gun. And given that
Well, yeah.
Belisarius planned the entire thing, my read of that, I don't know if I'm being too generous to Zack Snyder here,
You
is
are.
that his whole plan. Oh yeah, I probably am. His whole plan from the get-go, from when he basically took Cora in and had her like trained up to, and then like had her be assigned as the princess's bodyguard. His whole plan was for her to take the fall when he eventually decides, okay, it's time to, eliminate the royal family. Which means that Belisarius planned the whole thing, planned to betray Cora and use her as a scapegoat, but didn't account for the fact that she was going to have a gun in that room and he wasn't.
when that was like part of the
Well,
plan, like almost.
That was
I mean,
part of the
and
plan,
also
yes.
It's worth noting as well that she actually, when she escapes, that's not her gun. She grabs another gun, so she gets access to two guns in the scene that enable her.
Well, and
like both of these aren't accounted for.
what Rad has just highlighted too, it really needs to not go understated. Her whole history was being like personally, founded and brought up by Belisarius just for the goal of she'll be the one to shoot the doors. Like he could have had anyone do that in that scene.
Yes.
Makes no difference. Like, why did you do this?
I feel
Like, what was the
gotta,
point?
They could have
Yeah,
stabbed her. They didn't need to use a gun. Cora didn't need to be there.
I feel like you have to actually walk through the scene in slow motion, like the scene
Oh,
itself
no.
does, to emphasize just how funny it is. Like, they get on this ship, and then they walk down a hallway and go into a room where some people, like, there's a string quartet where they all have, like, black burlap sacks on their heads, and they're playing the score
This-
music. And, like, then a bunch of guys in the room are wearing fucking togas, and they pull out daggers to assassinate
They're all wearing
them.
black. They're all wearing black, and Cora's looking sad. And then the king finally goes, "Is something going on here?"
Oh,
And
dude.
then
So-
the
I don't know.
quartet
Did the
starts
black
playing
bags
dramatic
over the
music.
musicians' heads give it away? And like later on, when they execute Titus's crew, they put the black bags on. So that must be some sort of thing that they do that they already knew about. So
They're wearing
Get the
togas,
assassination
man.
orchestra. We need them. Yeah, with the sax and
They're wearing
everything.
togas.
yes,
Togas, and they pull out daggers.
they
I
could have
like-
used a better rhythm session.
He
section.
realizes something is amiss, and then he says, like, he's asking Belisarius questions, and he won't answer them, and he goes, "Answer me, man!"
You know what that reminded me of? Robin Hood Men in Tights, because it's Cary Elwes, the same actor,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I can speak with an English accent.
His deliveries in movies is very funny sometimes, and this was no exception. But yes, we must talk about the bag people. This
They're playing the score music.
This is
Like in the
directly
sea.
ripped from Red Wedding for sure, and
Yes.
simultaneously combined for some reason with the death of Julius Caesar. I don't exactly know what Zack is up to, but he misunderstood entirely, and it's so funny to watch someone be like, "Yeah, Game of Thrones is really awesome. I'm going to do my own version," and then it's this. These guys play music, and I don't know. You need to hear it yourselves, honestly, but I can't show you it like that. They change the way they play the music based on the tone of the scene.
Action. They raise
Yeah.
the tempo. They are the
Yeah.
soundtrack. They are the OST. So
It's
it's
so funny.
really
The score
cringe.
music.
They will like
So-
alter it based on the emotional moment that is at hand. The four of them together in sync, depending on what people are doing. It is the funniest thing ever. I love it, kind of. This would be in like a parody movie, absolutely. Like if you were
Yes.
parodying the Red Wedding, this is what you would do 1-to-1. You wouldn't need to change a thing.
So another point that I think that they just didn't explain, which maybe will be in the extended cut, is why did Belisarius do this? Because the explanation that Cora gives is that the king was becoming too peaceful, and the implication there is that Belisarius wanted to continue, raping and pillaging and colonizing and expanding and all the rest of it. But we have no idea what the state of the Imperium actually is, because these films do not build worlds. It's all just implied beneath the surface.
There's a slight little bit of it. So the ceremony they're at is for the commemoration service for the last of the big dreadnoughts that they plan to build.
Mm.
So the implication is supposed to be that they've got this huge military industrial complex, but the king has been inspired by the compassion of his own daughter to say, hey, maybe burning, raping, and pillaging other planets is not such a good thing. So I'm going to go against the military industrial complex. And Belisarius, being a general, doesn't like that idea, so he wants to carry on burning, raping, and pillaging, and so he commits the assassination. Except that, this is a relatively recent decision on the part of the king, because all the flashbacks in part 1 have him saying really cringe things like, my daughter will restore a compassion that I feel I have lost, because this is just how we do dialogue in Rebel Moon. So he's only recently decided to do the whole I'm climbing down for militarism thing, and yet Belisarius seems to have been planning the assassination on these grounds for a long time. So I don't think the timeline quite adds up, but that's what they're vaguely going for.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I think you're probably right. Yeah.
maybe it's explained in the next one, or the extended one. You gotta consider these things. There's a lot of extra context to come.
You have to show the cringe screaming. You have to show all the cringe screaming on screen to do it.
There's loads. There's so much to get through. My favorite.
That's a
I
lot.
mentioned this on FNT, but Cary Elwes is doing a no. It's really funny. Yeah, I mean, this is the great history of our main character that they were baiting throughout the first movie. It's this
As was
super
mentioned
awkward
earlier,
bad scene.
though,
So does that mean the guy who did the assassination is now the king?
He's the regent.
Yes.
Belisarius
he's
or whatever
he's
his name
been
was.
all in charge now.
Yeah, I think they showed him in the first one in like a big white room or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't rewatch it.
Yeah, it was the end of part 1 is when they have the mind meld thing with
Oh,
Jaguar,
yeah.
and then so he sort of teleports his consciousness to Hoth, basically,
Right.
and then
Right.
they
Yeah.
have a conversation there. But so this is he's declared himself regent, and like I mean, there's so much we'd have to go back over part 1 to sort of fully break it all apart. But like none of the actual world building in this makes any sense in any way, because like one of the premises of part 1 is that the royal family has ruled in effectively this uninterrupted bliss for 1,000 generations. And yet, at the same time, it's got this incredibly brutal, cutthroat political class, which is prepared to assassinate people. So you can't really have both of these things at the same time. If people like Belisarius exist, then you do not have 1,000 generations of uninterrupted rule.
No.
That just isn't how any of this works.
Well, I mean, what they're missing there is we would need to know that like everything is going well in like on the mother world, like they're living the high life at the expense of everyone else, and that by sort of turning from the warlike raping and pillaging and all the rest of it, it's harming the Imperium. But maybe like the parallel that I want to draw is between this and Warhammer 40,000, because there are so many similarities. And in the case of Warhammer, there's a whole fuckload of like other factions that are constantly like ready to fuck over humanity, which is why the Imperium in Warhammer 40,000 has to remain a highly militaristic faction. Because if it decides to, dial back and stop and become more peaceful, they're just going to die like immediately. But we don't even have any implication that there is any kind of other faction in the Rebel Moon setting that is anything close to the power level that the Imperium has. So we don't know what them dialing back their militaristic tendencies, what the consequences for that are. We have no
Well,
idea.
Also,
Yeah, it
there's
seems
also
like
no sense of change, right? Because this is one of the interesting things, like, is that normally when you do this, you do want to have a contrast between the before times and the present day times. You want to have some sense of like a fall from grace on the part of the Empire, for example. If, however, as Rebel Moon Part 1 does, you establish that the Mother World is already evil and militaristic, and it rapes, kills, and pillages, and it takes child soldiers and all the rest of this. And this is under the royal family, who we're supposed to lament when they die. What's the difference? Like, what is
Yeah.
actually worse about Belisarius than under the king? Nothing. It's a really muddled way of doing it. If you then try to say, well, okay, it's bad that we have a regent instead of a monarch, but the mother world is basically the same. Oh, but maybe there was something about us not being evil. Maybe that was the motive for him being evil. That it just there's no sense of like actual difference, and so you have no sense of world story that's actually unfolding.
Yeah, it's just really weird because it seems we have the Imperials just going around killing everything because they want to expand. Then at some point, this weird rebel faction with their face markings and stuff are just going around, and they somehow build a fleet. I don't even know. Do they have like a home city somewhere?
Well,
a
they got
base
supplies
station?
from that super planet that had all the resources
do,
on
yeah.
it before it got
Yep.
nuked.
So right now it just seems like these guys were at some like, okay, time to pillage everything around us, and then we go. It's like, oh, look at this little village. Look at this thing, nuked. Oh, damn, we're out of food. Get to this moon and get some grain. Does this happen? Like, because they don't know, they're not only going this way, because they're going like everywhere in the universe currently. So there's like multiple dreadnoughts like this just going around nuking places left and right. It's just like there must be a bigger faction somewhere where like, oh, they're just coming for us. Maybe we should fight back, not just the rebels that somehow get things from random planets.
Well, also they establish, and I don't know why they would establish this because it just limits what they can do with the world building, but I guess Zack didn't notice. When what you see in film 1, when you have all the rebels sort of arrive and you have the scene where Korra basically tries to recruit them, that is the entirety of the rebel fleet. There's about 20 ships. It might be less than 20. It might be like 15, 16 ships. And we are told explicitly that that is the entire rebel fleet. That is not a threat to the Imperium.
No.
Liar. If they blow up their grain, then it'll kill the Empire.
Actually, that's true.
Yeah.
If we starve ourselves, then they can't recruit our children. Our children as soldiers.
If we just tape all the grain to our spaceships, they can't do anything against us.
See, that's the kind of shit that would be in the parody version, because this is already so stupid. They have to go stupider.
Yes.
Just run into battle and tape the grain to your chest. No, don't shoot. He's got grain.
Or if they like toss grain at them that has C4 in it, so they're like, grab the grain, we need it. Oh god, it's C5. Like,
Hey, booby trap the grain.
how could they? Our one weakness. When he says seize her, by the way, there's a guy who's like throughout the whole sequence trying to wrestle her gun off her one hand and he can't do it. It's just so funny to me.
He's very strong.
Puts her arm out and then shoots like 6 people, all the guys with guns, because nobody else has guns, and then she
And all
just
the people
escapes.
with knives.
Oh god damn it! I just thought of another fucking problem with this. So, but if
There's so
Balisarius'
many.
whole plan was to get Cora into the position where she can carry out this assassination and then he can like pin the blame on her, why did she have her trained like to this insane degree to where she can just solo like 50 guys on
I
her own?
mean, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if like in Rebel Moon Part 5 or something, it was a reveal like, you see, I let you escape, or something, and having you as a fugitive galvanize the war machine.
Well,
That's
So-
like, that's the
so
only
that
way
was
it
the
could
plan.
make sense. There's no other way it can
Yeah.
make sense because like if that wasn't what they were going for, there's actually no reason to have her here to begin with.
Okay,
So, like,
I'm looking
if
at
you're
the
trying to
scene.
assassinate someone. By the way, you don't hire a wedding band for an assassination because that's just fucking more witnesses.
Red
Yeah,
wedding.
You could just
It's
kill
a
her and
useless
say,
expense.
she did it, and she doesn't have to actually physically do it. You could
it's
just
the thing
blame her
that-
for it.
It's really weird, the nature of Cora as the protagonist of the story. It's like, all right, so what is the nature of I guess the thing that galvanizes her? It's like, okay, well, so she did it. She did the thing that she is like being hunted for by the mother world. Like she did it. There was somebody who I guess you would say is like ultimately responsible in terms of orchestrating it, but it's not like she's innocent. She did it. She did the crime.
Yep.
And it's like, okay, so she did it and is now evading capture, and all of the people who are trying to capture her, it's a very small number of people who know that she was in a sense partially framed, because it's partial. She did it.
It's very
and it's
partial.
like, okay,
She was
so
on board. She was very on board
Yeah,
to do it.
I mean, she hesitated a little bit, but she did it. And it's
Oh,
like,
why did
okay,
it-
so
oh,
you are
God.
now going to hide out in this village and endanger all of these people in the village to evade capture for a crime that you did.
You
Yep.
did.
It's really, really, really weird to write a protagonist in this way.
When she gets shot, I'm watching the scene right now. When the little princess gets shot, she kind of looks down at her chest and goes, and sees all the little sparkly things come out and go, oh. And then she
Oh.
fucking plops down. By the way, there's 2 armed guys with rifles standing right behind the door, right behind her
Yep.
at
Yeah,
the
but
door.
they're not in frame, so they don't exist.
They can't draw an
Also-
aim fast
yeah.
enough because she's
Did you see what-
Scargiver, bro. Okay, she's gonna kill them all before they can kill her.
She gave him some scars.
Did you see what the subtitles say when Cora shoots the princess? It says divine resonance.
Divine.
I just have magic spilled out of her when she killed her. she bleeds magic. You're like, oh my god.
Oh yeah, we should probably have mentioned that the princess is like space Jesus kind of thing. Like
Yes,
I think
she is.
they're
Yeah,
clearly
something
trying to
like
imply that she's like the second coming of Christ. How and why we don't
Oh,
know.
they
but-
explained that in the first movie. They said when there's loads of war, it makes the peace person comes. That's how it works.
Oh, so it's kind of like the
Oh,
Matrix.
And
That's
remember,
good.
this is all for Rebel Moon. You'll get all the answers in Rebel Moon Part 4.
Yes.
There's something funny about, oh no, we have too much more. A peace person was born. And then they shoot her.
Where's that fucking
were you
peace person?
expecting?
Kill her.
I'll find her. She glows in the night.
I will say as well, I saw people arguing this on Twitter, so it could be true because there is a line for it. He immediately talks about her ethnic impurities. So did he frame her?
Yes.
Because that's a more believable story in the Imperium or something. Like, see,
Well,
she's not one of
okay.
us. That's why I did it. It's so funny because everyone in that room, I don't even know if the musicians were in on it. They all have to like clarify when he starts saying like, "What have you done?" Some of them are like, "Oh, is she?
Oh,
We're framing her?
she-
Okay, yeah, right. What?
Okay, it looked like you kind of were all on board, but I guess it was her plan. Murderer! ah!
Yeah, we don't
Is
like
he
her
not
either.
at all concerned that there were so many witnesses? All you need is one to say like, "Nah, he did it." That's like all you need is one person.
Well,
and that
it's,
can throw
it's
everything
such a
into chaos.
stupid like assassination thing. There's so many better ways to have done this. To the point where Balisarius shouldn't even be in the fucking room.
Yeah,
Yeah, there are no
because the way they
cameras.
because the way they set it up is like, oh, they're all in on it, and they all want to get rid of the royal family now. And then, because the normal way to do this is probably, oh, we're gonna maybe frame you, or don't even need to frame you if you're all on board. It's like, oh, there was like an assassin, we got rid of him, and then fed it to the space face that controls our ship or whatever, and then it's like, oh, okay, whatever. Or he's like, oh, we gotta frame you, but you actually just gonna live with me in my palace because they can't do shit because we're so cool. Like, there's so many better ways out for this, including not doing it in front of 70 people.
Right? Especially when you're framed at, I don't want to get too far ahead, but at the very least, for attempted murder. That's still bad.
Yeah, yeah.
And I went back and look, the guys with the rifles, when she was seized, they did not like pick up the rifles and put them to her head, which they just stood there until it was time to get shot.
Yeah.
Well, when you say
Essentially.
seize someone, you typically disarm them. You don't just let them have their gun.
Yes.
You know?
Hold on to
Yes.
their gun so that she can then shoot all of it. Because, I mean, if it was Belisarius's plan to have her escape, it's like, what if the one guy's like, you know what, I don't mind living, actually, it's pretty swell, and then he gets rid of the gun, takes it. It's like, oh, well, then I guess she would have been screwed. I don't see how the plan could account for any of the guys with self-preservation instincts shooting her before she shot them.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, there's no way around it. It's just absurd.
Well,
It's
and it
really,
doesn't
really,
stop-
really, really stupid.
It doesn't stop there because like, when you know, she kills everyone in the room and then she leaves. She opens the door and kills the people on the outside of the door. You're like, wow, this is all very lucky. But how does she get out of the ship? And she basically just says like, I left. Like,
Yep.
Yeah, she got on the ship and
Oh
flew
yeah,
away.
I fought my way to the ship and then I left. It's like,
Just,
oh,
and then she
okay.
flew away.
but you can't just. And it's funny because it's like, why didn't they just deactivate the ship, shoot the ship down? It's like, meh.
Because they can't. Here's the thing: we learn in this movie they can remote control these ships.
Yeah,
Oh my god, you're right. You're right.
Yes.
That's right.
they can
Yep.
take control.
True.
And the funny thing is, Friggy is probably absolutely right. Zach will read some criticisms and be like, no, he wanted her to escape. Like, it makes,
Yeah.
it makes
Part of the plan.
sense.
But Zack, why are they hunting for her all across the universe now?
They only wanted to look like they were.
Oh, do you like how
didn't
at the
expect them
end
to
of
have
this as
grain.
well, because the writing is so good, Cora just openly states her motivations. She just says, you know, I thought the only way to honor the princess was to run away and create a life for myself beyond, like, you know, fighting. That she just declares her motivation.
Yeah.
Like,
She did that all the way through part one as well, because it was like the unwritten rule of this is that whenever she and Guna have a conversation, it's just an excuse for a flashback.
Yeah.
So like, part one has the first one when she does like, oh, I was a child soldier, and I did this, and then she finishes the flashback and she says, "That's why I'm telling you all this, so you know who I am."
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And the audience says, thank you.
Oh, thanks. And again,
It's-
the absolute non-reaction by Guna is just hilarious. He's like, "Oh, okay, you just told me you shot a child and lots of people, and you're the reason we don't have peace right now. That's pretty hard. Let's kiss some more."
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yep.
Just, what the
Guna's
fuck?
not allowed to have like an actual reaction to what she says. He's
No.
just like, I am supportive boyfriend. You're great. I love
yeah.
you.
well, I think it's weird. I think like Snyder would say, well, no, the film is judging her for this decision. You know, it's just providing her like a pathway she can take. That's what he would probably say.
But
Maybe.
why does
Is
why
it
does
though?
Space
I'm not
Jesus
sure if
forgive
he's-
her right before
Well,
she gets shot?
Again, it's a really bizarre way to write your protagonist to where it's not that she was framed for something she didn't do. It was that she was given more account. She was like made more guilty than she already was.
Mhm.
Like,
Wait, I mean,
it's
because
really
to an
weird.
extent, it's like, you know, kill the princess according to my orders. Then she does it, and then you can be like, why the fuck did you kill the princess? You know, like, because it's still like, I did order you to it, yeah, but like, why would you do something so horrible that Because there's actually examples of this in all kinds of stories where a higher up will give an order, hoping the person will like push back on it. You know. So it could have been a test or something, but it's just funny because she's just like, yeah, I did it. Wait, I'm in trouble now? It's like, yeah, you should be in trouble. And then, of course, after she's left, she's like, you know what? I probably should be in trouble, but I mean,
Well, isn't
whatever.
it weird that like she realized that the empire was bad because she personally got slighted, rather than for all of the horrible things
Yeah.
that they had apparently been doing for a very, very, very long time.
Well, that's the thing. You can then have her say things about it, like she realized things more. But we don't have that scene. We don't have her talking about the ideological differences or what she's learned since
Nope.
she's been away from them. She's just like, Yeah, they hate me, so I guess I hate them. Fuck them.
But it's
like-
going to be almost impossible to do the ideological difference thing when her introduction is that they enter her planet, kill them for resisting, murder her family, and kidnap her. So there's not a
Wait,
huge amount of ambiguity with that
You're
one.
gonna have to be more specific when you say the backstory is that they're in a nice place and it all gets destroyed by the Imperium, and then they get mad at the Imperium. Which of the 17 characters' backstories are you talking about? Because it's hard to tell
all of them
sometimes.
at the same time. Yeah.
Maybe we'll get a twist in Rebel Moon 7 that is also Belisarius's
Ooh, yeah.
backstory. Maybe the king's like father, I guess, or grandfather, however the timeline would line up. Maybe he did that to Belisarius and he made him into the monster that he is now.
Oh
just
God,
wanna,
can you imagine the flashback when he does that? Yeah. I was growing up on this peaceful little world. And then
Yes.
the mother world turned up and they murdered my family.
And the
and
mean
stole
people
me.
show up.
I would like it if a random grunt soldier type, right? She like hits him in the face and he's down. Then he says, "Wait, before you kill me, you have to know. But I was young on my home planet of Gargaleth. The Imperium invaded. They killed my aunt and uncle who took it." She's like, "Shut the fuck up!" and shoots him.
I hid in a refrigerator and I came out of it 6 times in my flashback in slow motion.
Just in case you forgot.
Just in case you forgot.
It's funny because there's
Sorry,
so many.
different show.
Yeah, there's so many big criticisms to have around movies. Sometimes I want to slip in some smaller ones. Like, we started the days now, so they wake up and Farmer Man is like hitting a bell to wake everyone up. And the way Zack shoots this, like it's so bland. And then suddenly like super zoom into the bell, and then we're just looking around all these characters, and it's all like very flat and boring. But some of this just randomly hits me is stuff like, oh yes, Titus is one of the last people to wake up. It's like, I feel like he should be first. I feel like he should be awake already. Like he's the one that feels responsible for everybody. He's a leader and everything, but he's awkwardly like, oh, I guess we gotta get up. Yeah,
even though I just did this big speech that we need to work, I guess I have to get up.
Potential counterpoint to that is that he is an alcoholic, which the film makes clear in the first one.
It's so funny you were saying that because I was like, what? I don't remember that at all.
Yeah, well, I say it makes clear. It's like the only thing that we see him do, but like, yeah, I don't really quite know how that works. But
does that get a payoff in this at all?
Yeah,
maybe
it does.
he's detoxing.
So basically what happens is that during the grain montage, and I'd forgive everyone here for just zoning out during that because it's a fucking grain montage. We see that he looks into like a thing of water, and he's looking at his like booze bottle that he carries on him. And the implication there is like, oh, okay, maybe he's considering, drinking water instead of drinking alcohol. And if they had left it at that, then it would be like, okay, he's taking this a little bit more seriously. He's going to stop drinking because he hadn't stopped drinking on that particular morning. But then what they do is in a later scene when they have the backstory round table, Cora says, basically just straight up explains it. It's like, hey, Titus, I noticed you're not drinking your alcohol anymore. It's water. And they, that no faith in the audience at all. Had they just left it with that shot of him looking at the water and then looking at his alcohol,
well, we see him fill it up. He spits out the alcohol and then fills it up with water. So
yeah. Well, even then, like that's more blatant than how I remembered it. But even if you just leave it there, you don't then need to have a character address it.
I was also going to say,
they make fun of it almost.
Part of why I wasn't like aware almost of this is because I don't think they have his attitudes or his approach to this whole movie reflected of it at all. Like there's those little pieces you're mentioning, but the broad, like, if you take away like every action everyone does, he's the leader. He's the one that gets everyone together, understands what they're doing, orders everyone to do this, that, the other. It's like, it feels weird to have him have that role if he's supposed to be dealing with alcoholism. Like, you'd think there would be more to do with that sort of thing. But then again, I am talking about a Zack Snyder character, so it's just like,
do we know how much time has passed, and did he get the DTs? What's his detox like? What's the alcohol like?
And this is a character who on his introduction is told, hey, have you maybe considered revenge? And then he thinks, oh my God, no, I'd never thought of that one before. I've just been wallowing here in my alcoholism. I'd never thought revenge might be a good idea. Yes, I'll go and do that. Like, there's not going to be extensive character work for anyone in this movie.
But like that scene, you would have thought maybe like that scene would be the evidence that that Zack would need to convey to the audience that he is now putting his old ways behind him, and he's no longer going to be an alcoholic. Because then he also goes on to partake in the fight at the end of the first film. And the way that ends is he gives his little rousing speech to, I can't remember exactly what it is, but it's, he seems fully on board with fighting back and avenging his fallen soldiers, which is what his backstory is. But then in this film, they're like, no, he's still an alcoholic. And then he changes his mind during this film.
Wouldn't you do the contrast of, like, he's okay-ish at getting everything together, but he's still kind of out of it, he's still making mistakes and stuff, and then another character's like, you gotta, the people need you, you gotta get rid of this shit and, like, toss the bottle, That's sort of, like, what I'm talking about is 101 character stuff. Like, not anything special.
Maybe he starts giving his plan, because he gives the villagers their plan to, strap the grain to the sides of the buildings. Maybe he starts that plan, and then he kind of, he can't finish it because he's drunk too much that morning or whatever.
Yeah.
And then one of the other characters has to kind of sit him down and jump in and finish the plan. Because then you don't even have to make it explicit. You don't have to have the characters have a conversation and say, man, you got to stop drinking or whatever, even though obviously Zack Snyder said they're going to do that. And then you can slowly have him sort of become more sure of himself and more confident and more driven to actually defend the villages.
It feels like it would be more effective, but why would we even try that? There's no point.
Slow motion. Holy shit.
Yeah, well,
what the hell
so
was he thinking?
we are at the grade part. It's so fun that one of those first shots of Gouda like blowing on the grade. just like, oh, look at it. Ooh. I guess when they were filming this, they must have thought like, it'll look good. He knows what he's doing. He'll look good.
It's basically a music video. That's pretty much what it is.
I would argue this is one of the most made fun of things that I've seen about this movie being talked about so far. Just the fact that there's this huge, and this is one of
good.
It's not even the only sequence, right, of graining.
No, this is the first
like
of
3
4 or 5. Yeah,
there are 3, and if you add them together and remove the bits that they cut away from, there is 5 minutes of this film is grain. and there's
ridiculous.
there's no character stuff. Well, no, that's a lie. There's a couple of tiny character moments within it, like the bit that we just mentioned with Titus, drinking water instead. But apart from that and one other, you got 5 minutes of, and then they got grain. Like that's it.
I think you got Nemesis looking at this little boy who's kind of nice to her. It's
that's
like,
prepping the big arc, of
I don't know if this is a hot take, and I don't know if you want to wait to have this discussion, but I think Nemesis is the best character in this film.
Really?
I would
can
say
already
so.
imagine what your argument would be for that.
Okay. Well, bear in mind what we're comparing her to here.
Yeah,
like the reason why
she's the least broken. That's probably what you're gonna say. Like,
partly, but like maybe it's because I'm just in shock because in Rebel Moon 1, I think she's probably the weakest character. She literally, after she joins with Korra, she has one single line of dialogue.
Mm-hmm.
You learn because I basically went back in and I checked. She literally says, "What will they do now?" right at the end of the movie. And that's it. You learn nothing about her. And then in this, you've got 2 little character moments. You have an emotional payoff, which is more than you can say for basically any of the other characters. That's the short version of my argument, but I might elaborate when we get there.
I sort of agree up to a point, except that her characterization in this movie sort of contradicts her characterization in the previous one, which would be my criticism of that. Which is so like I've actually got the script for part 1 up. The most extended line of dialogue she has after she kills the weird Spider Queen woman, and she says, "There's no honor in this. This could easily be any of you lying here in the gutter of some forgotten world in the name of revenge. Revenge is bad." Later in the film, of course, revenge is good. And in this movie, she says, "I've become revenge," which is sort of, again, not exactly in keeping with her bare bones characterization in the previous one. There is a bit of a payoff in the sense that her shtick is that she lost her kids, I suppose, to the mother world that was introduced in part 1. So
simplest arc
they spawn
ever.
a random magical child in this one in order for her to sort of pay that off. I don't know that that's any stronger necessarily than Korra's with the generic boyfriend guy, Guna, because her shtick is that she was told to fall in love and then her boyfriend died on the battlefield, so she doesn't like love, and then she falls in love with him, and then he dies in this film. And I say it's basically the same thing. It's just all they've done is just remembered the one thing they've established and reminded us of it.
We're at the point where I could be like, Farmer Man is the best because he wants to defend this place and he does. Like, yeah.
No, I absolutely
all keep
hear
mentioning
you.
these bits from the first movie. It's like, oh yeah, that did happen. The weird Spider Queen thing. I was like, fuck, that did happen.
He's the only one who thought to like save the child while everybody was watching Nemesis fight the Spider Queen.
Mm-hmm.
Like he did the one human thing in a very inhuman movie. I think you guys are digging. There's nothing to this at all. And I know you have to. You have to find something. You have to find a grain of humanity in this.
Grain.
Nice.
Grain, huh? You like that? I didn't even mean to do that. It was totally unintentional. But Zack Snyder directs. These are like 3 hour, 2 hour, soon to be 4 hour trailers. That's all they are. Like there's no substance to it. Like you watch the trailer for Rebel, we reacted to it on Real BBC for like an hour, and I felt like there was more in that trailer than there was in this movie. So it's bad. It's really bad. It's worse than Sucker Punch.
It's way worse than Sucker Punch. Yeah,
we can fix that one though, so don't worry.
You
about
can fix it, yeah.
You can fix it.
While
fix all his movies.
While Grain Slow-Mo Scene 2 is playing, Metal has posted a tweet that says, Zack Snyder, when asked why Rebel Moon has so much slow motion, quote, the obvious answer is slow motion is awesome. The use of it is a way to just embellish heroic moments that our heroes go through.
Okay, like grain and throwing grain. Here we are, right? I'm watching it right now in the little.
Let's not forget the slow-mo sausage in Snyder Cut.
Oh god,
slow-mo sesame seed.
Yes.
No.
He's an interesting man. That's his choices.
We haven't.
There they are.
Talked about it, because now I'm thinking about it just because of observations about his filmmaking. The fucking blur. I don't know what is going on with like this camera that he wants to use now.
Dude.
Yeah.
Like,
I think it's just broken. He just doesn't want to admit it.
Well, no, it is. Well, the one he used, the lens he used for Army of the Dead is it's a rare lens that's broken that gives a certain depth of field. He does a whole video on it.
I mean, it's like it's blurry, it's distorted. There's like chromatic aberration sometimes. It's really really strange.
I'll get to the part that's like one of the worst, because me and Fringy watched this wonderful film together, and we really picked it up with the sort of peace talk part at the beginning. Not peace talk, like negotiations part. Particularly whenever it had a shot of Korra and you could see Gunnar in the background. Look at this fucking shit. I can't I can't stand watching this fucking movie when it gets this ugly. This is Army of the Dead all the time, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Dude,
God, Army of the Dead. Jesus Christ.
There is a long slow motion scene of Titus dipping his canteen in a fucking bucket of water. In a barrel of water. I'm watching it right now. I'm like, this thing goes on forever. Like, look, he's drinking water now.
It's grating. It's like annoying. It's annoying to look at.
It's so fucked.
We can only be thankful it's not as bad as Army of the Dead, or whatever.
Army of the Dead was like so persistently does it, whereas
I mean, Rags keeps saying it when we talk about it. He mentioned that he had to just look away from the screen just to see that things are not blurry all the time.
Yeah, just to recalibrate his eyes.
Just be like, what does it look like? Looking at things normally look like? Because he looks like a dream demon right now, Gunnar. He's all fucked and he's like kind of spooky, Slender Man style. And you're like, why is this happening?
I don't know, man.
If you want to know, go on. I was just gonna say, if you want to know what the world looks like to me without my glasses on, watch Army of the Dead. That's pretty much it.
I was just gonna mention, like, I don't know, the fact that it was starting with Army of the Dead that Snyder became the cinematographer for his own films.
Yes,
it's fascinating to me. It really kind of like recontextualizes, I don't know, feelings about prior films that he made that had some nice looking shots.
Inclined to share the shots of 300, Watchmen, and his DC projects than they have been with these three.
Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Like 300, I think looks great, and I think that the slow-mo in 300, and the slow-mo in 300, I think is really it's used generally pretty well. Like it's not used at inopportune times or inappropriate times, and it's also it helps build part of the, I guess, comic book or graphic novel, I guess, visual style that it's going for.
You know what's sad is
I think
I watched the Slow-Mo Guys' video with Zack Snyder. It came out pretty recently, actually. I remember seeing it was 10 hours ago when I was watching it, so I think it was like yesterday.
Really? I didn't see that.
It's really... I had feelings of some kind when he was explaining how he cracked this for 300 because it was a commercial for Gatorade, where that's where he was doing. He cracked this in the first place. That someone said like they wanted him to, film it in normal motion, but then when the guy like gets tossed the can of Gatorade, he wants to zoom into the can and slow mo. And Zack was like, that's not like we need two different lenses at once, and so we can't really do that. And so he had like a split focus lens or something, so he had two of them running at the same time, which means he can seamlessly switch between them when he needs the particular shot. And anybody thinking back to 300, he uses it over and over again, where it's like you can see normal view, and then when something interesting happens, it'll slow down, zoom in, and come back out and do it. And it's a style thing that I think can be used in such a way that would really accentuate certain parts. As was mentioned, it's like there's parts in 300 that look pretty fucking cool. There's no need to deny that in any way, shape, or form. But somehow he's gotten worse. Like
I think it's like it feels like a crutch. Like he'll go out and shoot a bunch of stuff in slow motion and be like, yeah, this will just be footage that I can find some way to use to like. It's like he doesn't. It's like he doesn't trust his own ability to make a well composed shot unless it's in slow motion and it holds on like a specific beat of action for 10, 15 seconds.
It's such a shame because the choices of what to slow down, that's something that almost every filmmaker has the choice to, like everyone's thinking about it at some point, maybe. It's like, will I slow that down? I could slow that down. Maybe I won't, maybe I will. But with him, it's just like, can it be slowed down? And it's like, yeah. But he's like, right.
Well, then let's do it. Let's have a slow shot of Titus using a pitchfork and running as he dumps some hay on the hovering wheelbarrow. It's like
the hovering wheel,
hovering wheelbarrow. Yeah, it's funny.
That they need a horse to pull.
Yeah.
So,
but don't you see?
It's like the coal thing. This is how you know
technology. It's wow.
It's how you know this was all made by the same guy, because you're like, oh, that's there. It's like nobody told him no. Nobody recommended anything. They were just like, yeah, let's do it.
No, but this will presumably mark the end of the era of just like of that where nobody says, you know what, that's a really bad idea, man.
Well,
like,
you know
probably shouldn't do that.
Between him and a few others, right, they've actually really damaged the notion of like we should get creatives, the writer directors that have absolute say, let them have their vision. It's like fucking hell, we're wasting a hell of a lot of money on this.
Patty Jenkins with Wonder Woman 1984 is like another pretty prominent example of you got to do whatever you wanted, and it was worse. It was worse than it was worse than at least Ares. Well, no, there were things in 1984 that were funny, but Ares, man, he was comedy gold.
Yeah,
Taika Waititi as well, working to damage it. Dave Filoni. I mean, if we can believe it. It's funny because it's something that I think everyone could agree with. It's like it just sounds like a good notion. We don't want to have focus groups. We don't want to have the community-based sort of like storytelling.
Then you get something like this, which is just this incredibly self-indulgent, like vanity project.
Yeah,
that just feels like a waste of an immense amount of resources that could have been used to make several really cool films.
It's like there's a difference between relying on a focus group and having, say, a writer's room or people around who are equivalently good at telling stories and equivalently invested in your story who can maybe give you advice on how to tell it better than you currently are. A focus group sort of implies that you're just saying, well, I'm going to play it by numbers, basically. We're going to try and please as many people as possible. And in trying to please everybody, we please nobody. Nobody wants that. Obviously, nobody wants that. But it's not a case of it's either my way or the focus group. There is a nice happy middle ground in there.
There is.
Not only is there a nice happy middle ground, there are good and bad of both of those. As in, like, we can get focus groups movies that are probably like okay, and then we can get the insightful and visionary movies that are just absolute crap.
It's just like how games, when they're play tested, it's like, yeah, sometimes that can yield really good results, sometimes it can yield bad results. It really depends on how you interpret and use the information.
Well, because it's as simple as if you have as many as 2 directors and 10 writers and 15 producers on set. It's like, oh, this sounds like a nightmare. It's like, what if it produces a really good movie? It's like, oh, I guess in that case they all cared. Yeah, we were lucky enough that they all gave a shit.
The Simpsons movie, that's a good fucking movie. That's a funny movie. You know how many writers worked on that movie? I think it's like 8. Yeah, the screenplay was written by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 writers.
Gary
So
Kurtz,
I just checked.
great producer.
The Rebel Moon and its sequel had 3 writers, one of whom is Zack Snyder. And one of the other two is a guy called Shay Hatton. I don't know if any of you recognize his name.
Not off the top of
Because
my head.
he is at least partially responsible for the screenplays for Army of the Dead, Army of Thieves, John Wick Chapter 3, and John Wick Chapter 4.
God.
So,
Mm,
yeah, the third guy is responsible partly for 300, 302, and Atomic Blonde. Like, Atomic Blonde's okay, but that's it. Like, that's the best you got.
Well,
Well,
you can add Rebel Moon
Well,
to it now.
Yeah, we can.
When
I mean, I've heard worse. I mean, those 302. But I've heard worse. They
301.
could have gotten a writer from Captain Marvel. So
Yeah, that would be so great
Ugh.
for your project, would it? When Noble is getting ready to get back into the game, so to speak, I couldn't get over his fucking It reminds me of so many times we've come across this in media where I don't know what it is, but it's like they want to write the shittiest dialogue possible because they're like, I gotta make sure the audience understands they're not a good person. It's like, I got it. He says, by the old gods, I'll have you all court-martialed. Every one of you will die. I need none of you. In fact, I'll murder every one of you myself. I am the commander. Why are you standing there staring at me? Cowards.
What a clown.
He's such a worthless
yeah, I
character, and it's
mean-
not fair because the actor, he can do things.
Yes.
The way that the scene plays out, man, is so comical. Like how the doctor's like, "Hey, look, all right, we need to run more tests to make sure you're okay." And for this very unreasonable request, Noble just shoots him in the fucking head.
Yep.
Yeah, he's like, test, I'll show you a test. And then he like throttles him and shoots him.
He throttles him with one hand because at some point between part 1 and 2, and having been just recently reanimated, he's been given super strength. now.
superpowers. Yeah, I'm assuming he got them from being reanimated.
I don't
Maybe.
know.
Maybe
No, see, that's what I thought. But later we see a random soldier man also picking someone up with one hand and just on their throat.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
that-
Kind
I
of
think we're supposed to read
superpowers.
that like most of the soldiers or a lot of the soldiers have some kind of like technological
Yeah.
like cybernetic augmentation. Like, he's got a bunch of
Or
shit
a
plugged into the
drug.
back of his head right now.
Okay.
Well, it-
From memory, you've got the scene in part 1 where he like it's implied that he has sex with a tentacle monster.
Yes.
And in that scene, I swear he has a bunch of like Matrix style plugs on the front of his body, and they're not in this scene. Am I misremembering that?
No,
he
those
uses
plugs were there. I was
some
thinking about that with the scar.
Well,
yeah,
Scar was
but-
given
well-
by the Scargiver.
By the
Fucking
scar giver.
That's
You
right.
must be some
And-
kind
and
of
he-
scar giver.
It's so funny. He looks at it. He's like, you know what? I want this. This is cool. This makes me edgy. I'm a cool, edgy fella.
But the explanation that he gives doesn't make any sense. He says, like,
No.
leave the scar because she's the one who like gives scars. And the point of it, I think, that from what he says, is to remind him of the fact that Cora, like, gives scars, and that he has to fight her because she gives scars. And every time he looks at his scar that she gave him, he'll be reminded of the fact that he needs to beat her. Like, I think that's it. Like,
Something
that's
like that, yeah.
really bad, but I think
You
that's it.
summed it up pretty well.
Yeah.
It's so funny to me. We would have covered this probably when we were talking about this movie being on its way, but Scargiver is not a great name because it's just like you are famous for people not dying when they fight you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Give them
That's
cuts.
strange.
She also
Like,
doesn't. She also
That
doesn't
heel.
give a scar. Like, she's not, because she's. It's not like she left a scar on Belisarius or whatever, and when she was escaping from the attempted murder of the princess, she doesn't.
she kills
She
all those
isn't
guys.
a scar giver. Yeah,
Yeah.
she just kills them. She doesn't scar them.
Yeah, she's like the shoot. Yeah,
The
she
shoot
shoots.
giver.
The shoot giver.
She killed the princess, and it left a scar on the face of the mother world. That is obviously where we're going.
Ah,
I'm
it's
sure.
beautiful.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Now, we want to talk about giving Zack too much credit, Platoon.
Well, because that's the thing. If you're a random civilian in this insane world, you'd be like, "Why is she called the Scargiver?" It's like, because she kills people. All right, well, it's close enough, I
Okay.
guess. It's like, wait, but she scarred Admiral Noble. It's like, yeah, yesterday. Why has she been known as the Scargiver for like 10 years or whatever the fuck it's been? I don't know. It's such a fascinating world. I love it.
Also, again, small detail, which they actually contradict in part 1. It doesn't require part 2. When she like punches him to death, but then fails to, actually punch him to death, she like punches out a load of his teeth, but then his teeth are like back in his mouth.
Must have
Like
been.
there's a slow motion shot of his teeth flying out of his mouth, and then they're back.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah,
It's
yeah.
a good dental plan. They have a good
Yeah.
dental
Yeah, they
plan.
fixed them
Yeah,
up.
they regrew in the little cocoon thing that he lives in. That sort
Well,
of
Yeah.
weird
if,
dry sperm thing.
Just
Could be a
good old
clone.
cinematic language, if one could be pretentious enough to say it. If you're supposed to be like, oh shit, look how strong he is by being able to pick up this guy with one arm. He doesn't crush him with his hand and toss him into a wall, a la fucking Darth Vader. Instead, it drops him to the ground and then awkwardly waits for his subordinate to hand him a pistol to shoot them in the head. Doesn't that undermine the whole point? Like, I shot you. I'm fine now. Like, okay. So unnecessary, so funny. Like, just add it to the fucking big book of this is not how you make villains intimidated. Which, by the way, why would we ever find him intimidating when we said in the first film he got defeated by her and he's just going to be defeated again?
Yep.
But in this film, he actually beats her.
Well,
Like it. I mean, kind of. Like essentially, if not for another character's involvement, he wins.
otherwise
But this
known as he
time-
loses. But
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
he then loses, but yeah. It wasn't because of Cora that he lost, is what I'm saying.
I guess you're right.
Yeah, I was a little shocked when she was saved by a man, but then she got the kill shot, and then that man died.
Well,
So
the other
'Cause he's
man
white.
did penetrate him with a phallic-like weapon. The crypto, what is it called? The Kryptonia sword or something?
Cringe sword, I think. Is what
Yes.
it's called.
yes,
But
there you go.
The subtitles refer
Fringe
to
saber.
Nemesis's swords as Oracle blades, I think.
Oh my
Oracle
god,
blade.
Oracle.
Yeah,
blades.
I'm not
Good
joking. There are
God.
so many tiny details that you get in just from like looking at the subtitles for this film. It's insane. You hear like, you know, when the ship makes like a rumbly noise and it's off screen, it will tell you the name of the
Well,
ship.
Isn't there?
Yeah.
Isn't there like a guidebook that's available online that you can read?
There's
that
the Rebel
Zack-
Moon wiki.
yeah, yeah, essentially. But Zack Snyder tweeted about it like 2 days after Rebel Moon Part 1 came out and a day before everybody forgot about it.
You know how he's clearly susceptible to horribly bad ideas? Do you think you could like sabotage the film by just being the friend who's like, Zach, what about a sword that's powered by grain? Let's do that. Would mean so much because they're farmers, right? They would have grain powered weaponry, and he'd be like, would they? Yeah, they would. He's like, yes, yes.
They
Come on,
grew up
come on.
surrounded by grain. It's insane.
Zach, we need a scene where someone's loading their grain gun with grain bullets. Then you have to do it in
They put
slow-mo.
the grain into like a particle accelerator and
gun.
blast it through someone's head.
Zach, can we have a line where he says we'll shoot them with our defenses because the grain is
And
the
it's
defenses,
powered-
right?
Our
It's
greatest
powered-
defense is our greatest weapon. Yes,
It's powered
there's a
by
line in the film.
CERN, yeah, the grain CERN is powered by space burrows that are like walking in a circle too. Maybe a little coal too.
God,
This
shit
costs
sucks,
lots of
man.
money.
It costs-
Yeah.
Combined,
How
it
much
cost
was the
about
budget for this?
both of them combined was about $165 million.
Oh, that's so many Godzilla minus ones.
I know. That's what we need to gauge everything on. How many
Yeah.
Godzilla minus ones
Yeah.
did this cost?
Well, it gets even funnier if you say how many paranormal activities or Blair Witch projects, you know, that sort
Oh
of thing.
god,
yes.
yeah.
Oh yeah. That's
How many
true.
saws?
How many stores could we have gotten?
Well, 165 of them, I think.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
guess so.
I would go for 165 saws if Hoffman's in all of them. That'd be fucking great.
The Hoffers, let's go.
I might be misremembering, but doesn't he like kill someone with like a really hot cup of coffee or something? I swear that happens in one of the
He-
later films.
Yeah, so in Saw
Tosses-
6, he's about to get found out, so he tosses some coffee at a lady, and then slits some guy's, like, jugular, and then he stabs, like, a power outlet, and it knocks out all the lights, and then he uses the person who... He uses a lady as a human shield to block the bullets from the person who he threw coffee
Fringy's
on.
explaining
and
why
then-
Hoffman is the best character, by the way.
He is. I remember
Well, personally,
in 7 when he breaks into the police station, he just keeps stabbing people in the neck.
Like, I seriously feel like they will not have understood the assignment if we don't see him do that at least once in the next film.
Yeah, we need to see him do that. Yeah, definitely. We need to see him use the reverse bear trap again. Like he needs to bring it into a fight scene and like slam it onto some guy's head in the middle of the fight scene with like 5 seconds left on the clock, and then it explodes with teeth.
I'm in
Do
for
it. Saw 11. It got delayed to next year, and I'm sad.
Oh, really?
Aw.
No.
I think it's coming out next year now.
You gotta hurry,
my
Shane.
only
That
joy in
won't be
life.
around forever.
Saw 10 was very fun.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Guys, we're supposed to be talking about the Scargiver, okay?
I don't
Oh,
want
Yeah,
no.
you gotta, because the next scene up is the town hall
grain.
where
It's more
the
grain, actually.
Brain.
Yeah, that's true. We're not through the
Oh
grain
yeah,
yet.
sorry. Yeah, we got more of the slow mo grain. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. There's
It's so
No.
funny to be like,
slow-mo
Zach, you
grain.
know, we could just say this happened. We don't have to. And he's like, no.
Yeah.
Like,
We need to
okay.
show it.
We need to see them. See
So-
this is building
Cinema.
character.
At least do
and
it all
theme.
at once or something. I don't know why we keep cutting away into the grain, but the editing is fucking weird in this movie, by the way.
It
It's
is.
just all over the place.
I thought the grain thing was finished. Like when we cut away from the first one to go to the ship, when you have Admiral Noble being
Yes.
revived, it's like, okay, well, at least we're done with the harvest, right? Oh fuck, no, we're not. We're back. It's still going.
No, we
It's
got more.
nighttime.
Yeah,
They're
that's what-
still going.
I couldn't
We didn't
believe it. Like the third time happened, I stopped the movie. It's like this can't be happening. I know I said it
So-
before. It's just so dumb. It's
I
just
wasn't-
wrong.
I wasn't exactly sure when I should bring this up, but I'm still not entirely sure that I understand why they gathered the grain. Because the explanation that they give is that they're gonna like strap all the grain to their houses, so that way it will like disincentivize the Imperium from just nuking them from orbit.
Yeah.
But the concept of nuking from orbit, that's not a precision weapon, which means that if they were to nuke the village from orbit, it has a blast radius. It would hit all the grain anyway, because the fields are like right
Yeah.
next to their houses, which means they could just not harvest the grain and it still serves its purpose.
Well, you got that. You got they could have faked the grain, like I said. They didn't need to actually get it. They could just say they have it, unless they actually have instruments that can tell the difference between sand, soil,
Well,
and
you're
grain.
right. That shockwave is an important one because yeah, if there was a big shockwave, it would destroy all of the wheat.
Yep.
And then instead of spending 3 out of your 4 days farming, you could have spent 4 out of the 4 days training.
Or running away.
Or that, yeah.
Mhm.
Dude, I want to
That's
see
right.
that movie where they finally arrive and they're like, right, time for the negotiations. They're like, not here, sir. And he's like,
No
where are
one's
they?
there.
We don't know. Okay,
Oh,
well,
bro credits.
that's that, I guess.
When you guys know how to farm wheat, and then you got a slow-mo scene of all of the Imperium soldiers farming wheat. It's a big farmer.
Yeah, 'cause we-
Man.
we're doing
by the
the-
way,
they
sort of
stop
defeats the
milling
whole
it,
thing
right?
anyway.
That's another slow-mo scene where they're doing that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they milled everything.
Doesn't fucking
Right,
stop.
Turning it into bread. But like, but
But
the
this-
probably like part one actually said they say, well, we will give you robots to do the harvesting for you. But like, if you've got the robots, then why do you need the villagers? Just use the robots and get it yourself. So you don't need these people.
That is funny, by the way.
yeah.
You can write a laundry list of how out of character, how assassinated Anthony Hopkins' robot is in this movie. Like he's
Oh,
he
supposed
just
to be a good
hangs
man,
out with
but he
his
doesn't do
fucking-
anything except in one moment of one scene. Like that's it.
Yep.
It's
So-
so
yeah,
funny.
because we just keep seeing him standing off in the mountains, just watching them do all this hard work.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he
So
can do it
also
for
at
like
the-
free.
At the end of the film, he the robot learns that Cora is the one that he's there when Titus explains that Cora is the one who attempted to kill the princess, and the robot is entirely like he was pre-programmed to want to protect the princess, but he never could because he wasn't there to do so. And he's just learned that Cora tried to kill the princess, but doesn't care.
No.
Nope.
It is. I don't even think Zach thought.
It's
that.
cool.
Like, yeah. Like, I shot her. I killed her, as far as I was concerned. And the robot's like,
It
Did
just
they,
snaps in
you-
there.
did they
Yeah.
just? I still don't know why they just fucking reprogrammed the robots to not have that weird setting anymore, where they just randomly
Well,
start
considering
fighting you.
how they're immensely valuable, I think it was Garrett on
Yeah.
FNT that said, "Could you at least get their armor and put it on
Yeah.
people?" It's fucking amazing.
Something.
Oh, yeah. In part two, the robot is essentially bulletproof, whereas in part
Impervious
one,
to small
they
arms.
they pretty much show that that isn't the case because the
Yeah.
one of the guys shoots it and it falls over like immediately.
Yep.
No,
He was training in a cave.
wrong.
Got
That was a
stronger.
special gun.
It was a
He
special
drenched
anti-robot
himself.
gun.
He drenched himself in elk blood, and that's
Yeah.
made him impervious.
Yes.
God damn it! I could actually see that happening in the extended version.
In
That
the
is-
extended scene where we get a slow motion shot of him grabbing the guts and ripping them out in slow motion and then smearing them on his face. And then we're like, well, you see, this is meant to be an allegory for, I don't know, fuck, what would it be for?
Elk. He has the
Elk.
horns. So he's now
This
one
is
with
nature.
the planet.
Nature
Yeah.
is cruel, but the
Na-
cruelness can mean the preservation
Strongness.
of life or something. There you go. Yeah, we got it.
Beautiful, really. Yes, they're coming back from completing their grain adventure. Finally, it does feel like a relief when you know that that's like coming
we
close to
skipped
happening.
over the second phone call where
Oh
the
yes,
guy Cassius finally says like, "I haven't heard from Bob," and then the guy's like, "Oh yeah,
Oh,
they're
yeah,
busy.
he's,
They're busy.
Yeah.
They're busy. They've been working."
you want him to do
the farmers.
the Toy Story meme where he's like Bob, and then he holds up like an arm, and he's like, "Hey, I'm Bob. How are you doing?"
That would be pretty
Yeah.
amusing. It would make this film twice as good as it is right now. Like it would double its quality if they just had that.
I mean,
Does
they
there
could have
mean-
fixed that problem in film 1, though. Like, if they wanted to, because they could have. It would still be really lucky if this happened, but at least it would kind of line up. If they established that Private Aris, the guy that he's speaking to, was the comms guy, then it would make sense for them to be communicating with him. And it would be really lucky that, okay, well, it's lucky that the comms guy is the only one
Yeah.
of them that isn't a rapist. But at the very least, it would make sense.
It's so convenient he's not a rapist.
Yeah, he's conveniently not a rapist. If he was, then the film doesn't happen.
But it's because of this conversation that they're like, "Oh yeah, he's defected." It's like, what do you mean? You said in the first scene of this movie that Cora was on Velt. So why the fuck do you keep having these phone calls?
Right?
You already know that I mean, I guess all that you learn is this one soldier has defected, but how beneficial is that to you, really? I mean, you would have to assume that something must have gone wrong there if you believe that she's there and are heading there. Unless, like, we're meant to conclude that up until this point, they actually thought that the garrison was still assembled and that they were still chill. Even though, why would he think that? She assembled, like, her, 7 samurai to go back.
The
Like, at this point, it should be a foregone conclusion that all of the other guys are dead and they've got their weapons.
Oh, they should absolutely know that they have their weapons, but the only way that they can think that Cora hasn't killed them all, basically, is if they believe that Cora snuck out of the village to go and gather her samurai and left the rapists to do their thing. Which, why would they think that Cora would do that?
These are difficult questions to answer. Okay.
I know they're questions I don't want to answer, but Zach's making me ask them.
The impression I got from this scene was that moment where you're talking about something for a while because you haven't figured out an obvious thing, and then a friend goes like, "Oh yeah, you're saying all that because of this," and then you're like, yeah, actually, yeah, I knew all of that the whole time." Like the noble is like, it's clear they've they've all been wiped out or whatever. The guy who's been on the phone this whole time is just sort of agreeing with him, like, obviously. I noticed that myself. I definitely did. But the implication then, of course, is like, wait, did you? Did you actually fuck this up? Like, and how? Whatever keeps the story going. Because, of course, I think even Zack was like, the audience is going to find it weird that they've only ever spoken to this guy. Especially when he's such a low rank, it's so weird that they've only spoken to this guy. If only he had that thought about other things in the film, but oh well.
But also, they should have had Cassius realize that, like, oh shit! If the platoon is not little platoon, if the rapist platoon, if they're all dead, then if
Little
they're all
Platoon's
dead,
alter ego.
Rapist
oh no!
Platoon.
If Cassius realizes that those guys are all dead, then that means that he should be like, shit, I've warned them that we're going to be here in 5 days' time, which means that we should expect some kind of resistance. But that is never mentioned. He doesn't acknowledge that he's obviously told them that they're coming when it really should have been a surprise.
Also, did they call back home when they weren't sure that Noble is actually going to survive? They're like, yo, she almost stabbed him. She's probably back on the moon. Like, shouldn't the Mother World know anyway that she's here and send more people just in case?
Well, again, he said, that's a good point. Why wouldn't they send even more ships to go get her if this is the #1 biggest fugitive?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, at this point, the idea that the grain matters at all is pretty insane.
It's insane.
Stupid.
It's absolutely insane.
Presumably, they would be utterly indifferent to getting the grain if it means that they can capture her, which is funny because eventually they decide that that's the case, but not after having already lost hundreds of soldiers for the fucking grain.
Well, that's arguably the reason, right? It says, well, we got less mouths to feed now with grain.
That's basically why I assumed that they needed the grain, because they didn't have enough food to get back to the Mother World. Like, that makes sense. It's really dumb, but like that's the only way that I could make that make sense.
Yeah, shame they contradicted it right at the end of the movie. But I was thinking like rewriting it on
Well,
the
well, well-
fly. What happens if like so Cassius like mails Space Twink Alpha and says, "Hey, Cora's on the moon. Go capture her." And then they use her as the kind of ruse to try and lure the Motherworld into this trap. And then it's a kind of a game of double bluffs as to whether or not they know that they've been betrayed. But they think that okay, Cora is the thing that they're after now. So we're gonna use Cora to lure them into this trap, and then the grain is completely gone. We don't need. Then again, we'd lose like such wonderful lines as Titus saying the grain is the most powerful weapon you have. So maybe the film would be worse for this, but I still think it would make more sense if they'd used Cora as bait.
It's funny, I just can't entertain the idea that they actually need that grain, because they're like, what, miles away from a town? It's like, can you not get any supplies from there? That are probably more so than this settlement that hasn't even processed the grain yet?
The first film established that no, they can't, which means that if you buy that, then I think that the stretch to say that there is not enough food on the King's Gaze for them to get back to the Motherworld, I don't think that's too much of a stretch, but I completely understand that what I'm saying is monumentally stupid. Like, I totally get it.
What, the King's Gaze relies on this tiny settlement on some random moon to feed them?
Yes, because that is one of the prerequisites for the plot of these films happening. So if you buy that, then I don't really consider it to be another step to suggest that they literally don't have the food to sustain themselves.
Just another thought as well. Maybe they can't go to anywhere else to get more food because they don't have enough coal to get there.
Oh no!
They can open up the space vagina.
Yeah, well, they got to go to the other moon of Velt where the settlement of coal miners are.
Yes.
Oh, those are the ones with the coal guns, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And that's where the bullet giver is, the one that shot the other important person. It's this whole thing.
Also, I like how all these how they just assume they still even need the grain because it's been, I don't know, a week, 2, maybe 3. Like, why would they assume they still need the grain at this point?
Why do you think Zack decided to make it grain? Because
that is a good question.
He could have made it. Well, when I say grain, I mean food, like period. Because he knows that the ship runs on coal, which means that it could have been like a farm of, it could have been a bunch of coal miners, and then the plot remains the same. It could have run on oil, and it's a bunch of people like farming quote unquote oil, and the plot remains the same, and you don't have to ask the question.
Make it, an obtainium or whatever, some really important thing that is only found on several moons or some bullshit, and it could actually start to make sense. Like it's like, okay, a material that can only be okay.
Yeah, like something to power their fusion drive or whatever it is, and that's why they specifically came to Velt, because they're like, this is what we broke our engine in a fight with the rebels or whatever, and this is the only planet in range for us to get fusion drive and obtainium.
In seconds already makes way more sense than what he wrote.
Yep.
You could say there's a grain of potential there.
But then we wouldn't be able to have slow-mo grain montage.
No. Or we can do slow-mo coal mining or whatever.
Yeah, mining.
I suppose, yeah.
Zack, you can get muscly, sweaty men, mining some coal. Get in there, buddy.
Yeah, it doesn't hold up. It's pretty hard to. I appreciate you guys trying to make sense of this fever dream, but Jesus, I'm watching this, and I just fall back to what Mahler said. Leave. You have a giant. Cora's ship crashed in the mountains that they just left there. I guess they didn't need the tech from it. And there's this giant mountain range you can hide in. It will give you the high ground. You can just hide there. There's probably caves. They obviously have
Gary. They can dig super fast, so we'll just dig a bunch of stuff.
Yes, really fast. And they have game, right? They not grain. They have game. They have this big chunk of meat that Titus sings a song next to. So you got food.
Contact the rebels and be like, "Get us out of here, please. We're all about to die."
You could. They would show up late.
They would show.
So.
Oh, that was so funny. I can't believe they did that.
That was the funniest part. That was the funniest part of this. I got to ask you guys, like, did you laugh more in the first one or the second one?
Oh, second.
Second, for sure.
Probably the second. I don't remember a lot about the first one.
I think so.
I did have a bit of losing my mind laughing in terms of just like no one should be writing a script so childish. Like this is so nut because we're almost at the scene, the famous character scene. We're getting there. I was gonna say, is the next one now the where they've sewn
The town hall, the village.
Yeah.
Yep.
They've got like a bunch of towels that they're giving them. Like,
She
here's
gives
some
some
towels,
lip.
and they have some symbols on
they
them.
have meeting, and it's just like, have we got time for this?
Well, it's funny because she gives like this big rehearsed speech, which is really like it's so distracting how like it's like this clunky long
Felt real
soliloquy,
scene.
Mhm.
That's what
and
it is.
it's like it's not like a real person is talking. It's like this is an actress reading the lines off of the script.
I also
Like,
just don't
these
believe
lines
Off
it.
of cue cards.
This
Yeah.
seems like a scene where you're like 5 movies in, or like 5 episodes or whatever, and they had like all these adventures together and know each other very well, and this village they know. But there's like 4 people they've seen for the first time in these last 5
Yes.
days, and they're
Yeah,
like,
they've been
"Oh,
there for
you're
3
the
days."
powerful wolf man, and you're the
Yeah,
quick
well, we have to mention
Sonic
that.
or whatever." I don't
Like,
know.
That was
So-
my takeaway. It's
Or-
like she already knows more about these characters than we do.
We
and
do,
spent
yes.
way
Yes.
more time with them.
There's so much
You know,
over familiarity.
Fire
This
of
was-
resistance that burns in the heart. Everyone's like, oh, fuck off. I don't understand how you know this.
yeah.
It was this scene where I just kind of held my head in my hands and just cried a little bit because I was just like, it made clear to me what I think is possibly the main problem with the Rebel Moon movies is that the character development is only ever implied. So
Yes,
Right.
this scene basically implies that we, the audience, have learned about the characters, and that the villagers have also learned about them since their arrival during the grain harvesting montage. But instead of actually giving us any kind of meaningful, or no, I'm not even going to say meaningful. Instead of giving us any character development period or exploration of the characters themselves during those scenes, we just get slow motion montages of harvesting grain, and then we cut to this
and then
scene.
the next scene, they declare
Yeah.
their growth. They
Yeah,
declare that they have changed.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They're telling us that this has happened, and basically, it's a payoff without a setup. He skipped to the end of the character relationships, basically.
Yeah, you're right. It is really funny that you just have the farm girl like, all right, let me give you some towels that have images on them that are just open declarations of like what you are, essentially in the views of the villagers and Snyder, obviously. Like, because Titus gets one with some mountains on it, and Tarek, the guy who jumped on the griffin thing in the first movie, he gets one with an elk. Milius, who's like the cringe, the rebel girl who screamed and had a funny face when she did it, like she
The
gets one
Hamburglar.
with the sun on it. And then Nemesis gets one with lightning on it. Gunner gets one with a heart on it, and Cora gets one with a fucking wolf on it because, like,
Mhm.
man, Snyder, your imagination running wild. Look, she's a wolf.
So there's
Mhm.
How come like terrible screenwriters can't think of any other symbolic animal other than a wolf or a lion? Why is it never anything but a wolf or a lion?
Give her the slug towel. Do it.
Yeah, do it.
you are slow and boring like a slug.
That would be pretty funny. That would be that would be super funny if it's like you are a frog, you sit in the water and you munch on bugs. That's who you are. Here you go.
They could have actually pulled a joke out of it. It could have been a rare moment of levity, like intentional levity, because they could have said, like, Tarak, you have an untamable spirit and undeniable nobility, like that of the forest slug. And then he's just like, wait, what the fuck? I'm a slug? And then one of them has to explain to him, no, we revere the slugs because they're really like tough and they can survive in all climates, and or something like that. Some kind of like cultural misunderstanding that leads to a moment of levity. Could have done that, but no, it's Tarak, you're like an elk because you're strong and shit.
It's just, why can't I don't know. I'm still just stuck on, it's like, see, she's like a wolf. Why is it that like the only animals that will ever have any like symbolism in terrible movies is either going to be a wolf or a lion or an eagle?
Yeah.
It's never any other animal. I like, when do you ever even see something like as simple as, oh, you're like a peregrine falcon or something? It's always wolf, lion, or eagle.
Well,
Always.
also this is science fiction. There are science fiction creatures in I can't remember what they're
Yes.
called, but the
Yeah.
like space horses. They could have said like you're a blumble or something, and they're like they
the
have to
fierce porg, you know.
yeah,
Well,
and then they have to again explain what it is because they're unfamiliar with it.
I like that they gave up with the sci-fi animals thing because they begin
Yeah.
with like by calling the space horses something else, and then they thought, well, fuck it, they are actually just elk. And they But you
Oh,
might as
yeah,
well
there's
just do.
people mentioned,
You
right,
are
and
you are like the chicken. And you fly sometimes and you eat grain,
And you smell
there's-
delicious.
and
Yep.
occasionally you go, "Buk, buk, buk, ah," and it's really
Eat
amusing.
bug out of cow feces.
The
Bugs.
funny thing is, like, we're making memes of it, but it's like you can make it. Isn't this kind of what Dude does? You know, the whole
Yeah,
kangaroo
we're doing
mouse
that with
thing.
the little
Yeah.
mouse, which is
Please don't
cool.
let
That's
go.
cool. I like that. It's
Yeah.
as opposed to just going for the most boring choice ever. Of
Yeah.
like, it's I don't know. It reminds me of Dave Filoni, like, and him being like, yeah, wolves, they're pretty
Wolves,
cool.
yeah.
That's like, yeah, they
Party
are,
and
but
Skull,
there are
yeah.
many other animals that are also interesting and cool that exist, not just wolves and lions. God damn.
So
Yeah.
one
Should
bit
be-
of this that I do want to defend in the tiniest of ways, which by all means call me a moron for trying to do this. But I'm sorry,
Sorry,
man. I'm
Alex.
sorry. Yeah, so the one that they give to Nemesis is a storm cloud. They say that she is as fierce as a storm, and the storm is the mother of us all. Hence, obviously, like the mother parallel with her backstory. I'm not quite sure what the storm is the mother of us all means, but if we kind of blow past that, basically she gets quite emotional as the others start partying, which is, yeah, it's what you've got on the screen right now. Like she looks at the gift and she's kind of reflecting on what she's just been told, the fact that she's just been given a gift by someone who is relying on her to defend them, and that they're, I guess, recognizing that she is a maternal type figure. That's all I've got. And that is,
It's. I remember when we
Yeah.
were watching this, we were like, "Oh, sweetheart, you're putting so much work into such a
You're
shit film."
acting.
Like, this
I
is-
know,
this is not fair.
but
You're actually acting. But, like,
Yeah.
you have no material. Like, you are straining so hard to inject your character with any character at all.
It's
But
fascinating
the
to see
villagers, the
this
villagers
level
don't
of
know this
acting.
about her, right? That's the other thing, which is that we know that this is Nemesis's backstory, so we know that it's thematically resonant. The villagers don't know this because she doesn't talk to them about it at any point. Like the point of the later character roundtable scene is that they're all confessing things that they don't normally speak about. So the villagers are consciously tapping into a thematic thing for the sake of we who know it, but they have no reason to know it themselves, so they have no reason to be doing it.
Well, yeah,
I don't
this-
understand where they recognize it from.
Well,
The
yeah,
idea that she would be
it's,
considered like a mother figure after the grain sequence is bizarre. Like,
Mhm.
It's just Snyder speaking through the character
Yeah.
to just declare who these
Yeah.
characters are thematically. That's
Again,
what the scene is.
it's that the character development is implied. We have that tiny little like 20-second long bit where the kid goes to like tickle Nemesis's nose with a bit of grain,
Hmm.
and she like grabs it and he's kind of freaked out, and then she kind of like does this tiny little inkling of a smile.
Little smirk.
Yeah, and that's it. And like,
Yeah, she's like a mother.
Zack Snyder evidently thinks that that's enough to establish that there's going to be some kind of an emotional connection between her and the kids that are kind of fucking around with her and like poking her and trying to find out, what her deal is. And then he stops and doesn't do anything else.
Mhm.
Like he's missing the meat of the story. He's got the suggestion of an idea, and then he's got the payoff here where she basically gets emotionally overwhelmed because of the immense like motherly responsibility that she is having to take on.
He also does these things on the fly because I'm pretty sure none of these kids existed in part one. Like,
No, they didn't.
He needs this to happen so
No.
they just spawn children at some point in the intervening. Maybe kids just grow really fast on this planet.
Yeah.
Also, who is that
Faster than
boy's parents? Is the suggestion that he's an orphan? Because
No
if they
idea.
made that more explicit, then it could be like, well, that's why he's particularly attached to Nemesis. He's curious about her, and she kind of takes him in as like almost like an adoptive child in like
He
the
could
3
have
days that
been
they've known each other.
MODOK's son from because he dies in part one, doesn't he? And then
Yeah, they could have done
he
that.
could
Yeah,
be his orphan
Yeah.
son.
yeah. Maybe that's in the extended version. Who knows? But I
Maybe.
don't know why you wouldn't make that
I was kind
explicit.
of wondering
because-
where his parents were.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh well. But we got nothing.
Well, yeah,
of
then
that.
then we just get like a minute of them dancing, and then
Oh.
Titus sings a song.
Yeah, that
Oh,
goes
wow.
on for like another 3 minutes. Yep.
It does. It's just, yeah. And I imagine that Snyder's like, what do you mean I'm building character? And then if you ask how, I wonder what his answer would be.
Well, the words are all in another language, though. So
Yeah, I don't even know what
Yes,
he's singing
fucking-
Oh,
about.
and also,
Yeah,
Just
it's like
having
ding
a
wong,
shot of
ding
the
wong
robot
wong.
staring into the cosmos, and he does nothing with it. He wasn't even trying to do anything
should,
with it.
You need to show, I don't know how we managed to do it, but like Snyder made the night sky kind of like ugly looking. I don't even know how he accomplished it. Like, I don't know how he managed to make looking up at the night sky look garish, but he did it.
Yeah, look at that.
I don't get it.
Like a
Look
muddy
at that
puddle.
shit. What the
Ugh.
hell is that? Look at that. That's so lame. It's the sky. It's great as it is, and just like, yeah, let's.
Why are
let's
you
put in some
fucking up the
really ugly
sky,
looking
Zach?
What are you doing?
Come on, man. How did you do this? It's now. I'm getting real sad because I'm thinking about in Wall-E. It's one of my favorite
Oh, yeah.
shots in Wall-E when you see the galaxy reflected against his eyes as he's
Yep.
flying towards the axiom, and it's like, man, dude, that whole sequence is like, man, that's so good. Like, it's so good. Wall-E out in space for the first time, standing by the window, pointing out at the sky and looking at Eva like, hey, do you see this? Ain't this cool? Ah. And meanwhile, what do we got here? It's like, yeah, look at that ugly sky right there, huh? Yeah, what are you thinking about, Mr. Robot? Are
Yeah,
you
which
thinking
we-
about how you gotta wait until all of the villagers are dead before you finally try to help them?
I'm just waiting for the script. Robot Ex Machina.
God damn it. You just reminded me. So the robot, I don't know if you want me to wait, but the scene with the robot where he's talking to Cora, have we done that yet, or am I skipping ahead?
That's way later. That's
Okay.
that's right
Yeah.
before the battle.
I'll
That's
hold
right
off
before
then.
the
I'll
battle.
hold
Yeah,
off.
because
I'll
we're
wait
doing
until then.
we're setting up training them now, right? That's like the next step.
Yes, this is the final day of their preparations where they accomplish an inhuman number of things. in
To
a
be
day.
clear, to be
So
clear to chat,
crazy.
right? They are placing their bags of grain all over their buildings because that acts as a shield, and they're also creating like
That's been
sandbag
milled.
sort of chest high walls with them as well. It's so funny.
Yeah.
Yes. While digging an intricate set of tunnels all throughout the village.
Yeah.
Dude,
In a
those
day.
tunnels look clean as shit. They have like
Yeah, they're amazing.
support beams in them. I'm just like, you did this in like 1.5 days or something.
Well,
That's
they
not only
activated
did
their
you do it in 1.5
powers.
days, you did it while you were all being trained how to use weapons. You did it
Yeah.
while retrieving a ship from a crash site and doing maintenance on it. You did it while moving all of the grain and stacking it up in front of all of the buildings.
them
and
getting-
you did it while you were retrieving all of your ammo.
Yeah, them getting the ship is so stupid because they waste so many people to get there, but then it just works.
Yeah.
Maybe
it
you
just
should have
works.
just tried turning it on first before you just dragged everybody out.
Crazy that it
The ship
works.
is
It's been
just
sitting there for
confusing.
what they say is like 2 seasons, totally
Yeah.
exposed to the elements. It's even got pigeons fucking nesting in it, and it works.
And the premise is that it crashed on the planet. How did
Yeah.
it crash if it still works?
I
Yeah.
got nothing, man. Like if they had fixed that in the previous movie, they could have taken it to wherever they needed to go. Why? You know what I mean? Wasn't that the whole thing in the
Yeah,
first movie? They
it's
needed to
really
find
useful.
a pilot to get them to
Oh, shit,
places.
yeah.
Oh my god, you're right. Yes,
Yeah.
fucking hell,
Oh,
because
yeah.
because the reason why the plot of the first film happens, they find their pilot and he's like, yeah, I know some like, big dick rebels that can help you. And if they hadn't specifically met the pilot who knows that, then they would have gone straight to find the Blood Axes and General Titus. Tarak and Nemesis would not be in the film. So the only reason Tarak and Nemesis are in the film is because they forgot that they have a spaceship.
Yep. This
Stop
is
it,
what I
Zack.
mean. It actually makes me wonder if he wrote and like it's like he wrote the script for the part 1 and it was like locked in and he couldn't make any changes, and then he made like mistakes in part 2 that like almost stem from making a sequel to something where you set down, you established facts that you can't change that you then counter later on. Do you get what I mean? Like it's really
Yeah.
weird. It doesn't feel like it was all
Well, yeah,
written at
'cause
the same time because
you know-
why would this mistake be in there?
You know for a fucking fact he would have been like, how do I solve the fucking dreadnought ship thing? Like how do I beat this? Like what if they fly in there themselves with a ship? It's like, well, where would they have a ship from? It's like, I guess they could commandeer one, which by the way
That
would have
would
been
make
way
more sense.
smarter. Like, that would
Yeah.
make way more
Yeah.
sense. But no, he's like, no,
They
they
could've-
always did have one because she arrived on this planet at some point. Yeah, there we go. I did it. Oh, I'm smart.
It's really clunky how they did it as well, because if I remember correctly, there's a line where one of them says, "Yeah, when we first found it, it was like in very bad shape, but it still crashed at the same side." So there's like an implication that he maybe did some fixing to it, possibly.
Well, it's
maybe.
funny as well because he says, "How long has it been there?" And he says 2 seasons. It's like, is that cycle? How many
Yeah,
is
so-
that? What is 2 seasons to a cycle?
They
What
do
is-
that. Yeah, they do that like 2 or 3 times. There's like, oh, how long is a cycle? It's like, I don't know what that means, but thanks for the info, I guess.
I've only skimmed it. I think from what I recall from the novelized version, like it's Anthony Robotkins who fixes the ship, so it's always been there. But like over the course of, because like the narrative sort of dovetails with him. It's not very like explicit, but there's like little intersection chapters where like you just follow him on his little adventures, which are way more interesting than the actual story. But he sort of does these running repairs on the ship, so when they do need it eventually, it's like at least it explains why it didn't work before and does work conveniently now.
Well, it's amazing because
Which
the
super
film,
convenient.
she just goes in, turns it on, and is like, wow,
yeah.
it's on.
They removed some bird nests from the engines and just fired it up.
Yeah,
So
I
does
think they actually say, "Wow, it still works," which is like,
Yeah.
man,
Oh, okay.
shade,
That's
buddy.
convenient.
Does that mean
you
that
guys-
the robot is the hand of Zack Snyder frantically trying to make his plot work in universe? Like he's the robot is there and it makes sure that everything happens. Is
Well, no,
that
'cause
pretty much?
he can't even be bothered to do that in the film. It's whoever he paid to do the novelized version who had that very good idea.
Oh, okay, right. I was thinking maybe Zack originally came up with the idea and then just didn't film that because he figured, well, it's in the book, so who cares?
Yeah, maybe.
Or it'll be in the director's cut because that's a
I-
great excuse.
Yes, yeah.
It's like a completely different movie experience. Wow.
And you're going to watch it, aren't you, Gary? You're going to watch all the extended version.
Yeah. Well, at least for these two.
It'll be the new Lord of the Rings.
You say
I'm
these two
sure.
as if you're not going to watch it for the next 4? Come on. That'll be
It
Do you
is-
think
it
he's
is
going to
crazy.
get more? Do you think he gets his
I
six
don't think so. Nah.
his six movie
I feel
trilogy?
like the maximum is he gets one more, and that they would be like, if your next one doesn't reach like a particular threshold of something, we're finished. Like that's it.
Yeah.
Because I
There's
don't
no
buy
way
for a
he gets
fucking
more,
second
right?
that these get engagement. I just don't.
I mean, how could they? Nobody talks about them, and when they do, it's just very unfavorably for a couple of days.
They're seen as a joke.
There's no way that that's good enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, we are at the scene that
Oh, no.
I seriously think this might actually be like the worst storytelling accomplishment of his career. Like
This
it's
is
insane
so
to me.
awful.
It's insane that he thought that this was acceptable.
Everyone on Earth understands what is wrong with this instantly because it's like the baseline for the idea of telling a story. You do not do this ever. This is not how you do
Especially
this.
not after you had a scene where some random verse like, "Oh, you're all so cool. Here are these things that represent what you are." And then after this, you have like the exposition roundtable where you tell the audience more backstory. It's like, okay.
So yeah,
And
to understand what this is that Titus just says, let's have a group trauma dump session where we all relay our backstories to each other, and then it's accompanied by slow motion montages of their backstories, which, as has been mentioned many times, more or less the same story over and over and over again. It's insane.
also, it's 40 minutes into the second film. We're gonna let that one go.
That's unacceptable. It's
Like,
you can't do this.
It's so funny to think about how it starts. Titus just stands up and says, We have to explain our backstory so that we can trust each other. I'll go first. He sits down and starts talking, and then
I murdered all your families. That would have been funnier.
And like,
This is where the parody comes in, because they could all do like really horrible shit to each other.
Wait,
That would have been
well-
funny.
well,
This
the
should have
thing
been a
is-
comedy.
The thing is, he probably has done lots of horrible shit. I
Yes.
just don't believe he just said like, "I'm not going to attack this
Well-
capital this time." It's like, what?
To be crystal clear, when you write
Yeah.
a character and you want their history to be made very clear to the audience, and you imply it through their actions, their experiences, their reactions to different people, their involvement in different scenes, what they happen to know at what times, what they will share in certain scenes with certain people in certain ways, how they interact with any fucking average object even can give you so much about what they know and where they've come from and everything. That's hard. Like that's for a writer. It's like, fuck, that's work, you know. You've got to keep in mind everything about them. You got to make sure it's all consistent. You got to keep flagging it up. You got to make sure people see it. You got to try and integrate it into scenes in perhaps subtle ways. Sometimes not so subtle. It's okay. This is the easiest thing in the fucking world. This is just like, this is me. Hi. Next. This is me. Hi.
The
Next.
characters
This is
Muller.
me.
explain exactly
Remember-
what their story is and their motivations in the plainest terms possible.
Remember Hot Shots? Did you guys see Hot Shots?
Oh, it's been a long time.
It's been ages.
The whole
Yeah.
background about the father ejected from the jet, but he survived, and then he accidentally got some branches on his head, and they think it's antlers, and it's like, oh, my father shot you. We had you for dinner.
Yeah.
That's what they should have done.
One of the things this makes me think of is One Punch Man, where Janos is explaining his backstory to Saitama, and he's just like, "Shut the fuck up! I don't care.
Make it
Your
10 words or
backstory
less.
is too goddamn long."
Yeah, make it 10 words or less, so I'm not listening.
I just can't believe that he thought that this was okay. Like, I can't believe he thought that this was acceptable, like storytelling.
Yeah,
That you
and then
you can do this. Just have the characters say, "Let's share our backstories. Here's my backstory and my motivation, my central motivation.
now
I am
you.
next. This is my story and my central motivation. I'm next. This is my story and my central motivation. All right, lastly, it's me.
One
is my
person
story
does
and
it,
my
and then
motivation."
everyone else says, yes, same. Like,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
don't
yeah.
need everyone.
That's
to
what I
do it.
mean. You have to
Wow,
understand, like, the
do
aesthetic
something
of the
weirdly
places
similar.
are a bit different, sure, but like the story feels the same every time. It's so fucking
But it's
boring.
basically
all-
all of them is I was
they're
just
all
doing
in
my
slow
thing.
motion.
Then the mean Imperials did a thing, and then I ran away, and now
Those-
I'm
They're all
here.
in slow motion. They're all in slow motion.
Yep.
Every
Yes,
single
yeah.
one. There's not a single shot that is running at regular speed. Every single shot is slow motion.
And
There's some pretty
and
ridiculous problems with each of them, just in terms
Oh,
of
yeah.
like the story that they're telling.
Yeah,
Nemesis
especially
is what I think
Titus
is my
immediately
favorite.
when
This
when
one's
he
your
go-
least favorite?
No, Nemesis is probably my favorite just because like her
Oh,
backstory
that's
is I lived
funny.
in a peaceful fishing village, but it
Yeah.
wasn't always peaceful. So we kept a couple of lightsabers around, and I cut off my own arm. And just lucky that I have a plug and play robot one that I can just stick in right
Yeah.
there, and it's all fixed now, and it's great. And now
Do
I'm
you-
now I'm
and-
revenge.
Do you
And
like how she
her-
says, I activated the blades with my blood, and then
Yeah.
the ancestor told
the
me how to
blood of my
fight?
ancestors
Yeah,
told me
that's
how to
right.
fight.
So she was just a regular like
She-
fisherman, and then she
Yeah.
plugged her arms into her ancestor's robot arm blood thing, and then
And
the
she
blood
learned
told
how
her
to
how to
fight.
fight.
Yes,
became
that's right.
Katana.
Ridiculous.
Can we agree
And
that's
the,
the
um,
edgiest fucking
got my
character
back.
Zack Snyder's ever made?
It's
Yes.
so funny.
It's
Absolutely, is
absolutely
the edgiest
hilarious.
character that he's
Well,
made.
Also, I
She
don't know
chopped
if you
off
can get the shot here. So just when she is holding the sword above her arm and she's like about to do it, because in the box that she opens, there's two swords, and obviously she uses two swords. Yeah, there we go. So there's also two robot arms,
Yeah.
and it gets made clear later in the film that you cannot just hold one of these swords because they're incredibly fucking hot. Even the handle. I don't know why you design it that way, but that's the way it is.
Yeah.
So she has, in this shot right there, she has already replaced her right arm
Yeah.
with a robot arm, which means that she's cut off her right arm somehow, and she's now using her right robot arm to cut off her left arm to replace it with a robot arm. So
And
how
she's
did
not
she
screaming in pain.
and how does she do the first arm? Is my
Too-
question.
Yeah.
Because she
strong
can't hold the
first,
sword.
Well,
Must
she
be some good drugs there.
she stabbed it into the ground because, as we know, these things when you stab into any material, they just stop moving once they're in. And then she cut her arm off by pushing it into it when it was stabbed into the ground. Easy, done and done.
I like
Easy
how
peasy.
as well in her story it's because the cringe rebel lady, the Hamburglar, she's like, I came from a little village like this one, and she also said like, I come from a little village, and then the last guy like came from basically from royalty. Tarek was, and it's like, why is there never anybody who's like, I came from a middle-sized city, like I came from Indianapolis or something? They're always from either the most important parts of the civilization
This
or a tiny peaceful little
There's no
village.
middle class anywhere.
this film's
What the hell?
begging for that character in the first film, but like well written. The mercenaries to just be here and say, "I'm doing it for the money."
Yeah,
That's
Mhm.
it.
Well,
Like I don't give
Well,
a
they had
fuck
that-
about any of this.
They had that guy and they killed him.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
That's
could have had
right,
him
but
in
now-
this film and just like he could just say, "Yeah, I'm just doing it because I want money." Like, fuck it, I don't care. Or they could have had him just make up some absurd backstory by copying the details of everyone else's and just see if they notice.
Oh, dude, that would be so funny if he just he like collects pieces of all the other stories and makes his own one, and then they all look at him and he's just like, "Yeah, I'm just kidding." Like I don't know what the fuck's going on.
I love this. Two Rocks, the hippogriff rider,
Yeah.
his mom, just so nobly commits suicide.
I don't know what the fuck we're supposed to make of this.
What the
This
hell
was
is
so
that?
much.
What the
like,
hell was that?
I
But
don't-
even wasn't
Well,
that just
what-
me? I was surprised that he was like here in like a city and like of some blood or whatever? Because I thought he was just like some weird tribe man who
No,
Because
was
he
going
no.
around.
dresses as fucking Mowgli for the rest of the film, and
Yeah.
uses axes, and yet it turns out he comes from this incredibly advanced. I say incredibly advanced society. They do ride griffins against battleships, which is not
Yeah.
a good idea. But
Not a
I
good
don't
idea.
understand why he has the fashion change, for example.
Well,
Also,
Yeah.
apparently he must have been somewhere that taught him to use all these axes and stuff really well, because it seems like he was just next in line in the family to be the next king or whatever, and then he just fucked off to somewhere, got smuggled off planet, and is now super warrior man.
And it's all
I
in
like how in
slow-mo.
his story, I like
Smuggled
how
with
in
the
his
hippogriff?
story
Because-
he says at the end, like, you know, the last time I cried was when my dad died, is what his line is like, dude, what is this? Like,
Well, and why did they show us that when his mum is slowly committing suicide, that he does nothing about it? He's just like,
He just turns around and leaves. Well,
I'll
I guess
miss you,
it's time to
Mom.
go.
I don't.
Bye.
Well,
Bye.
it's like I don't even understand why, because he says like she didn't want to run and she wanted to like preserve the bloodline, so she killed herself. I don't
Oh, okay.
understand.
Good
Like
He
I
also-
don't understand what we're meant to conclude from this.
He also says after the flashback, he's like the quote is, "I ran for duty's sake, for the preservation of a kingdom and a bloodline that no longer exists." Which so the kingdom doesn't exist, but the bloodline does, because the bloodline is sitting here telling us his
Yeah.
backstory.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why he left.
Oh, the worst one is Antifa Screaming Girl. You know, her familiarity with Ray Fisher's character, and we got the famous scream, and we finally got their
the
backstory.
famous scream. It's like,
Well, that one
do the
is, like,
scream.
Her backstory is that she came from a small village and then got turned into a slave, and then the resistance came along and blew up like the whole area and probably killed a bunch of the slaves.
Killed a bunch of the slaves.
And then emerging from the smoke is like, yeah, there's Cyborg. Look at how cool he is.
But by the way, now that I see it on the screen, why is she just cutting into the stone at the entrance of this mine? Like,
Clearly
She's a stone farmer.
mining the stone entrance.
She's mining the rock.
but
What
why
do you
here?
mean,
They already
metal?
have a hole that goes inside.
Perfectly
Metal.
normal
Shouldn't you-
behavior. Maybe
No,
that was
it's
like as her
not.
first stage. She has no idea what she's doing.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know, I'm just cutting the stone, I guess.
It's like, I don't know what I'm doing.
And yeah, all in fucking slow-mo. It's just non-stop slow-mo.
All in slow mo, and it's just bombing the shit out of people, and somehow the slaves survived.
Even though there's
just
no
got all the
way
guards.
most of them got killed. Look at those
Well, yeah,
explosions.
she could easily
They're
have been
just flying
killed.
everywhere.
Yes,
I was liberated. It's like,
I was liberated because I accidentally lived.
It's one of those things where it's like, can I join you guys? And they're like, yeah, I guess. Who are you?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah,
Fucking
sure.
More bodies, why
Oh.
not?
You guys aren't the Imperium? Oh, sorry.
Riveting stuff.
Oh, well, and Titus's storyline is that like he was sent to a planet to intimidate them to like vote to be annexed, and they voted for freedom,
Yeah.
and then he fought with them, and then he surrendered himself for the lives of his men. So Balisarius just decided to kill his men in front of his eyes with a massive orbital blast.
Yeah. It's
Like,
also really
right
stupid
in front
because
of
Mean.
Yeah.
that's what I was trying to say earlier. I was like, why did he refuse the orders here? Because he probably already, I don't know, killed thousands of people before this. Like, why was
Why-
this capital a change of heart?
I think it's just that they fought for their freedom, and that inspired him. So
Oh.
he decided the cowards who didn't fight for their freedom, whatever, screw you guys. But the ones who did, now I realize the error of my ways. And
But
then he
also-
says like,
I was going to say, I don't know why he would be, because he's been serving as a general under Balisarius for at least a period of time. This can't have been his first
Exactly.
mission, like you said. But so why would he believe that Balisarius would accept his terms?
yeah,
like
yeah.
he has to know that he can't
surely
get out
he
of
knows
this.
that.
Balisarius is cartoonishly evil, and he's like,
Yeah.
"Oh, this is the first decision, that I just don't like from you, man." It's like,
Yeah.
okay.
and then he says basically he states his motivation as like he says that his surrender and courage condemn them, so he will never surrender. And it's like, all right, I'm done now. Next story.
Next story.
It's so bad.
Next story.
Well,
Also
again-
worth pointing
it's
out,
so
like
bad.
his response to his men being killed in front of him is to go get drunk and fight in the Colosseum, right? And yet, at
Obviously.
the end of the movie, we discover that he already knows that, if we're doing the spoiler at this point, the princess is still alive. So what was he doing? Just pissing about in a coliseum rather than doing something useful with his life, like trying to track her down? Would that not have been a more natural response?
No.
Mhm.
Yeah, I can't think of a possible circumstance
I
that he
don't
could
know.
reveal in film 3 that would explain how Titus knows that the princess is alive and still make his actions make sense. I don't see how that could possibly work.
I also would have thought, like, doesn't he want to pull her aside and be like, what the fuck happened? Because he knows who she is, right? Scargiver lady.
Yeah, he knows. He knows.
Yeah,
So, like,
all he knows though is
Yeah.
that she was unsuccessful. That's
like,
all he should know.
if you were him, wouldn't you be like, can you tell me your POV? Because, like, the story is crazy, and I assume it's a bit bullshit because of Belisarius, but yeah, just tell. But no, instead he's
Well,
like,
the thing
tell
is-
us your story. And she's like, no. And he goes, come on.
Come on, do
Tell
it.
us. Pokes it.
Are you sure you told us everything?
Yep.
He's like,
Tell
yeah. And then she
me.
starts, and then she's like, you've not been drinking alcohol anymore because you're concerned about the fight. I'm like, okay.
Tell me your story.
Tell me a story. We need another slow-mo flashback. Come on.
Was
And
that
then
was
they go to Guna, and Guna's backstory is that he's not interesting enough to have one. So
Yeah.
they just
Yep.
move on.
I'm a
Yeah,
farmer.
he's just
I've been farming.
he's just chilling. He's
Here
not
I
allowed to
am.
have a story.
I should have had a slow-mo sequence of like one day I was farming and I fucked up. I made a farming mistake, and then he collapses to his knees in slow motion and starts crying. From that
Yes.
day on,
No.
I'll never make a mistake farming again.
I stood on a noble frog.
I was going to say, like, maybe he fucked up, like, counting the grain, which means that some people starved or something, because the first film told us that he was the grain counting man or something.
Oh no.
Or, like,
And I've never
or, like-
failed to count things properly since.
yeah, he's also the guy that went to.
Please don't ask me to count.
He's the guy that went to
It's
whatever the
dramatic.
name of the Mos Eisley place is in the first film. I can't remember what it's called. And he's the guy that traded their surplus with people like the Blood Axes. So maybe
Yeah.
he trusted the wrong person and got like one of the other farmers killed as a result. Like, there's loads of things you could do there.
No. This is
No.
we had to do this. This was what we had to do. But yes, I think on that note, since that's probably like a good slot for the halfway point, Gary is going to have to leave us.
Sorry.
Wow.
It's all right. We already knew we would take this long getting through it. I actually thought we might have been a bit faster with this one, but it is just so cringe. Like, there's just so
Yeah, it's
much
very-
that's wrong.
Big
No,
Bengay,
I had
yeah.
to get through that characterization scene. That was something to behold, man.
Impressive, to say the least.
I think you're right. I think not that film school's doing anybody any good these days. They should show this in the future to like, this is what you don't do.
It would
to
be
tell a
funny
story.
if they open with like they watch it and they're like, hands up, is this a good movie? And if someone puts their hand, it's like detention, right? Immediately.
Get out.
You failed.
Oh,
Before you
shit,
go,
revoke.
we'll let people know. I would say that the Real BBC plushies have indeed launched.
Yes.
Here they
Wow.
are after all this time. For those who watch the show, they're very much referenced memes. You'll understand it very well. But we
Yeah.
got us the X-Ray Girl plush along with Peeping Tom as that's the team, right? In the ongoing story of him trying to defeat evil by trying to get a look at the natural beauties
look
of
at
life.
women's boobs. Yes.
Yeah.
All he wants to do is look at women's boobs, but he accidentally thwarts evil in the process.
And then, of course, Gary of Riviere, the classic reference, because Gary's quite into video games.
Yeah.
We tend to bring him on
Yeah.
for the video game episodes because he's like the insight is just flowing. As everyone knows, Rebel
Right.
Moon is based on the video game The Witcher.
Huh.
Yes.
It's very inspired. And
and all that Fallout knowledge I had. We were talking about that.
I have idiotically
Schooled you all.
not put a link in the description. It will be on the re-upload, so if you listen to this in future, you can access it pretty easily. But it's easy to find.
There you
It's just make ship and then search our names. But there's also the Cthulhu version of my plushie. I've seen people call it Battle Damage Mauler, which is a pretty good name for it as well. I thought it was a pretty neat one that they came up with for that. I was very happy with it. But yeah, if you buy them together, you get the 15% discount. It is the Real BBC team. And of course, thank you so much, Gary, for joining us. We shall I'll catch you on the next thing I see you on. I saw you almost like every day for this week.
Yeah. Then I'll see you in a couple days.
Yes, see you in a couple of days.
Right after I finish my Rebel Moon review.
Boo.
So, yay.
Plenty to work with.
Plenty to work. It's like, how am I going to keep this down to like a reasonable amount of time? And I know I'm telling this to the long man, but
we always
I've
keep
only
it to
got so much
reasonable
time in
amounts
the
of
day.
time. We never
try.
go over.
Guys, it was a pleasure. Please continue watching, everybody. These guys are awesome. And subscribe to all their channels. I'll
Thank
catch you
very
later.
much, sir. Bye
Bye, Gary.
See you later.
We may or may not have someone else pop in at some point. But if they don't, you don't have to mention who they are. It's fine. They may or may not be too busy. It's all right. It turns out not many people liked Rebel Moon, Part 2, The Scargiver. I just can't believe it. And so many people are just ready to shit on it.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it's like best movie ever made. Said no one ever.
I did see there was a comment on the FNT episode, I think, that said something like, I knew you guys would just shit all over Zack Snyder for no reason. Like,
oh no, there's a reason.
There's a reason, I swear. I can explain, don't worry.
Plenty of reason, actually.
What do you think Part 3 is going to be called?
I was trying to think of this earlier when I was writing my script for the video, and I couldn't think of anything dumber than the Scargiver.
The Skin Grafter.
Ooh.
I mean, it's got to have something to do with the princess, right? Because that's the cliffhanger for film 3. They're going to go and find the princess.
The Princess's Diaries.
Ooh. It's just the Child of Fire and the Scargiver. It's not like it implies a third one there, does it? It's like...
No. I mean, one potential option that they have the route to go down is because Tarak says that he's going to, like, once he's done here on Velt, he's going to go back to his home and see what's left and try and pick up the pieces. And then he changes his mind at the end of the film and is like, yeah, right, let's go find the princess. So maybe we're going to get Tarak a Rebel Moon story as like a spin-off. That could maybe happen. But, I mean, names for Part 3 that are princess-related?
The Magical Princess.
That's not cringe enough, though. It's not as cringe as... Wait, what was it? Divine Resonance. That was what the subtitle said. Rebel Moon Part 3, Divine Resonance. That's my answer.
Would be pretty cringe, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we can always kick on with the next scene, because this scene is pretty much drained of its magic. They really did you make so much use of it. Because at this point, you know everyone really well, I would say. And it's like perfectly
you
prepped.
understand their stories and their motivations and
Their
in
plight.
the clearest terms possible. That's right. But now it's like the training day.
We already sub-traded, it's more traded. Oh wait, we gotta...
Well, yeah,
it's the robot
them
scene next,
talking-
isn't it?
Oh wait, no. They were
Robot
talking
scene.
about he like continues to talk about his plan, like that he basically it is Titus's expectation that the Mother World will send a handful of officers down and they'll take him in close quarters combat and then negotiate for the safety of the village. Which it's just like, man, you're delusional. Like, why do you even think that this is? How unlikely is this outcome? Like, surely.
It makes sense for maybe for someone more naive. Maybe Gunnar says this, or Gunnar. Maybe he says that. But yeah, General Titus already knows from experience, firsthand experience, that is not going to happen. He has tried this before and it didn't work.
Presumably he knows more than anybody that if he defies the Imperium this like brazenly, like why wouldn't they just destroy the village?
Well, also if they offer them the grain, if they offer the Imperium the grain, and the Imperium's like, "Yep, cool, deal's a deal," they take the grain. The villagers will have then lost their bargaining chip, which means that there is no reason why the Imperium wouldn't just blow them apart.
Yeah, why wouldn't they just blow them up? Why wouldn't they just hang out in low orbit? You know,
Yeah.
Exactly.
The whole
they are not from a position of power. They have no power in this situation.
You know, they're doing at the beginning where it was like, we're relying on the principle that they always return once an admiral is taken down in battle or just dies in general. And then it's like, they always do that, right? And Titus is like, they sometimes just don't follow their own thing. It's like, so what if, Titus, that they just blow us up because we don't even have that much grain? I just picture him being like, no, they would never, ever do that, no.
They need the grain too much. That was a
too
line
much.
earlier in the film.
And then when they actually target
accept
them, he must have been like, but they would never blow up grain. There must be some crazy situation happening. it must be something insane.
Come on.
He like picks a bag up, starts waving it at the ship, like, what are you doing? We have grain. Don't blow us up.
But then we get this 30-second shot of the ship, the King's Gaze, flying to Veld. I think it lasts actually about 30 seconds. It's really long.
Well, how would you understand what's happening if we didn't have that?
It's like, I don't know what's happened, but after like the Snyder cut, he's gotten less respectful of the viewer's time. Look at this shot. Look at how long it lasts for. Come on.
It's kind of surprising, honestly, that Rebel Moon Part 2 is only like 1 hour 50 minutes because it feels so much
it's
longer
really
than that.
funny
This
as
is
well,
also-
because he'd probably say, yeah, but the first shot in A New Hope, that lasts a while. It's like, it lasts
Oh.
less time than this, and it's more iconic than this.
Well, think of
This
the
is not
composition, the
iconic.
implication. Like, because
Yeah.
there are
Yeah.
shots of the Death Star moving toward, like, you know, targets and everything, but it's so imposing and so unique. This is just its
Yep.
ship heading toward planet.
It's a ship, and it's flying to Rebel Moon. Look at this shit.
It's so it
And it's
looks
not an
cheap
interesting
and crap
shot.
as well. Yeah, no, it's not. I mean, it looks made for TV, which technically it is, but not for this budget.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, there's nothing interesting about this, and the music as well. It's at this point that I notice, like, man, this music is really it insists upon itself. We get these loud choirs constantly coming in, like I think my mic cut out when I did that. God damn it! I missed my singing. It's terrible. It's really, really, really obnoxious.
Well, robot conversation then. That's next up, right?
That's right.
Oh,
Because she flies
just
the ship into
before we
the
get there,
cave
because
and waterfall.
I'm confused about this plan. So they have one dropship, and it's their only air support, but it's also their only means of escape if things go wrong. And their plan is to fly it miles away and put it behind a waterfall, which will take them, you would think, ages to get to on horseback. It actually, in the event, takes about 3 seconds because time doesn't function in this film. But what exactly is the thinking behind this? If you're just going to go and pick it up later and bring it back anyway, like, would you not be able to hide it in a barn or put some more
Stick it
fucking
in a
weed
hole.
over it?
Yeah, they could have dug a hole and stuck it in the hole. Like, they're very good at digging holes. They could easily have done
They are
that.
very
That's
good
right.
at digging holes. True.
I don't know why they did this now as well, because the film almost draws attention to it, because Titus says, Cora, tomorrow morning, the morning of the day that the Imperium is coming, I want you to get in your dropship and I want you to hide it. Why not do it like now? Because if the Imperium arrives like an hour early, we know that they have planet scanning technology, which means that they would see where she's hidden it. And Cora would know that and Titus, fucking both of them would know that they have planet scanning technology.
Nah.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty stupid.
We are moving to the robot conversation. The first thing that I thought was really funny is that she's doing all this work, she's getting prepped and everything. She lands the ship. Like, oh, there he is again, that fucking weird robot who wears all of his trophies and stuff. I don't know. And
How does he know she was coming here?
I don't fucking know. But she says, hi, James. And he's like, the last time I was called that was by my Mechanicus Militarium leader as he died in my arms. And I just picture him being like, didn't ask, buddy. Like, I just said hello, okay? Like, here he goes again, fucking ranting about his life.
Robots could be cringe.
That's what I mean, though. It's like he's set up to be the easiest like character for everyone to like, but he's done nothing with him so far except he shot someone and then he ran away.
And he went and killed an elk and took his bones and put them on his head.
I see, just quickly, there's a couple of people in chat who evidently didn't see the first film or they missed this. So yeah, the name of the military branch of the Imperium, if this wasn't already Warhammery enough, is called the Mechanicus Militarum, which is the names of two separate Warhammer 40,000 factions that they've just slammed together. And the leader of one of them is Belisarius, another name directly from Warhammer.
I've seen a meme of just the Star Wars title and 40k, and then just a little peeper with a hammer smashing them together. That's what Rebel Moon is.
So I'm not going to jump forwards, but the thing that Platoon mentioned earlier with the big face on the King's Gaze, I did a little bit of a deep dive on that, and I did a little bit of research on the wiki. That is heavily ripped from the backstory of one particular faction in Warhammer, but I'll wait until we get there. It's shocking how similar it is.
Doesn't surprise me at all, because everything's so shallow in this. It's all like, I really like that movie. Let's get that in there. It's like, yeah, people will like that.
Pretty much. Just grab them, throw them in a blender, and it's like a shitty blender. It doesn't really work very well, so there's lots of big chunks of shit left in it, and then pours it out into a smoothie that's got all these chunks of crap. Yeah.
Speaking of
this is a movie now.
Speaking of shallow, this little dialogue exchange where she calls him James, I don't think these two have actually ever interacted before. This is their first actual speech, and yet apparently they're already on first name terms. But she calls him James, and he says that he doesn't mind it because it makes him feel something other than hopelessness. I was like, I don't understand what that's supposed to
Dude,
mean.
this is what I mean. Like, imagine having a friend like that. Every time you talk to you, like, hey, bud, and he's just like, you know, the death of all of us is inevitable in many ways. You'd be like, shut the fuck up, James.
I mean, they then do the we're not so different, you and I. We're
Yeah.
both designed by the Imperium to kill.
The
And
biggest
I
line
don't
there would be
understand.
us fighting against
I don't
them.
even
And he's like,
understand.
okay.
I
The
don't
funny thing
understand.
is,
Oh, go ahead.
go for it. No,
Okay.
go for it.
Okay, I'm just questioning their programming capabilities, or I just don't understand what this robot is supposed to be, because apparently it has like feelings, but it's still a robot, and then it can stop some things, but now he has the blockage written away by the other lady existing or something. I'm just so confused as to how these robot mechanics are supposed to work.
Yeah, there was like a
I think
bunch
you're
of
meant to conclude he's basically a person. Like, except it's weird because he doesn't want to help the villagers for some reason.
He takes fucking
Yeah.
ages, even though the one girl that he really wants to protect is among them.
Yeah,
Exactly.
he explicitly says, I think it's in this scene, that the reason why he intervened and saved her from the rapists in the first film is because it woke up a part of his programming that I guess she reminded him of the princess that he was never able to save. Basically, is what they're doing.
Yeah, and he said that
but
nothing
then
can come to harm her or destroy her.
Yeah, but then it takes like the entirety of this movie for him to realize that, wait, hold on a minute, but if the Imperium like kills their way through all the villages, that means that they're going to kill that girl. So then he jumps in and stops them. Like he doesn't
Yeah, when
do that early.
if he had gotten involved from the beginning, like this whole fight would have been very different. Same, by the way, for the fleet that comes in at the end, which is still so funny.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe that robot should have downloaded some more RAM.
And also, Cora would have known how effective this robot is in combat, because it's when we see it, it's like unbelievably effective. It's like having a Terminator that can do acrobatics.
OP as
It's
shit,
insane.
yeah.
You would think that given that Cora has to know that, she might put in a little bit
Yeah.
more effort to convince him to join their team than we're not so different, you and I. Like, you know, she should not accept no for an answer.
Well, and instead he just says, "You can't win," and then runs off. Just runs away.
Oh fucking! Like when the
You can't win, Lamau.
when the ship arrives and they're just talking about how clever the villagers are for surrounding themselves in grain is such a joke. This is easily
like it
parodiable.
Because like when Snyder wrote that down, they wrote clever, and he's like, "Yeah, I am pretty clever. Oh no, I'm a smart boy.
I
I'm such a good screenwriter and director."
But like with this
And
scan,
if you
there's no
don't
reason to
work with
assume they actually know what's in those sacks. Like they don't. It just for some reason it shows up as red.
Well,
It's like all right.
It's weird. It's like it's simultaneous. This scanner is like it's able to detect that there are a bunch of women and children in the like town hall, but it can't detect all of the like trenches that they've dug out in the field.
Yeah.
See, where you
detect
fucked
all
up
of the
there, Fringy,
bombs
is
or
that they
anything.
explicitly show a scene where they pile some soil on top of those.
I like how
Oh.
they pile it on while it's visible from
Yeah.
the sky.
You
Like,
can
wouldn't it be
see
funny if
it.
someone was looking out the window and said, "The farmers are like they're doing stuff down there. They're like covering up."
Well, like there's a
trenches."
guy pokes his head out. Hey, what's that? What are you doing? And they're like
Like,
nothing.
If you can see them, they can see you. Okay.
Yeah, you might be able to say that. The guy with the telescope is
also-
back. He's like, hey, wait a minute.
They also like are the village. This is a question that I have, but then the film just it breaks again. Are the villagers aware that the Imperium can scan them? Because Cora, Titus, and Aris would have to know that they have that technology,
They
which means
must
that
know that.
Yeah.
which means that the villagers have to know that the Imperium knows that they've stashed the women and children in the longhouse.
But they seemingly don't know what the ship is that's coming for them, because when the King's Gaze arrives in orbit, there's this sort of long shot where Titus looks up in almost like shock and horror and says, "A dreadnought," as though he didn't
That
know
was
that
so
was the thing
weird.
that was already coming.
Yeah.
So, but they should have already known that was what was coming, and if they did know, then yes, you're right, they should absolutely know what its capabilities are. But the film seems to think that they didn't know that was what was coming for them.
Yeah, they have to have known because they had discussions in film 1 involving what the threat was, and Titus was present for, unless he was too drunk or whatever. Like, I don't know if that's what they're going for, but
Also, you know what's funny?
yeah.
When I was watching it for the first time, and they show the soldiers getting close to the town hall with the women and children, and they keep cutting back and forth, back and forth. I was like, oh, I've seen this a million times. It's going to be they burst the doors open and it's a trap. It's not actually the town hall, or it's not actually the place we think it is. I was like, oh no, it is. Okay. It's such a like, I expect a lame twist, and it's like, no, you just don't get anything. It's like, okay, sorry, I didn't even. Why didn't
they hide the children in little bags of grain, and then both of them would have been saved?
Yeah, give them grain mech suits so they can't be attacked.
It just reminds me of this comic page where some guy has surrounded himself with babies, like taped lots of babies.
Yes.
Yeah. It's just all grain.
This movie's very clever, as is just pointed out by the villain character. It's very, very, very clever. When they launch their fleet, by the way, it's just like, this is over. This is so fucking over.
Look at all these things.
So I counted the number of ships that you see. There are 23 drop ships that you see on screen at once. And even as far as I'm aware, even the drop ships that just, dump their payload and leave, they have like weapons. They have cannons on them.
Oh, they have like a tank cannon on top. Like, small Gatling thingies whatever. It's nuts.
Like to be clear, what they need to do is, because at this point the rebels don't know, or the villagers don't know that Noble is alive, and they don't know that Noble is here to get Cora. They believe that the reason why they haven't been nuked from orbit is because they've covered themselves in grain, and the Imperium really wants the grain, so they're ready to make a deal.
Yeah.
But hold on, this film is stupiding my brain. I've forgotten.
Oh no.
I've forgotten exactly where I was going with this. Hold on. No, it's gone. It'll come back to me in a minute.
And it's gone.
No, right, yeah. We've gone. Sorry, Zack tried his best to break my brain. So what the Imperium needs to do, what Noble needs to do, is he needs to, I mean, he wants the grain. Some would say he needs the grain, but he also really needs Cora. So what you do is you point your guns at the village, and you say, Cora, come here and get in this dropship, otherwise everyone fucking dies. He doesn't have to land an army to do that.
Yeah.
He also doesn't need to land all of his army outside the village, on one side of the village, as opposed to landing it, in the village, given that they can fly, or rappel down onto the rooftops, in which case you've immediately defeated the whole trench warfare plan. Or maybe put some artillery up on the surrounding ranges, which doesn't have the sort of the nuclear capability of an orbital bombardment, but is still quite powerful. Like there is no way these people should lose this fight, and yet inexplicably they do.
Well, yeah, they have it. They have total air superiority, total and complete and utter air superiority.
Have you considered one secretly good guy boy in the sky though? That could fuck up their entirety. Isn't one of them is smoking on the way in, by the way. The rest of them aren't. It's just like, what's the deal with that?
Oh, yeah.
What's going on?
So that shot right there that's on the screen right now, it's a visual inconsistency, because where's the big black plume of smoke? When you see like the rear view shot that you just had on the screen, it's there you go. It's just gone. Where is it? What are we doing?
Listen, that costs more money. You can't if you want the plume. Oh, I guess it's the bigger ones. They all make because it's in the. You got another wide at one point. You can see the actual smoke is trailing behind them, but the other shot it wasn't. Yeah,
so I think it's the larger ships that are dropping the like tanky spider robot boys, and I'm guessing that the reason why they smoke like that is because they, of course, they run on coal, 19th century technology.
No,
that is my guess. But then it makes me wonder, what are the smaller ships running on?
Dude, that's the worst when it makes sense in the way that it doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? You're like, no, that's probably why. No.
Like maybe if they had multiple generations of ship. Yeah, I mean, like I'm trying to think like of an example of this, but I don't think I've ever seen anything quite this dumb in a sci-fi movie. And I'm thinking of like in Star Wars, you've got the different ships. You've got the Y-wing and the X-wing. I think it's only those two that you see in A New Hope. And maybe like what you could have potentially done there is made it clear that maybe the X-wing was developed more recently and it has more up-to-date technology and the engines are cleaner, and it doesn't have as much of like a visible exhaust. They could have done something like that, but I mean, there's no. Why don't the smaller ships also run on coal? Is kind of what I'm getting at here.
This is the thing with parody at this point. If you were to parody this film, I think if, you know, like Spaceballs, if they were making that and you go like, oh, let's have our ship powered by coal, and they're all laughing, and then someone says like, well, they actually did that in Rebel Moon. Like that would, like, we'd have to be sillier than that. And they go, okay, well, we'll have like a little compartment, you open it up, and that's like the core of the ship, and it's just a mouse and a hamster wheel type that sort of situation. And then it'd be like, yeah. And Zach's like, oh, that's a good idea. They're like, no, stop. Like, we can't get any stupider anymore. Like, we
I told you
Be
to
like-
not let Zack into this room.
you're ruining
It'd be like
our ability to
Simpsons.
make movies.
It would be like The Simpsons already did it, but with Rebel Moon.
Yeah. The thing is, no one would have saw it, so how could they know? They would have been like, wait, he actually did that? You have to prove it, like, on your phone. It's like, yeah, he did it, look.
I love that the first thing that Noble does when he steps out onto the planet is he unbuttons his shirt, like, look at this scar.
Yeah.
Isn't it cool? You
Is it-
gave it to
you're-
me,
You're the
Scargiver.
Scargiver, remember? Hmm.
It's such a
You know
terrible
for a fact
name.
that Zack was like, that makes it meaningful. That makes the day meaningful. I had to.
Yeah, that's right. See, she is the Scargiver. She gave him one.
And then she killed him later, so it's just like, oh,
Yeah.
didn't really give him a scar there, huh?
Fucking hell.
The exchange here is like so weird because Korra says like, "Yeah, take the grain and say you couldn't find any of us. Otherwise, we're gonna kill you." And it's like, "Oh, okay." He's just landed with a massive fleet, but sure,
Yeah.
you're in any position to bargain. It's just like I think that there are actually more. No, there has to be. There has to be more soldiers on their side than there are villagers. There's
Oh,
like 200
100%.
villagers.
Well,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Again, the crew of the Dreadnought is like 5,000 people.
That's right.
They're
So-
not all going to be soldiers, but like, I don't know, half of them. Is
Well,
that
I
reasonable?
just mean that even the amount that we see on screen who have landed as part of this
Oh,
like,
yeah.
initial forward force, there's so many of them.
Oh,
But
And
what
they've
you're
got
not
guns, they've got
considering,
armor.
Thingy, is that the barns are like spawn points for villagers, and so
Oh,
whenever
that's
you run
true.
out, they just create more.
but
Well-
to balance it out, you cost you 10 grain to make a civilian.
No, we need the grain. We can't.
That's the thing. It's how they balance it.
Damn.
It's now I have a question, and hopefully someone here can help me out. Does he know that it was Belisarius who was ultimately responsible for killing the royals, or
No, he can't know that.
believe Okay, so he believes that Korra did it, that she killed his king, his queen,
I
and
think-
the princess.
I think what we're supposed to get from the film is that Belisarius and the other senators conspired to overthrow the king. They pinned the blame on Korra, which is why Korra is now the most wanted person in the galaxy, or in the
Okay,
universe. Sorry,
Yeah, so I knew that much. I just wasn't sure whether he knew. So think about it from his perspective. He's come to this planet to get the grain that, you know, he was a bit of a dick when he came earlier, killing Modoc. That was pretty mean. He's come to get the grain, and he's got standing before him the woman who he believes killed the entire like royal family, including the princess. And he's saying, "Look, all right, I'll take the grain. I'll leave the villagers alone, and I'm gonna bring you in." Is this not like from his perspective? Is that not like actually incredibly fair, really? That he would say like, "I'm not gonna hurt any of these people who have like corroborated with you somebody who I believe has actually done this. I mean, has done the crime itself." You know what I mean? Isn't it like weird that like the villain of the story actually earnestly believes that she has done more than what she did, but that she did commit the crime, and he's like, yeah, even though you've conspired with all of these people to fight us, in order to protect you, who is a criminal, I'm just gonna bring you in, and that's the deal. I'll leave the villagers alone.
Mm-hmm.
He's meant to be the villain, you know. He's meant to be like the bad guy.
I mean, I think at that point he's kind of doing a similar thing to what he did in film 1, in that he's wearing this facade of being somewhat reasonable, because he has he afterwards, when Korra basically rejects that, he afterwards tells her that like, well, I've got my he calls them the cryptea, which is apparently a reference to yeah, and he sent them up to the Longhouse to go and basically use the women and children as a bargaining chip, which basically all of that relies on the fact. This entire setup relies on the Imperium being able to scan the villagers, but also not being able to scan the villagers because they didn't see the little like what are they called? Rabbit hole, foxhole? I can't remember what they're called. Yeah, with the dude with the rocket launcher in it that he's about to like blow all their shit up. But they were able to scan the Longhouse, and they knew where the women and children are.
Stupid.
But Korra didn't know that they knew that. So
Mhm.
There is an inch of soil on top of the little flap, so that's why they can't see it. It's just like, fuck you. I'm not just stupid. I wanted to bring up, by the way, is absolutely a small detail, but it's just another opportunity for meaning that I think Zack fucked up, at least as far as I can tell. Cora needs to get her hair out of her face. She's got a scene of, like, putting a band on or whatever. And then she decides instead to cut her hair to match it for when she was working for the Imperium. Why?
Seems weird. Seems really weird.
Isn't that the
Seems like
opposite?
antithetical to
Yeah.
what she should do.
Why would you want to do
I
that?
don't
Why
know
would you
why.
want the hair that you had when you worked for them? It's like, well, because symbolically I'm now fighting against. It's like, well, what do you want the hair that you had when you were with these people? Isn't that more meaningful?
I guess
No.
the surface level version of that would be that she's maybe going into soldier mode, but on the other side. But that's it. Like that's I think all you can get out of that.
I just the way I would assume any normal storyteller would see it is like that's the identity she had with them, but she's got a new one now with this new family she's found, you know, and the hair she has now, as silly as it sounds, is just cutting it so that it's exactly like it used to be. I was just like, oh, okay, you want to evoke the times that you were working for them? I don't know. It's just
But this is the way that Zack Snyder does films, though. He has no idea as to why she's doing it. He's just seen it happen in other films, and so he wants her to do it in this one. That's how he does this kind of thing. Like, think of the number of films you see that the protagonist cuts their own hair before a fight, particularly a young female protagonist. It happens before, so it happens again. There's a couple of Aliens references later, which just happen in exactly the same way. The thing that sort of distracted me about this scene, though, is that it's like everything now is completely broken because they know the villagers are sort of operating on the assumption that these people do still want the grain above all. But the space Nazis know that they are not really after the grain, they're after Cora above all. And she's just walked directly at them, into them, and she's now standing a few feet away, surrounded by their soldiers. Why don't they just grab her and leave and then bomb the village?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Well, again, this is a piece of evidence that points me towards them actually needing, not wanting, the grain to get back to the motherworld.
I mean, I
That-
think we
that's the only
have to
explanation, I
conclude
think.
based on the way that the battle plays out for the next 30 minutes that they do actually need it. And when he
Yeah.
decides they don't need it, he's being completely irrational.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I don't know
Well-
what other way to square it away.
I can't remember the exact wording that he uses when he basically changes his mind. He's like, yeah, we don't need the grain now. We have Cora. It's like, well, the one potential read of that is like, are you going to eat her flesh? Like, what does this mean? But then the other way around it is like he delivers a line just after it that I think points in the direction of him literally being like, well, you know, we're going to just blow up a bunch of our soldiers now so they don't need to eat, which means that we're not actually short on food anymore. That was,
Oh.
yeah, that was what I got from it, but I can't remember the exact line.
they could just eat the coal.
I'm just amazed that like a faction like this doesn't just have like some like protein goo, like toothpaste kind of thing that
Yeah.
will just sustain. Like it's
Nah.
not really food; it's just calories to just keep them going. Like that has to
Do
be
you
a
mean like
thing, right?
rationed food in case of emergency kind of situation, like we were able to crack fucking decades, centuries ago, even? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I
It's
mean,
just,
you know, they're really
May-
far in terms of some tech, but they're really far behind in other tech. Apparently, cracking food is just something they haven't done yet. Oh yeah, and that's never dealt
There's
with, by the
already
way.
involved.
He gets
Yeah.
Guna gets everyone killed here.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
about to say it's
But she makes the call to actually surrender for the sake of the villagers, which is like, it's like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
there you go. Like now you're making a choice where you're trying to preserve lives, and then he grabs a gun, shoots the bell, and initiates the attack that results
Yeah.
in many villagers dying, and he is never confronted by her for making this call.
no, they don't mention
Well-
that at all. And for some reason, they also don't get instantly killed both after he grabbed the gun. You know,
No,
She-
they just
so-
stand there.
you
and
just stand there.
watch.
It's like, oh, what was that? Why did a bell rang? And then they come out of the poop holes and start shooting.
Yeah.
So when she goes to say goodbye to Guna, what she should have said is, "They have men at the Longhouse ready to kill the children. We've been tricked. We can't fight them. I need to go with them. They have all the leverage." She could have said that, and it would
Yeah.
have taken the same amount of time. What she says instead is, "Sorry, I won't let this place die for me," which is like as vague a thing as she could have fucking said, and which of course then leads to Guna taking her gun and like triggering the attack because he thinks that she's giving up. He doesn't understand why she is essentially,
Mhm.
surrendering. And yeah, she phrases what she says in such a way as to allow for the third act of the film to happen.
Noble
Pretty much.
gasps.
Look at that face. No, none of the soldiers who see this guy pop out of the ground with a rocket launcher just shoot him. None of these hundreds of soldiers.
Nope.
Nope.
And they didn't know
He's
he was
about
there.
to
Like
go
I
on
said, it
this.
was just insane.
And I mean, I'm gonna jump ahead because might as well. The farmers have planted like a massive array of bombs underground
Yes.
that when they detonate, blow up this entire field. Why didn't they open with this? Why didn't they open with the massive set of bombs in their underground tunnels that like destroy a much larger portion of the battlefield than this opening salvo does?
Yeah,
Also,
instead
no-
like, they
now that
use
I-
them as a last resort, right? And then the guy who presses the button has no idea where his own men are at the time he
Nope.
presses the button, and it's
Yeah,
just sheer.
exactly.
Well, I say sheer luck, but I'm sure like there's probably a scanner on the ship that would have detected a plot armor field around the entire village, and they just didn't
Mhm.
think to look for it. But that's the only reason nobody dies in this.
Also, I
particular
guess
fight.
they were also lucky that they actually came that way, because it doesn't seem like they
Yeah.
have anything else anywhere else.
Yeah, and they landed up in the mountains and
Yeah.
decided to walk down. They would have been screwed. All of their defenses. Because what you will notice about the defense of this village is it's kind of crazy that they managed to get all the villagers to go for it, because it's like a tiered defense system. Basically, they like line them up from the field in front of the village, and like the defenses are stacked the further they get in. The defense is designed in such a way that if you're like at the front, you're basically condemned to death, because everybody
Yeah.
else in the village will wait for you to get annihilated and then for the Imperium to move forward before they launch their attack. So if you're out in the field, you will definitely die compared to the people who are much further back who have a way better chance of surviving. How did they get the villagers like to agree to this plan that
Well-
condemns several of them to certain death?
I think there are the best defense you could ever make of this is like the notion of a cavalry or some kind of defensive force that can flank. But one of the stupidest examples of how like he fucks this up completely is what's her name, Screaming Lady, Hamburglar. She gets
Hamburglar.
involved with a ranged weapon from very far away in like the fucking end of the second act of the fight. Like what the fuck?
Yeah.
Why haven't you been shooting the whole time? What is wrong
Yeah.
with
And
you?
then she actually foregoes the ranged weapon to engage them in close quarters
Yep.
with her dagger.
Well, you
And
see, she was
also-
about
A
to get
classic.
Jackson, so she had to leave.
It's really funny that none of the Seven Samurai are actually involved in the battle for a while. They leave the villagers to
Yep.
essentially just be slaughtered. Like look at this part here.
Well,
when
wait,
he
yeah,
jumps
Yeah.
into
let's
the
talk
hole.
about the Man of Steel or BVS scene here. This unfortunately has been taken. The people knew this was coming because it was in the trailer, but it's just like, Zack, why are you making him do a superhero landing?
It's so weird. He does like the menace walk and just beats
Yeah,
people
look
up.
at that.
Also, that bit that just happened there, I don't know if you could rewind to it. So just after he does his cringe face, you got the guy who walks up to the woman and is like, "Oh shit, there's a guy behind you. Here, have a pistol and hold it backwards." And then he just snaps her neck,
Yeah.
and her face before it happens is like, "I don't know, what is this? What do I do with this?"
So
It's
weird.
actually really funny. What do I do? Do you think she just didn't know when they were filming? She was like, "What what happens here?" And then he grabs her. She's like, "Oh, I'm dead. Right? Yeah, I got it."
Dude,
Head
this
scratch,
actually,
no.
this actually kind of reminds me of the Madam Web scene where he just punches the random guy in the diner that's just sitting there.
She legit looks like she has no idea what's going on.
What? I just wanted some grain. Ah!
And the dude who handed her the pistol, he has it the right way to be able to shoot her, and he can see Noble.
It's like, here, hold this, hold him off while I get out of here.
And then he just stands there while this happens and lets himself
Uh.
get killed.
Yeah, he's still standing there because the camera moves backwards. Like I feel like he shouldn't have been there, but then he just stands there to take another hit from Noble.
Yep.
Oh, it's so
what-
stupid.
It's so stupid. It's
By the way, there's like
dumb.
an hour of movie left, and it's basically all
Yeah.
like slow-mo action.
Pretty
Oh
much.
god,
No.
it's
It's a
so
40 minute battle.
excessive. It's insane.
Yeah.
They didn't
I
get the
just-
memo, like many people don't
Do you
get the
think
memo.
that this
When
is,
people think of Helm's Deep, for example, they're like, "Man, that was like an hour and a half action scene. I hope I can beat it in mine." It's like it wasn't.
It actually wasn't as long as you think it was. About 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
about 20 minutes.
That's what I always said.
I think it's because there's a lot of setup to it that it makes it
Yeah.
feel like it's longer than it actually is. That is actually a question that I'll ask you guys. So, like in Lord of the Rings, obviously they set up Helm's Deep, like the geography of Helm's Deep, really, 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 really well. so that when the shit hits the fan, you can follow the action
Yeah.
and the stakes. They also do an extremely good job of it in Seven Samurai, because you spend basically 2.5 hours in this village, and you understand where the river is, and where the trees are, and where the fences are, and how many entrances there are, that kind of thing.
Also, the enemies in Seven Samurai don't have laser guns, which really
That's
hit
true.
the funny
They
bit.
don't.
Plasma
They don't have a
that
planet-destroying
creates slag,
dreadnought,
which
yeah.
do you guys
Maybe they
notice how
should
bad
have.
it looks sometimes? The slag coming off of different things, like it looks like really shitty CG. The
Yeah.
blobs of it, which I would have thought would be easier
looks
to
like,
do than a lot of
it-
things.
It kind of reminds me of like the sort of effects in Super Smash Brothers Melee, like the kind of like the GIF images that they had to use.
Yeah.
Except they were making a game for the GameCube where they didn't have as many resources as you have for film.
Man.
I gotta
Let's
ask,
see.
why do these guys wear armor? Because whenever anyone gets hit by a thing, it's just
Doesn't
that
work.
they're dead. It
The armor doesn't
burns a
work.
hole right through them.
It's movie armor. Also,
God,
do you
all the
like
Fucking
how
lightsaber fight, dude.
there's one guy in here that has a rifle, like a laser rifle, and he just instantly shoots the blade like multiple times,
Well,
and then
There's
all the
only
other
one
ones
guy
only
with a
have
gun.
blades.
it's non-stop with this fucking part. Why was she cutting up the floor? What was
Because
that
it looks
about?
epic.
That's her thing that she does. It's
Why?
yes. It'll be in the extended version.
It's a battle ride.
It's symbolic of something, I guess. But it's
Yeah,
just
it's her. No, maybe it's because she doesn't want to be doing it, but her robot arms are like, "Fuck you! This is what we did in our time. This is what the ancestors did."
I was surprised we didn't
Uh.
get her say something like, "I call upon the blood of my ancestors today. We defend the future generations." You know, something cringe as fuck like that. But yeah, these guys who enter this room, by the way, because you won't know it when this starts. I don't think anybody reasonably would, but when you see everything we know about Nemesis, right? Like a feared, famous, amazing warrior, especially with that stupid, edgy history about the blood and the ancestors and stuff.
Mhm.
This setup, 4 guys with lightsabers and a guy with a rifle, and she's there. I was expecting her to chop through these guys pretty much in 10 seconds. I thought that's what was going to happen.
Yeah.
This is what kills her about half an hour later. This same fight.
Yeah, she like keeps fighting. It's super weird because the private guy who is now a good man, he's also here, but he just gets knocked out, so she can have her weird final battle here.
They pretend that there is no one in this fucking barn except that guy, his love interest, and the little kid. When there's loads of people in here, that can all
And
do
I
things.
find it pretty frustrating because he's probably the only one here except her that has any battle training of some sorts, and
He's
he
a
just
little
gets knocked
puss-puss.
out immediately.
Yeah, they put her at not even at the front, by the way, because she should just probably be dead. But of course, yes, she blocks every shot. It's only when she's allowed to die that she actually takes any damage. But it's amazing how long this goes on for. And it's like they knew that they're like, the lightsaber lady will be in here. We better bring our lightsabers. Like, what? Like, why don't you guys just have guns?
Well, I mean, I actually kind of assumed I gave the film more credit than it deserved. Because when I watched this scene, I figured that they tried to shoot her, realized, damn, she can block the bullets or block the lasers, and then they got out their laser swords. But you just showed that they walk in with the lightsabers.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they're like, I can't wait to cut down women and children with my lightsaber.
So this means, doesn't it, that you don't need to have robot hands to use lightsabers? Because
Well,
unless they
There's a
all have
glove.
them.
You have a
So this
glove.
is something, it becomes a little bit more clear and it makes a little bit less sense. It becomes clear how little sense it makes, I should probably say, later in the film. So basically the way that it works is that you can't hold the handle of the lightsaber sword because it gets really fucking hot. It will just straight up burn your hand off.
Yeah.
The Imperium soldiers all have gloves, and presumably the gloves are designed to sort of counter this sort of innate quality that the sword has. Nemesis has her robot arms, which accomplish the same thing. However, later on in the film, Cora picks up one of the swords, and the way that she gets to use it is she wraps a bunch of fabric around the handle, and she can then use it, which means that none of that is necessary. It's not actually that hot, and anyone can use it if they just have a bit of fabric. They just take their shirt off and wrap the shirt around the handle.
I have a crazy idea for you. Just don't use it on. Just use it as a normal blade if you don't have the glove.
Yes.
Well,
that is also a good idea.
Maybe they're very blunt unless they're super hot. But I was going to point out as well, like, is it Cora that sizzles her hand on it at first, and then she's like, "Oh, I got it." Yeah. Why doesn't she know how they work? Surely she would.
She's stupid.
I don't
Are
know
they
if
a
she
recent
necessarily didn't.
technological advancement, even though they were part of the fucking crazy Nemesis lady's ancestors? Just...
Well, I don't know if it's possible to read that scene as not that she didn't know how they worked, but that she knew how they worked and just kind of grabbed it quickly, stabbed the guy, and was like, "Ah, fuck, that hurt," and then kind of poked it a couple of times until it had cooled down once the blade turned off. I don't know if that's a reasonable read of the
Maybe
scene,
I
but
got
that's
the
possible.
impression that she was like, "Oh, I can't hold the handle because it's too hot." I see. Like we're learning with her, but maybe.
Yeah. I don't know why they chose to establish that using Korra, because, like you say, Korra would know that. But yeah,
Why the fuck didn't they put the children in a place that wasn't going to be fucking attacked? What is wrong with them? Like,
Well,
you know, shouldn't they just be running away?
Yeah,
Why not
just go into the hills or
children?
something,
Yeah,
out
send
of
the
the
children to
village.
hide in the waterfall where you
They
just
could've-
hit the dropship.
Yeah,
Yep,
exactly.
there you
Yes.
go. That's the most obvious
There you
fucking
go.
place.
Perfect.
or
not
they could have
getting them-
dug a hole for them. They could have dug a hole for them because the Imperium can't scan holes.
Yeah. They're
If
one
they'd all
weakness,
just
grain
jumped
and
into a
holes.
hole, we'd be fine.
Oh my god, they actually could have all hidden in the hole. They could have all hidden in the hole with the grain.
Yeah. So
Like,
that if they
the
did
grain,
find the
we
hole,
actually used it all already.
they open up the hole, they're about to throw a grenade, and someone lifts up a grain, just one grain. Like, you can't
Yeah.
do it. Stop.
Like they're holding up a flag, like a "we surrender," but it's just like a piece of grain.
We get Farmerman has a boss fight with Noble, and it's such a
Yeah, why ever?
We know how films work. It's just like he's gonna have no chance. There's no fucking way. You're just having Noble kill someone. And I guess in this case, it's like, look how impressive Noble is. He can kill strong farmer man. It's like, yeah. Why?
Obviously.
Why would you know what I mean? As a choice for storytelling, it's just like, sure, I understand
But
that.
The guy had a gun. He's holding his gun when he sees Noble go into the dropship, and he goes, "Ah!" and then
Well, you
jumps
very-
on the dropship without his gun.
He very cleverly upgrades to a melee weapon, right? Which in this case, is it just his fists?
I don't even
He
think he
just
has
beats him with his fists, I
Yeah,
think,
it's just his fists. What a
Ooh.
clever dude.
One of them pulls out a
That's
knife
correct.
because the way that Noble kills him is using a knife, but I can't remember if it's. I
think
can't remember
it
whose
is the
knife it
farmer's
is.
knife, yeah.
Yeah.
So
In
that
which case,
means
why
he-
didn't he open
he
with the knife?
Threw away his gun to not pull out his knife. Like,
He threw away his gun to get the fist fight. Very
man,
good idea.
clever
Oh,
boy.
man.
This gun
I
is
like
getting
how
in the
It's
way of my
supposed to be
fists.
sad, by the way. What the fuck was the farmer man's name?
Den.
No
I
Den.
only know that his name is Den because I've watched this film 3 times.
It's
It's hard to
funny.
remember their names. It's very, very hard to remember their names. I do like how the quiet kicks in as soon as Snyder has decided that he's going to lose the fight.
Yeah.
Like, basically he's winning, and then they go, "Run!" And then it's like, oh yeah, all right, well, he's lost. Yeah, and then he does. He loses, and then he gets thrown off the ship and lands on the ground. It looks really awkward.
Yep. It's
Also,
You
like
gotta
that.
show him.
Also, I like that he doesn't just tell the guy who's supposed to fly the things like, "Hey, there's this guy here. Can you shoot him really quick and then start the ship?"
He's such an edgy boy. He's going to do it himself.
Oh, wait,
Look at
have
him.
we gone past the bit where I think we have, because isn't it Farmer Man who lobs a bunch of grenades into a
Yes.
dropship?
Yeah. This
And
Oh,
guy
the
yeah.
lobbed a
the pilot
grenade
just
onto
turns
a-
around and says, "Oh, damn."
Oh,
Oh,
damn!
beans.
I just-
Not
yeah.
again.
just to illustrate what Freaky said, if people have the stream up, it's so funny watching him go blip.
Oh, I didn't realize he just flops on the.
blip.
Yeah.
Bloop.
I
They,
know
uh,
you did
they
R-rated
typically don't
cut,
show
he's
you
gonna
that
run
in-
into guts.
In movies, they
Yeah.
often cut away before that part because it looks awkward. It's just like,
Oh,
blip.
do you think in the extended cut they have like a zoom in and it's just splattered on the ground?
Yeah,
Blood
you're going to see his
everywhere.
brain. His brains are going to
Yeah.
come out. It's going to be it's going
gonna
to
be like,
explode.
Dude, those
it's gonna
extended
be
cuts are
like
gonna
in
be
South
so
Park.
cringe, dude.
Mm.
They're gonna be
like
so
in South
edgy.
Park when they throw the pig that's dressed as Butters off, and then he explodes into guts, and it rains on everybody. And then the doctor's gonna come up and say he didn't make it while checking his pulse. He's just guts on the ground.
Oh yeah, they're doing their
Oh, and-
ingenious plan now. They leave
Yes.
the waterfall and go into formation to get onto the ship.
Pretend to be
This
one of the
plan
bad
is
guys.
actually insane. This was their plan. This was
Yeah.
not improvised. This was their plan. Was that they were going to get on their ship, fly up to the King's Gaze, which I believe is the name for the ship,
It is.
and
yeah.
then pretend that they've taken damage and just hope that the crew allow them to land, because I guess they know that the Imperium has no means of identifying their ships, like no call signs,
Which
no awareness
is
of who their
Well, yeah,
pilots
we have
are,
to-
how many ships they've deployed.
We have to roll this back all the way to the ship she escaped on would be known. They would be like, she just left in,
Yes.
CF
Yep.
2028, num 1 fucking bullshit day.
No,
Everything's gonna have a
don't
unique
call that.
identifier. They will know
They
if
don't.
that ship shows up in any system, that's where she is. That's just like a normal thing. So when
Yeah.
you see it coming toward your ship, you'd be like, that's her fucking ship. What the hell? And you'd be
Yeah.
like,
And
nah,
if
it's
that's
fine.
not if that's not enough, because they pretend they're damaged, they take remote control of it, which surely is going to connect to their systems,
They must
whatever they
know
are,
at that point, yeah.
No,
and then
they
go
have-
like
they
beepity
have to
boopity.
know.
That's not my
Well,
property.
Even if even if not, it would confirm to them that the ship isn't actually damaged, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's
So they'd see it's like, oh wait, the ship works.
I can't believe I say this,
why is it
but
smoking?
you can at least maybe argue maybe like our instruments show no damage, but you are clearly smoking and you're clearly heading toward us. I'll give them that, but like Metal said, as soon as you connect to it, the system should be built up to fucking notify them. It's like, this is a ship you're actually looking for. It belongs to the Scargiver. Be like, whoa.
This is just how
Scientists
simple IT works. If you connect to a server, you need some
ID.
something like a key, an ID. Is it a password or a certificate or a key file that
It's
the
an
server
older
goes
code,
like,
sir, but it
oh,
checks
you're
out.
allowed on here.
Something that's really weird about this as well is that you see like the officer aboard, they're like, oh, you're wounded, soldier, get back on here, we'll take care of you. It's like, why are you characterizing like the space fascists like this, and that they like, why are you presenting them as being like oddly sympathetic?
And then if you're gonna do that,
caring about their own men?
why do you then show your hero
Wow.
indiscriminately fucking annihilating
look
them? Like,
at
if you're gonna
Yeah.
do that,
We're not there yet,
So,
okay? We
I
need
didn't
to
even-
talk about the war crime comes later, okay?
So I didn't even notice the things that you guys just brought up about the ship, like they should have detected it, because I was just distracted by their plan is to like fly up there, which means that the idea of two injured soldiers fleeing combat and returning in a dropship that has guns on it to the dreadnought is normal. Which, like, there is no fucking way that that's the case under the Imperium. It's going to be a case of you land and you fucking fight. I don't care if your leg's on fire. Like, you fight. You don't take a dropship back to the dreadnought with two guys in it who have just got shot
That's
in the
what I'm
foot.
saying,
Like,
like,
that's not going to be a thing.
if they'd had them say, like, are you cowards, running from the battle? And it's like, we're injured. It's like, I just asked you if you're running away. Like, it's, some kind of dialogue that makes us think, like, oh, they're assholes. But they don't do that.
Instead of having them like, oh,
Like,
you're
if there
wounded,
were-
soldier, get back on here. You've done your duty. Why would you write them this way? Why
Yeah.
would you write the space fascists like this?
Also, do you also think it's weird that because they get taken in remotely, that they just go to a completely different hangar apparently, and not just the same one?
I mean, maybe that was the reason why they pretended like the ship was damaged, so they go to the ship repair hangar.
I
Maybe.
mean, yeah, I just find I've never seen this before. as far
It's
as I
definitely
know.
weird. Yeah.
It just feels weird.
But right after this, where you have the bad guys being oddly sympathetic about the welfare of their own soldiers, you cut to Titus standing in the barn, having watched all of the villagers up front get slaughtered, just sitting there waiting. It's so weird. Why would
But
you write your heroes like this? That they just stand by and watch as a bunch of villagers get slaughtered,
Yeah.
and then they decide, all right, now's the time that we're going to go out and fight.
Also,
As
of
part
all
our
the
plan.
things, they put bombs on. They don't put any bombs on this small bridge where there's
On the
like
bridge,
50 soldier on. You could kill instantly. Fucking morons.
Really,
It gets even
really
worse than that because you've got you've got General Titus who's there like, all right, come on, let's do our war speech, and then we're going to run in. And then here you've got Tarak. He's just, instead of going out at the same time, he's like, he sees what Titus is doing. He goes, all right, we can't let them die to save us. Why are we going and we'll fight? And it takes like a good 10 seconds to do, during which time Titus and his guys are getting presumably killed.
Is it not insane that the way that the Severed Samurai hero guys orchestrated their plan was such that the only time when they would get involved in the fight was after a bunch of the villagers had already been slaughtered and the soldiers were moving into the village? I just find it insane that their plan is tiered in such a way that it condemns certain villagers to death,
Yeah.
while the hero protagonist guys stand around and just watch this happen. It's crazy. I don't know why it would be written like this.
Well,
But now we're back to the slow-mo fight with Nemesis.
well, this is
Ugh.
we did already talk about it, but the tiered release of reinforcements, when had they been involved in the fight from the beginning, they would have lost a hell of a lot less people.
Hmm.
It's
Yeah.
really weird to watch Titus release with a bunch of people with ranged weapons, being like, right,
And
that
then
will help.
Oh yeah, their great
Let's
plan is to
go,
just
engage
run
in
into
close
the
quarters.
open and just start shooting instead of taking cover or anything. They didn't even like
Oh.
put anything up for cover, you know?
It's
like
not even. But they
a
don't even just
foxhole or
shoot
whatever.
metal. Like Titus runs out with his gun, and then he
Oh, yeah,
starts
yeah.
hitting them with it in close quarters combat.
Yeah, because
What-
Tarzan
dude,
and
But it's like, why are you guys
and
behind
Titus,
cover? What are you guys doing?
It is seriously like an obsession with like bad filmmakers. The idea of you have people with guns, but you still need to try and find ways to get them engaged in close quarters combat. Halo
Yeah.
did it all the time,
John
even
Wick.
though John Halo and
John Wick,
John Wick as well. It's like that when you have gun, but it's because they're obsessed with, again, you're talking about Lord of the Rings, right? Everybody wants their ride of the Rohirrim, and they can never find a way to justify it because when you're in science fiction or contemporary settings, the idea of just running headlong into an invading army is just like stupid. There's no
Yeah.
reason to do it. It's dumb, but they love it because I guess they don't think that you can make an interesting battle where people are shooting at range. Because I guess they've just not seen any like World War II movies at
Yeah.
all. They've never seen Saving Private Ryan. How does Saving Private Ryan create an incredibly engaging, climactic battle with the fact that they all have guns? It's like, well, they give you a clear understanding of the battlefield, and each of the members of the squad are like deployed and placed in locations that are best suited for whatever objectives they have, right? You've got like the machine gun, you've got the sniper in the tower, you've got like your squads moving around planting explosives and everything like that. You can have it be dynamic without it just being everybody runs into each other and engages in close quarters combat even though they've all got guns.
Well, and did we have that moment, right, where they both they both had a rifle ammo and they both throw their helmets and then grab their sidearms?
Oh yeah, that's right. It's they they run out and then their guns they're out of ammo and they jam and then they both throw their helmets at each other.
It's like funny, and then and then also his like, oh fuck, like because he's been shot.
Son
It's
of
just
a
like,
bitch!
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
he
so...
gets shot and then he just throws the gun out as he like stumbles behind cover.
So
Oh
fucking
man,
good.
and just like
I was
think
gonna
about
say,
like how awesome.
there's I think a worry with ranged weapons. It's like, oh, this will be boring though. That's why we got to break it up with hand to hand. That's what genuinely what I think John Wick's thing is. But
I think so.
if
but, I mean,
looking at Saving Private Ryan, it's like Jackson action scenes are all intense.
Hmm.
And,
Well, yeah, it's a really cool sequence. Jackson's final stand of him like up in the tower, moving around and spotting where the enemies are, and then landing all of these shots, and you're just like focused in on his face, and then cut between his face, the scope, while he's recanting the Bible verses, and it's like, yeah, this is awesome.
when the one thing I remember really sticking out was watching him take shot after shot after shot, and some of them missing, which is it makes it feel so much more real.
Well, and it's a sequence where and this would be the kind of thing where it's like, okay, so Snyder, this is called subtext. He knows that he's gonna die. This is his last stand, and he knows it. Like that's the reason why he's firing over and over and over and over and over again from the same position, rather than
get as many kills as possible.
This is the final stand.
Yeah,
and the fact that the last thing that he does when he's about to die is yell at his fellow soldier to get out. It's like, this is just character. This is how you write characters. It's so good. Look, all right, we gotta gush about Saving Private Ryan every now and then, okay? It's one of the best movies ever made.
Top tier, that one. Top of top tier.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, top tier in my top 5. I love that movie. Anyway, back to Rebel Moon.
Rebel Moon.
Yeah. While here, Titus and Turok's great plan is to run out directly into them, and at some point they're just standing on that bridge and just mow people down without having any casualties.
Hail of laser shots plasma shots going past them as well.
Yeah.
It's not just that the premise is implausible because they should all be getting shot. It's that you make it so clear that they should all be getting shot, and somehow are not. It's very unartfully done. It's like it's the scene at the end of Rogue One. It's as though like, he's saying, "I'm one with the Force. The Force is with me," and as all the bullets just go around him. It's just that they haven't actually got the Force in this because he couldn't steal that. So, but the same.
He wanted to though.
I mean, who knows? Maybe they will have the Force in some way, shape, or form.
Well, yeah. Hold on.
Fucking girl will do. Yeah.
I was going
Yeah.
to say the princess is a Jedi, or parallel.
If she turns up as a blue ghost in the same.
She gets a
no.
third one.
I will say as well the Nemesis scene, because as far as I'm concerned, it's just really shit Boromir scene. Is she gets her first arrow,
Yes.
which
Yeah.
is the arm is chopped off, and it's like, and everyone's
And
like,
then
oh my
keeps
god.
fighting.
So
Oh,
I find
no.
I find
Don't
this
give 'em-
idea extremely funny, where she gets her arm cut off, which means that she no longer has the blood of her ancestors telling her how to fight, and she just reverts back to being a fisherman.
You know,
what am I doing here? Ah!
It's funny because we keep just talking about other movies and why they were better. Boromir getting hit with the arrow is such a fucking great moment because he's very carefully, like in a logistic sense, forcing the enemy to be sort of bottlenecked, and he's taking fights one at a time, two at most, which is something he's capable of because he's a very talented sword fighter. So someone shooting at him with arrows while he's doing that is not something he could have accounted for because he's got them right in front of him and that's far away. And then everyone else realizing, oh shit, he's gonna die. He realizing, like, I'm probably gonna die. This is it. Her getting her arm chopped off, I was just struck by, like, I thought you were supposed to be, like, the most amazing sword fighter in the history of the world. How are you losing to, like, these two Randys? What's going
Yeah.
on?
Yeah, like Titus has already killed considerably more of these enemy soldiers than she has.
So the only potential defense that I have of this is that these are the Spec Ops Spartan guys, the Cryptea. That is it. We don't really have a
Yes.
point of
But we've-
reference because
We've
That's why
not
they
been
get to
shown
figure out
that they're good
armors.
in this whole fight.
Well,
yeah.
Like, it's so arbitrary
Yeah.
when she loses an arm. It's just like, that's happening now. You're like, oh, okay.
yeah, like what they needed to do is maybe establish in the first film that the Cryptea are like, you just completely do not fuck with them. Like
I can't
like
believe
kind of like the Sardaukar
not in Dune 2.
Well, less so in Dune 2, but yeah,
Can't
yeah,
believe I'm
there are
saying this,
examples of that
but
being done well.
had they given her a fight on the level of Obi-Wan versus Darth Maul after Qui-Gon was dead, I'd buy it somewhat. Like a really fast and intense sort of thing where it's pushing her to the edge of her abilities. But the choreography is boring, man. It's just like,
Yeah.
meh, meh, meh. And then,
really
lost an arm. You're like, oh, yeah, I know what that means in stories.
And then
Well,
we intercut between that and the farm girl and soldier guy getting into a tussle with just one of them as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it does hurt presenting them as special forces when the farm girl takes out, I think, at least one of them. I think maybe two.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah. And the
yeah,
private
you-
soldier, he just gets knocked out. He's
Yeah,
just
and he
out from
manages
the
to
fight.
kill here, right here. So he jumps on the guy's back and stabs him through his armor. Like, why are they wearing armor?
like the
Why does
most
anybody?
basic way of characterizing bad guys and going from like your ground level grunts to your more advanced ones, just look at video games, all right? It's really straightforward. You just have them be obviously more impressive in ways that are very apparent, and you show them like in contrast to the regular guys. I mean, in this case, it's just show them being very effective instead of showing them, you know, they get her, but it's she's not doing anything particularly impressive either. So they just come across as about as lame as the regular soldiers.
Yeah. It's particularly funny though at this point because she's defeated everyone except two, and Big Chungus punches her and she like flies across the room. I don't even know.
Mhm.
It's always weird when they forget. It's like if he has the force to do that and he put it all into her face, she's probably in a bad position right now.
Or put all of the force into his like swing with his sword, and then like I don't care if you
Well,
parry
you-
that shit. Like that's not going to help you.
Well, can you see that both of them decided not to use their lightsabers here for some reason? They were just like,
Yeah.
nah, it's alright. I mean, he's seen movies. Doesn't know how to make them though.
But this is her demise. She's about to.
It's so
This is the
sad.
end for her.
This is the
It is
one
sad.
emotional payoff in this movie that I don't hate. I mean, when I say I don't hate it, I mean it's like a 2 out of 10 instead of a 1
I
out
get
of
what
10.
you're saying. Yeah, like
milk it so hard.
They
They
do
should
milk
Oh, they
it.
do.
hours
do.
to die. It's
But
just
you've got-
staring and staring and more staring and yeah, some more staring, and then like 2 minutes later, it's still staring, and then she just flops.
well, and so
Yeah.
this is something I brought up on FNT. We'll go back to him in a second. There's a lot of scenes between what we just saw and then her next scene, which we cut back into it, and she like does attack, stabbed, and it's like, oh,
Mhm.
if it's as weird as like Boromir taking the second arrow, and then we cut to just some other logistical stuff going on with some other people, and then someone else like setting up a bomb and blowing it up, then someone else doing something, and then it cuts back to when he takes the third arrow. You're like, okay. I guess you can do it
and
like
it's
that.
so
Why wouldn't you
weird 'cause
keep us
you're
in the
cutting
moment? What do you?
Yeah, it kills the
you're cutting
momentum.
in between with basically what is essentially exposition information of just like, look, the medics are now bringing
Yeah.
Cora onto the ship. It's like, why would you cut between what is one of the more dramatic moments in the film, and even he knows it is,
It's so
like just
because to be
boring
specific,
characters moving to this area.
yeah, Noble walking and then talking about his next plan. Then the nature of the villagers trying to organize the bombing of the whole area. Then back to Titus and Turok, whatever the fuck his name is, Tarak, doing their thing. Then back to the villagers sorting out that explosive. It goes off. Then the medics getting with it. It's just like, then we can come back to Nemesis. What was the editing there? What were you thinking?
And
I mean, I
it gets
guess the only
confusing
defense
as
I
well.
have of that is that he was trying to draw out the like mid-action scene low point because he cuts it in with all of the other villages where things are going wrong. Noble's
If you want to
escaped.
do that,
They're
you got to
cutting in
push the
between
first half of
story
her
and stuff.
scene further back. Like you.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely.
That's
It's
just that's how
it's
editing
just
works.
really weirdly edited. And also, I mean, you talk about the villagers, the fact that there are still villagers in the field in those tunnels, apparently still actively fighting them. It's like that seems like that shouldn't be the case based on what you showed, because you showed a bunch of soldiers crossing the bridge, but I guess they were still down there. And then yeah, he blows it up, and it's like, man, should have probably led with that, except not with villagers in the tunnels while they
Exactly,
blow
yeah.
it up. You should have just rigged it remotely to blow it up, because it's hyper effective. It causes a massive chain reaction explosion.
It's so
Like,
sad though. All the
it's
villagers are dying.
It's sad.
Oh yeah, I very much care
But
about
yeah,
them.
we're getting real close to the war crime part, but we still got like more slow-mo fighting before that happens. And
Oh yeah, I mean we
Nem-
can't necessarily keep saying it, but for every single scene we talk about, there is slow mo in it, guys. You know how
Yeah,
this
pretty
There's
is.
a
much.
lot of slow mo. Yeah.
like it is particularly obnoxious though, like right after Nemesis dies, we get these slow-mo shots that are like so poorly composed that I don't even know why he thought it would be worthwhile to emphasize the slow motion. It's just like they're fighting in a massive dusty battlefield where there's a whole bunch of dust and debris kicked up so that you can barely even see anything. There's like no color at all. It's really like a really like bad looking. Like, look at this. Why would I want to watch this in slow motion?
I
Look at
don't
these
know.
shots.
Pew pew pew.
Look at that.
It just
Fucking-
flows badly as well. Also, just shows me how
Mhm.
stupid it is. They're just standing on top of the bridge
Mhm.
with no cover and somehow survive and just shoot
Yeah,
everybody
the slow
down.
motion doesn't help. John Wick, the way that they do it is move so fast that your brain can't
Yeah.
interpret the dumb.
Yep.
Whereas yeah, they slow it down so that you can see how stupid it is.
Well, and like,
And it's funny.
if instead of me thinking all the time about like how are you alive, there's like 1,000 people with guns and you're on a bridge that's very like exposed. What I should be doing is thinking about like, oh, how well Titus has done, how well he's ordering people. I would have to go to Avengers, I think. First thought is like the way they organize that final battle scene, having constant orders being spread to everybody from Cap, and then I don't need to go through it. You know how it works. We've talked about it so many times. There's the approach with every single character having something important to do, something necessary that has an effect on everything, and we recognize by the end of it that they fucking earn that shawarma meal, okay? But this, like, at the end of this moment is a very much like, we've done it. And I'm just like, what have you done? Fucking just been in slow-mo scenes, just some with infinite...
And now Snyder has decided that you've won, but actually you're not won because the spider tanks that you saw getting dropped down, you haven't dealt with those yet.
It's like
Nope.
a
They
shit
must have
version
seen them
of the
dropping those
Moomakill
down.
thing from Revenge of the
Yeah.
Sith.
Yeah.
But yeah, you think there's Moomakill in Revenge of the Sith. It makes the film really good. Yeah, so they look triumphant, and then you get the panning shot through the mist and the fog of war, and then yes, out come the next bigger, even badder enemies.
Yeah.
And it's the same here. It's just that none of it's been earned, and it
Yeah.
doesn't look anywhere
You know,
near as good.
It reminded
And
me
That's
of...
exactly the parallel that I thought of. Because in Return of the King, it's like Sauron is using the Haradrim as this other faction who, that's the explanation for essentially why he didn't use them right at the beginning. That's why they weren't there. Whereas in Rebel Moon, it's like, well, they have more soldiers who waited for the first wave to die in their entirety, from the looks of it, before sending in the second wave.
You know, it
Yeah.
made you guys think of Lord of the Rings. It made me think of The Mummy Returns, when they defeat the initial wave of the armies of the Scorpion King, and then And then they're like, we did it. And then the second wave comes around. And I was just thinking about how Number Returns is not in any way, but it's some kind of amazing film. But it's just funny how much Rebel Moon, especially Part 2, is just constantly making me think of movies that aren't it.
Well, it's just an amalgamation of a bunch of like understood storytelling ideas and tropes and concepts, but all thrown together haplessly. Like, how incompetent is this? It's just like, yeah, slow-mo fight, then they won. Oh, wait, no, they didn't win because of things that we saw getting dropped earlier in the film. There's no, like they saw them dropping the spider tanks. They must have seen them dropping them. So why did they think that they had won when they hadn't dealt with those? That's stupid.
They felt safe, surrounded by grain.
now-
or
I was
something.
I was losing it when those spider tanks, they start shooting and
started
it just
firing.
annihilates the grain.
It's like, oh, I guess we don't care about the grain then, because they're just firing through the fog right into the village where all the grain is.
It's like how those
Well, you see-
defenses do in Titus.
By this point, they'd lost enough soldiers to where they knew that they didn't actually need the grain anymore.
Yeah, they were like, yeah, we can stand to destroy 10% of the grain. Yeah.
That would be funny
fine.
if some guy was reporting that. It's like, we can destroy 10%, then they do, and it's like, right, can't destroy anymore. Then it's like, he shoots that guy in the head. It's like, can we destroy more now? It's like, yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess also worth mentioning as well, insane plot armor for Titus. And,
Oh, yeah.
and
Yep,
all that.
yep.
Oh,
Arguably
Yeah,
for
but now-
everybody all
now-
the time.
They stand out of the
Now
open when
we're-
the spider tanks start shooting and they just all miss and then they just
Yeah.
go
Yep.
down.
And
It's
then
like,
they run
okay.
out in the open and dive and they all miss. But that brings us
Yeah.
to
But hey,
one of
Freaky,
the
time for
most
war
bizarre-
crimes.
Oh, wait,
This is one of the most
One thing before
Yeah.
that, because someone mentioned it in chat, and I did mean to bring it up. It's been brought up by other people as well. All of it is laser weapons in this, but they have a lot of bolt action and lever action rifles, and
Mhm.
it makes no
Oh, I
fucking
didn't-
sense at all. It's just another person who likes Firefly and didn't understand what Firefly did or why.
Yeah.
I wondered
Oh,
whether
like,
I'd
yeah,
some
Firefly
of
is
that.
country.
Sorry, after you.
It's just Firefly is Western, it's like, oh yeah, space Western, so let's get Western guns with lasers. Okay, sure,
It's so
all right.
cringe. Bolt
Yeah, I
action
wonder
laser
whether-
rifle. What? Like, just-
How much of that was just like the villagers being backward? But then I don't think they had any guns because that was the thing in part one when the old farmer maggot guy gives Cora her pistol back, is that like they don't have weapons in their village. So I don't think it's just the villagers using like these old flintlock things. I think it is just, like you say, it's just complete inconsistency in how they're borrowing from other things.
it's just
I
the
thought that it
aesthetics.
was that. I mean, I don't think it makes any sense, but I thought that the sort of like lo-fi tech was the villagers' rifles, like the one that you see the Giga Chad guy
think
use
what's
before he
included
throws it
in-
away to use
yeah.
his fists.
Yeah.
But then, like, why we never had even a hint that they had anything like that in film one? I
I'm
don't
pretty sure
know.
someone actually says explicitly that they don't have weapons. So maybe they just forgot. I mean, hell,
If-
everyone else forgets
yeah.
everything else about
Yeah.
part one.
Everyone else did. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess maybe Zach's relying on people not rewatching part one before watching part two.
That brings us to
That
one of the
does-
most bizarre
yes.
scenes that Snyder has ever created. So basically, Cora's plan was that they were to trick the medics on board the ship that they were injured soldiers, and the medics are like, "All right, you're wounded. We got you. We're gonna take good care of you." They put them on the bed with wheels. I can't remember what it's called. Can't remember what it's
Gurney?
called. They wheel. And then they wheel them into the elevator and they say, we're going to do a visual inspection on the elevator. Imagine if they had done one not in the elevator in front of all of the soldiers. But then they're like, yeah, all right, we're going to take care of them. We're going to take care of them. Wait a minute. And then she kills them. Cora just
Yep.
kills the medics,
Shoots them.
unarmed medics. This is a war crime. Like, plain and simple.
It is,
Like,
and I pointed
Cora,
out
the
on Twitter as well. It's
protagonist
like
of the
you're
story,
90
gets
minutes
war
into your
crime.
film, and the protagonist has so far killed an innocent child and some doctors.
Yeah.
That's it.
Pretty cool.
Like, this is crazy. It's so weird that like you present the Imperium as having these medics who are like, oh, our fellow wounded comrades, we're gonna take good care of you,
Right.
and the hero murders them, like by deceiving them into thinking that they were helping their friends when she's there to kill them and kill everybody aboard. They don't have weapon. Like she just killed medics, and she's meant to be the protagonist of the story. What the
Mhm.
hell? Why
And
did
so
you
there's-
do this?
There's
there are
another
so many-
film.
Go ahead.
I was going to say there's another character in a certain film that's pretty different to this one, where a similar thing happens. the character basically disguises themselves as someone who is badly injured, and then reveals that actually they're fine,
I know what
and
you're
then
doing.
kills. Yeah, and that character is Hannibal Lecter in The
Yeah.
Silence of the Lambs.
The serial killing person eating monster did
Yeah,
exactly what she did.
There's even an exact shot in Rebel Moon where she when they realize, hey, they take the mask off and then they look at her and then her eyes open and she kind of lifts her head up, and I was like thinking, why are we doing Silence of the Lambs? Because I swear that
Yeah,
shot
Zach, do you
there, I swear
remember?
that happened.
Do you remember who the good guys and bad guys are in that scene, Zach? Because the crazy
Because
part
I'm
is as
not
well.
sure anymore.
Lots of little details. You can make this scene go in multiple ways, right? She could pull out her gun and say, "All of you, like, get against the wall," that sort of thing, you know. But no, that doesn't happen. They look shocked, and then she wraps her leg around one, shoots him, shoots another one, shoots. And it's just like
They're all unarmed. They're all unarmed medics. And the reason they're fighting again, it's like you said, why didn't she just pull out the gun and say, like, don't move? Instead, it's like, no, she just murders them.
Well, and why don't
It's
they have any
insane.
guards anyway? Because you would
The
think
one
that,
guy has a gun, but that's the only one, I think.
like,
I
you've
don't
got.
think any of them have guns, do they?
No,
I think she pulls a
she
gun off a
grabs one.
corpse.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I see. No, wait, it looked like she grabbed it out of her, like she had the gun on her side, on her leg.
Well,
No,
she
they're-
whipped it out of her leg.
Yeah, there just now she has a gun and then she grabs another one and I think gives it to Guna, unless she keeps both of them
Yeah.
for herself.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
not sure.
definitely coming
right.
out of a holster from one of the medics.
Yeah. I see. Yeah. Still a war crime.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, it's not
At least
unusual that a
of
medic
them-
would have a sidearm. That's perfectly
No,
fine.
that's right. Yeah, exactly. It's just crazy that this is what the protagonist has done. She killed a bunch of medics who were trying to help her, but
Yeah.
she deceived them.
There's something that I kind of want to highlight here. Basically, Cora has wandered out not in disguise. She does Guna keeps the uniform on. She does not wear a helmet of any kind.
Nope.
And because
Right.
she decided to not do that, whilst being the most wanted criminal or fugitive in the universe, that directly leads to Guna getting killed. Because if she was wearing a disguise, then essentially what we're about to get into would not have gone down the way that it went down, which would mean that Admiral Noble would never have been notified that there was a woman in the coal shoveling room, which would mean that he then wouldn't have, he wouldn't have taken any action because he would have never known that she was there, which means that Guna would have never got shot. So her not wearing a mask gets Guna killed,
She is
which
the main
somewhat
star,
dampens the
though.
emotional impact.
We need to see her
That is
face,
true.
so-
That is true.
Right. Yeah.
It's main character time.
Yeah. Also, right after the scene, very weird. So they just took the elevator here together, disguised, like, okay, we made it here. And then she tells him, okay, go back to the ship and keep it running. There's another elevator over there you can take to get back to the ship. I was like, why did he come up here? He just went up and now he goes back to the
Yeah,
ship.
maybe he should have just said, like, "No, I'm all good, guys. Don't worry about me.
Yeah.
I'm fine."
I mean, I guess if he'd done that, they could have been like, right, what? Off you go, back to the surface.
It would
Like,
be
why
funny
are you
if,
here?
Hide somewhere in the ship, like anything. It's just
I
so
suppose,
weird.
yeah.
Or he could claim he's doing repairs, right? He'd be like, I know what's wrong with the
Yeah.
ship. Just give me a sec. Well,
True. And
There's a
and
problem. There's a smoke attached to it. Oops.
he does actually know what's wrong with the ship, so he could actually pretend to have
Yeah.
fixed it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you could have done that.
Well, that's the thing. Did anyone actually get a look at that ship that when they intended to? Because they would have been like, where's the smoke coming from? It's like a smoke grenade.
Yeah, I guess they would have realized, but they just didn't show it, so it didn't happen. Yeah.
I don't know. Next time we see him, he's just back on the ship, and it's like, "Oh, we're running out of time." And it's like, "What time are you running out of? I don't even know what's happening."
You see as well in the next scene yet more of the nature of the tiered defense of the village that is designed so that basically, if you're like in the third tier, you have a much higher chance of survival.
Yeah,
than
that's
the
also
ones
where they
who are
put
in the
their
first and second tier.
big auto fire lasers right all the way back there.
The heaviest weapons.
Why
And
haven't
then
you
we
been
just
shooting
see
this whole
the fighter tanks
time?
blow up the building. It's like, oh, so we really don't care about the grain anymore.
Yeah,
do
this
we?
part's
Nope.
really funny for like, how's that grade doing, guys?
Scattered
It's like,
across the
oh, it's
battlefield.
fine, don't worry about it. It's all still there. Those bags are strong, okay? They can survive this kind of impact.
Look at that.
You know for a fucking fact Zack was like, oh, we should have been doing explosions this whole time. Why weren't we? And some other guy was like, well, the grade?
Grade.
And Zack's like, what do you mean the grade?
Grade?
Oh, no, we'll make him say that doesn't matter. Give me a sec. Hey, actor who plays Goofy Nazi, can you say that the grade doesn't matter? He's like, yeah, I can say that. It's like, good, there we go.
Sure, no problem. You got it.
Writing.
Uh,
This is why it's funny to watch, though. You kind of want it, because they
And
show
then this is
wood
the-
and smoke and soil, but you want to see grain flying everywhere. That would make it more fun.
yeah.
Then this is the part where the Hamburglar decides, you know what? Nah, I don't need this big gun. I'm gonna get them with my dagger.
Yeah.
She
Even
has
though there's
massive
like
plot armor as well.
100 soldiers down there, she could have sniped from up here.
Well, it's like she gets fired on for a bit, and because the wood structures are really good at blocking those lasers, which
Mhm.
I don't see that they would if they're lasers, but then she just ditches the gun and is like, I'm gonna take him in close quarters with my knife.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for a
What a
swim.
great idea!
God, so awful.
I know, right? It's just it's pretty painful. And now we get to the part where Cora's just gotten into the fucking central computer like nervous system of the
Yeah.
ship. Look at how cringe it is. Look at how edgy this computer is.
I was gonna...
Yeah.
Is it sooner or later that it looks at her?
It
I
looks
think
at
it's
her.
right
after
after she
she puts
activates
all the
them.
bombs.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's before the coal bit.
Yeah,
Um,
before she kills the coal shoveler guys.
So
Jesus.
shall I? Because again, I said that I looked into this, and there is a very very similar parallel from the lore of Warhammer 40,000. Shall I go for that now? There we go.
This was such a moment
It-
of
it looks-
speaking as someone with no context. It was such a like, I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
What are we doing? It's like, oh, you
I-
you attaching bombs to my face, huh? Is that what you do?
Jeez, stop it.
I remember I was looking at my other screen while she was doing all the bombs, and then all of a sudden I saw like glowing eyes. I was like, wait a second, why is it what?
I actually missed it when I was first watching it. Someone pointed out on Twitter, I think it was, and said, well, I no, what? Really? That it's a thing? Oh my god, yeah, it is. It's what they call the Cromulon from the Cygnus 5 and everything. It's the giant head from Rick and Morty. It's basically that. You just kind of expect her to say, "Show me what you got," and then does it not have any problem at all with her putting bombs on its face? Apparently, it's happy to have its head exploded.
I
Because
guess
it's
So-
insane.
she's familiar with this, you know? She knows what's
I
going
guess this is what passes as like a security system in here as well, because like you can just walk into this room. It's not even behind a locked door.
Nope.
This is like the central nervous system of the entire ship, and you could just casually walk in there and plant bombs on it.
So
And then, yeah.
Well, and remember what's just below her as well.
Yeah.
It's so
It's
funny.
very-
If you want to explain the Warhammer thing, I'd be curious
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah, so basically, first I'll tell you what the official. This is official Rebel Moon canon from the wiki page, and I did check. It's not like fan made content. This is canonical with like the other content, the other canonical content with Rebel Moon. So the Kali, this thing is called a Kali, and it was mentioned once in the film by name, which is in the scene where the king is assassinated. He says to Belisarius, like, what's going on? Where's the Kali? So I guess the idea is that usually they bless this thing, whatever it is, before they launch the ship. So the Kali are interdimensional beings. When the Motherworld
Oh,
figured
no.
out how to capture them, they were able to pull seemingly unlimited energy from them, which they use to power their technology, allowing them to invent machinery with almost mystical capabilities. The Kali are kept in captivity and are kept in a perpetual dreamlike state. So that information is not in the film, but that is canonical to what is in the film.
So
So
if they can create infinite energy, then what do they need the coal for?
Yeah,
yes, is the answer to that. I don't know.
They get
Yes.
cold really easily.
Well, and also, does that mean she's bombing a prisoner?
Yeah, essentially,
Yeah,
yes.
that'd be
This
sick.
is yeah. So the parallel between this and Warhammer is the Catan are star gods that are the oldest intelligent creatures that exist in the galaxy. And millions of years prior to like the 41st millennium, the Catan fought alongside the Necrontyr who became the Necrons against the old ones. And after they won, the Necrontyr turned against the Catan and contained fragments of the Catan inside shards so as to use them as a weapon. Quoting from one of the books, they are now only echoes of their former selves, splinters of energy that survived their Necron servants' ancient betrayal and were enslaved in turn. That is virtually one for one the same exact thing. They've taken infinitely powerful star gods made of energy, captured them inside a technology, and used them as a weapon.
What can you say?
I don't.
It's a-
That's another one to add
something-
to the list of things from Warhammer that have just been slapped into this film, and it's usually I don't care about that kind of thing, but as someone who likes Warhammer, it's very, very disappointing to see it in something this bad.
I
It's time to
refuse to
stop.
believe
It's
like
time to
anyone who
stop.
can capture interdimensional beings is also reliant on grain and coal. It
Well, I
just-
mean,
it
you
doesn't
say
add
that.
up.
Why would it not run on coal? Like what? It obviously it runs on a combination of 19th century technology and enslaved interdimensional energy beings. Like that's just intuitive to me. Like I don't know.
You said like you have a little sleigh in the snow that's pulled by fucking Cthulhu. Like
Well, it's kind of you joke about that, but like you guys mentioned earlier, you've got the space horses that pull the hoverboard
Yep.
thing that carries the grain. It's just this mishmash of technology that does not it doesn't make any fucking sense within the world that it exists in.
why are you doing this, Zack? Who's forcing you to do this?
Well, and who was forcing him to have Cora jump down and just start killing all of the guys shoveling coal into the engines?
Oh my god.
They don't even
Right,
get
yeah.
a chance to like even be aware of what's going on. Basically, like a guard's there, she shoots him, he falls down, and then she instantly jumps down and starts firing at them. All they have are shovels. That's
Oh,
all
dude,
they got.
I just want to
Yeah.
mention, I hate the editing on this part. The fact she's placed the bombs and then it just cuts to him halfway through the catwalk, admiring
It's like,
things, and then being
that's
like,
weird.
wait a minute. Something. It's like you would have noticed that straight away. And then it cuts to her being like, wait a minute. I think I can sense something behind me. And then he goes, wait a minute. There's something that's definitely in front of me. Hang on just a second. And then she slowly turns around. I was like, why have you edited this so fucking bloated? Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, why does it take this long? Why is it like this?
Why are you like
and then
this?
there's the
And yeah.
coal.
Oh, the slow motion.
And apparently it's very soft coal because she uses it to land
she lands-
safely.
Look, she just kicked that guy in, and it's like all that's happened from this guy's perspective is he was in here shoveling coal, and some woman has jumped down and started killing everybody.
After
And
killing
he
someone else,
fights
yeah.
back, and then gets kicked into a furnace to be cooked alive.
Would it
I
not
find
be,
it-
Like,
Go on,
like,
sorry.
reasonable to suppose that these people are slaves? So we've established that
Yeah,
the Mother World
yeah.
uses slave labor. So why would it not be using slaves on its ship? So I'm going back to the hamburgers back story. You know, if Cora had come to quote unquote save these people, she just swings in and guns them all down in the name of liberation.
Yeah.
yeah,
But even
She
if
just
they're not
kills them all.
slaves, even if they're like Cora, basically, well, presumably Cora would know this because she's ex Imperium military. But whether they're slaves or not, she has essentially decided that everyone who exists, who operates under the Imperium, is Satan. The doctors, the pilots, and these poor buggers who are shoveling coal in a fucking spaceship. All of them must die. So says the woman who used to be one of them.
Yep.
yeah. And the only reason that she's defected is not because she actually had some like realization that they were evil, but that she doesn't want to get more punished for the crime that she definitely did.
Yeah, she was forced to defect, basically. She was betrayed by Belisarius. Had that not happened, she would have continued living under the Imperium. She saw no
Continue
problem
doing
with it.
this. Yeah, exactly. It's so like balked. It's so balked, and she's meant to be like the protagonist.
It's meant
It's
to be a
crazy.
story of redemption, and it isn't, because the ending, third of her story of redemption is placing bombs on a semi-sentient star god,
Enslaved
throwing
Star God.
yeah,
Don't
throwing
forget
coal
this,
miners
like-
into a furnace and killing
to be cooked
doctors.
I like
alive.
that there's still
Yeah,
people
and then
like
killing
they
dogs.
really use shovels to pour coal into the engine for the starship. It's like,
Mhm.
yeah,
Mhm.
there's
It's
just
like the Titanic. Just imagine the Titanic, where you have the guys shoveling coal into the engine. That is what it is.
it's so
They should've-
stupid though that it's just nobody will ever believe that that's happened if they don't see it. Like it's just no, that's just not a thing.
Well, They
The
should have
huge
made a deal with the coal
amount.
mining people. They should have found a coal mining planet and made a deal with them in exchange for like machinery that will help them like pump the coal in a more efficient manner, like robots. Which is exactly the deal that they tried to make with the villagers in part 1.
Yeah. Also, just imagine the amounts of coal they would need to actually do anything.
Power spaceship.
It would be a bit,
boggles the
yeah.
mind.
And why would they even use coal engines if they've enslaved a space god that gives them infinite energy?
I don't know.
I-
Maybe it just gets cold.
Maybe
He's
it eats
taking
the
piss,
coal.
man. Snyder
Maybe
is
it
like
eats the
actually
coal.
taking the piss. He really is.
Stop right there, Snyder. What are you doing? The storytelling
and you
police
see him
have
turn
got
around
you.
and he's holding a bunch of jars of piss. What? And then he says it's Granny's peach tea. And see,
Oh
look,
no!
you gotta understand. You gotta understand when he flips the picture over. You see the devils, the demons come from the sky, the parademons. It's like Paradise Lost. He's such a cringe filmmaker. Like it's
Yeah.
just holy crap.
Well, we've spoken about it before, but he's destroyed his reputation with a lot of people now. Thanks to Rebel Moon 1 and 2.
Well, especially if he keeps talking about his extended director's cuts that'll fix everything.
Oof.
It's getting really, really, really annoying. Oh, but man, this scene, like, how does this scene not completely obliterate the movie even more so than before? That, like, there's an officer in the engine room who says that Cora's on the ship, and she shoots him in the back as he's on the phone, of course, as you do. And then Noble's like, "Yeah, we don't need the grain. Blow up the village." What the hell?
There's no cameras in their engine room because they're like trying to confirm whether or not a thing is happening. It's like, that's impossible. It's just like, just open up a fucking screen. No, do we not have that kind of technology again? Okay, fine, it's fine.
I can't believe that he's just like, yeah, we got to destroy the grain. We can destroy the grain. It's fine. What the hell? So, everything about the way that the battle is played out was predicated on the notion that you needed the grain so much that you were willing to risk the lives of all of the soldiers on your ship to not destroy it. And yet you're like, oh, we don't need it. So you never needed it. So what the fuck? Why would you come to this village? Why would you come to a tiny little village just to mess with a bunch of people? Why?
Like the way that it's played out
Just to
essentially
mess with
means
a bunch
that
of people.
it essentially means that they no longer need the grain because they got a bunch of their men killed, which means that their incompetence led to them not needing the very thing that kicked off this story to begin with.
And to be fair, I'm pretty sure that's just something he's saying, because the explicit reason he gives is we have the Scargiver on board now, so we don't need the grain. Like, that's what he says, and then the guy's like, well, wait, if we shoot, we're gonna hit our own men. And he's like, yeah, fuck it, less people to have to feed. Like that seems like an additional cope. It doesn't seem like the actual point he's making, which is we only ever wanted the Scargiver. It's like, no, you didn't, you liar. That's not at all what you said.
But the premise in part one is that the only reason they needed the grain is because they were here to conduct a long and exhaustive search hunting down the Rebel Alliance, which they're no longer doing. Now they are just here for Cora. So they never needed the grain. They could have blown it up from the beginning. And at the moment, he's talking about, like, I must bring her back alive. But now he's about to flip and say, well, if I say that I killed her in battle, it sounds even better. In which case, you should have just orbitally bombarded them.
Yep.
Holy
straight
shit.
away. Like,
Yeah,
there's
you're
no
right.
reason for any of this.
Well,
You're
what's
right,
funny
because
is if they
when they go and
threatened
fight
that,
each other, he says that.
Sorry, if they had threatened to do that, and then Titus or fucking Cora said, you'll never do that because you want the grain, and just be like, just fire one shot at one building. I assume they have the ability to do that. They don't have, like, the only form is just a massive destruction thing. And then be like, oh shit, you called our bluff. They'd be like, yeah, so give us her. And then they do, and then he just says, yeah, now blow it all up, fuck them. Like, that's what I would there's no use of efficiency at all for these fucking idiots.
Nope. It's just all dumb.
But they look spooky and scary, and they're gonna kill a bunch of innocent people, because that's what they do.
Or try, but it takes their gun about 15 hours to aim at a stationary village. Because they need to get a lock on the barn, because the barn is moving around really quickly.
If only they had set that up earlier, just in case they were going to do it. You see as well, he's like, I'm going to go get her, and takes a sword. I love that shit, man. It's just like, take a fucking gun, you moron. Why do you want to have a sword? If she happens to pick up a sword as well, right? So they're going to have their sword fight. It's just like, oh, fuck's sake.
Well, he has both, because he uses his gun to shoot Gunner/Guna. That's what happens.
He does.
And then the first thing that Cora does in the sword fight is slice his gun in half, so therefore it has to be a sword fight.
Good thing he picked up a sword then, thank you.
Because
he could have had a second gun, though.
I kind of assumed that they were going to do a big, like, generic knockoff lightsaber fight, but then because the ship kind of starts exploding and plummeting toward the ground, there's so much environmental shit going on that there isn't really a sword fight at all. They're all just falling through a ship and hoping that they don't die accidentally.
Yeah.
And it's not even a particularly climactic final battle for that reason.
Then we have the Hamburglar's hyper plot armor, where she's in the middle of like a huge warfare scenario, and they're just walking around her and failing to see her. Just wouldn't let her die. It was sad because I was kind of hoping that she would do a scream and then get blown up or something. It would be pretty funny, but we didn't get that.
Yeah, I am disappointed that we don't have another Hamburglary from the first film.
Yeah,
'Cause-
yeah, we ask for too much sometimes, I think.
Yeah, there's a bunch of very good like refaces in this film, but none of them from her.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, at this point, it's just there's a bazillions of lasers flying everywhere, and just none of them are hitting our characters because they're
Yeah.
not allowed.
He's using his little hatches and stabs people with it, and then nobody's dying, breaks necks, and it's just so lame and shit.
It's funny to have Tarak and Hamburglar have a moment when it's just like, have you two spoken to each other before?
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
He
I
said
wanna
one.
actually- I don't think I actually want to die, but if we do, let's die together. It's like,
Yeah.
sure, let's do that, I guess.
It's the film is again. It's implying that they've had character development and character growth. It's tricking the audience into thinking that they know each other, but they don't.
Yeah.
This is another Lord of the Rings knockoff. Never thought I'd
Yeah.
die side by side with a whatever the fuck you
Yeah.
are.
Whoever the fuck you
With
are.
a Hamburglar.
But now we get Jimmy assassinating his character.
He's here.
Pretty much.
Woohoo.
He's here. And look at the feats that he accomplishes single-handedly and think, man, why didn't you help before, my man?
Yeah.
Yeah, could have wiped
Why?
out the
Look at
entire fucking army if he wanted to.
I think Random mentioned it earlier, but like, yeah, he is impervious to small arms fire. Like,
Yep.
he is invincible. Look at him. Look at
Yeah,
him. He's
and-
just tanking those shots.
What
And
is he
these- it's
made
act-
of?
it's
That is
actually-
plasma that's hitting him, and it's just like doing nothing.
Mhm.
It's actually even worse than I thought it was, because these guys here are using essentially like laser rifles or plasma rifles. In the first film, he's knocked on his ass because he gets shot with a pistol.
Yeah.
Mm.
So, like,
He's upgraded
I
since
guess-
then.
I guess
The
they
blood of
should've
elk.
used, yeah, the blood of elk
Blood of
smeared on
elk.
him has saved him. Like, look at him. He's super duper strong. He's really fast, and he's invincible. Like, he could have single-handedly destroyed this entire army by the looks of it. And then, of course, it raises a question of why doesn't the Mother World Imperium? Why don't they just have armies of these guys? Like, they'd be unstoppable.
In
They'd be
part
undefeatable.
one, they
That's
explained that they
they're
refused to
designed
fight
for.
anymore because the princess died, and they
Yeah,
they
it's
lost
really-
their reason to fight, so they don't. But that does pose the questions of, well, who programmed them to begin with, and why can't they just reprogram
Mhm.
them to fight? And if you can't do that, why
Yeah,
are you still sending
exactly.
them to foreign planets when they could turn against you?
Exactly.
Like none
Yeah.
of the robotic stuff
Yeah.
makes any sense at all.
Yeah, like it reminded me, and I go into it a little bit on my video for I was about to say Rogue One for Rebel Moon. And I was again drawing from like Warhammer lore because it was clearly, I think, trying to evoke that kind of thing, like maybe suggesting that they had designed these robots like a millennia ago, and then through some ridiculous event that we never hear about, they lost the ability to actually make more, which is why they can't build any more of these robots. It's why they're so rare. Because in the first film, you have the rapists are like, oh shit, they left us a Jimmy. Like I never thought I'd see one, kind of thing. But the problem is, again, they're basically just kind of implying through it being the Imperium and I guess through what we know, what little we know of the setting, that maybe there are some parallels that we can draw there, but none of that is in the film. That's all speculation.
Yeah, and I mean, in the absence of that, all we've got is what we see, which is that one of them was able to take out like dozens and dozens of soldiers and destroy a tank and wasn't harmed at all.
Mm-hmm.
This is insane. But again, it's like, why didn't he help earlier? Why did he not help?
Also,
It
he has a
contradicts
cape.
The previous one. There's,
Yes.
I think it's Cora's first like big flashback in part one when we see her leading her troops against some not defenseless planet, but innocent planet of people that she's going to go and genocide. And you actually see one of the Jimmy robots in the background getting shot and falling over and presumably dying. So the rules have just changed. I'm guessing it might be his little antler tiara thing. It's like one of those fantasy games where you pick up a tiara that gives you like plus 50 armor or something, even though it looks like it does nothing
Well, like
at
you
all.
said, elk blood. You know,
Mhm.
maybe
Elk
it was
blood.
elk blood.
I
Smeared
really
on
like
him.
the elk blood idea. Just have him, again, like we said earlier, be like a scene from The Revenant where he's just disemboweling this elk and doing some ritualistic nonsense to just, upgrade his
Level
armor.
up.
Yeah.
What do you think? Okay, so serious question. What do you think Snyder wants us to think about the elk shit, like with the antlers? What do you
I
think
think
we're
it
meant
just
to think about
looks
it?
cool.
I mean, it looks to me a little bit like a crown of thorns, and this is Zack Snyder here. So
Oh,
again,
no.
we've got nonsensical religious symbolism, and that's the end of the sentence. That's the end of the
So, like,
thought. I got
the end
nothing
End of
else.
the thought.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so maybe Jimmy is meant to be Jesus.
Well, I think that
Robot
makes more
Jesus.
sense than Noble being Jesus.
Well, yeah, that would be really weird.
That would be very weird. Yeah.
I mean, a crown of elk thorns, antlers on his head. I don't know. I actually don't know. Like, if you told me you had to come up with an explanation for what that's meant to mean, I truly do not know what we're supposed to make of it. Other than maybe it is just as simple as he thinks it looks cool to have a robot with like antlers on his head.
Maybe
It's not.
Maybe
really.
he went into the wilderness on Velt, and he lived with the elk for a little while.
Well, and they
And
killed
he
them.
learned, he then learned their ways, and then like his elk papa, like because he could speak to them because he's a robot and he has like C-3PO translator kind of thing, and he like really bonded with the elk, and then something bad happened and they got eaten by like a tiger or a wolf or something. So then he like kind of took their horns and made a hat to remember.
And he
That's
honored
another
their memory.
possibility. Yeah, maybe. It doesn't really, that's not character depth. It's just a thing that it's why he has the horns. But maybe we'll get that in the extended version.
Anyway, we got a fight scene. Another one.
Oh,
Where you have
wow.
like fucking 7 dudes waiting for her to come out of the elevator. She kicks one and all of them stumble. They all go,
Yeah.
whoa.
I think the last one doesn't actually stumble. He just walks backwards slowly. I'm pretty sure.
He's probably
he
trying to
doesn't-
leave the
he's like,
scene. He was like, ugh.
He's like, I want to get out of here. This shit sucks.
We covered this on Real BBC. This part, all of them just walk into her and get killed.
Yep.
Like they don't even look like they're
That was in
actually
the
people.
trailer.
Yeah.
That was in the trailer. It's like, fucking bad.
None of them aiming to shoot. They all just die. And then this guy, there's just no way he could lose this. And she manages to jump in such a way that he doesn't like. When you have a lightsaber against someone who's got nothing except their fists, you've won.
Yeah.
It's over. But of course, she wins. And yeah, it does come across to me like she's surprised that it's so hot, and then she tries to pick it up, and she's like, "Oh wow, that's still hot. Damn."
Yeah.
Like, and I just feel like it's like should know that, but
I mean, the fact that she appears to be an expert swordsman with these, like she knows how to use one and fight off Noble, then she must know that that's how they work.
I just had a really painful realization, and it's actually hurting my brain. I have a feeling that they wrote this scene and then made the decision to have her remove her helmet and armor. Because if she was wearing the helmet and armor, she would have been able to use the sword normally, right?
Yeah.
But she
So
could have just grabbed the glove of the guy she just killed,
Yeah.
right?
That's also true. Yes.
But you understand,
But instead she
Cora
just
is
gets some
retarded.
bandages. Hey, oh my god, he's retarded. Just get some bandages and just wraps those around. Apparently that's enough. for
Yeah.
reasons.
Also, very shitty copy again of Star Wars. The Death Star laser is lining up with our, unfortunately, very defenseless now village, because grain doesn't count for shit suddenly. Unbelievable.
Damn it.
And you're like, oh god, but what's the effort to destroy it? It's like, well, she's put bombs on the thing. And you're like, oh, okay, but like, does she have to activate them, or does she have to get to a safe distance, or like, what's the, oh no, will we make it? And it's like, no, it's on a timer.
It is funny when you line it up like that. The ticking clock is, well, her ticking clock is moving faster than that one, so it's all good. It's like, oh, that's
it.
What?
You fucked it
why
up.
would
How
that
do you
be
fuck
the
that
way
up?
that
Don't
you
even
set it up?
J.J.
Well,
Abrams fucks this up. Like, he knows what
the whole point of the ticking clock is that there is an action that is required right now at this very moment to stop the bad thing from happening. Not, well, you already set the chain, like you've already won. Like, she's already won. The timer will beat the weapon. That's so weird. Why would he do that?
It's like he doesn't know how it works. He's seen it before, but he doesn't get it.
So when I
But, like-
watched this the first time, I think I, again, just kind of assumed that the film was telling me something that it actually explicitly is not. I thought that she was placing the bombs on the imprisoned Star God because that thing was powering the Dreadnought's weapon systems, not its engine, and that therefore, when they try and fire on the village, the energy surge will cause it to explode. That is what I thought happened, but that's not what happens.
I thought that might have been the case, but I quickly dismissed it. I was like, no, it's a timer, I think.
Yeah, it is a timer. It's explicitly a timer. I don't know why they would have that.
Very strange. Very bizarre. Like, again, ticking clock is a pretty fucking common storytelling trope, it's weird to like
God, that shitty explosion.
misunderstand.
Sorry.
Yeah.
She
No,
was,
it's
she was
it's
close,
so
by the way.
bad.
If she was just like 2 seconds later, she might actually have
2
not made
seconds
it.
later they would have lost.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's a crazy coincidence that saves the day. Wow, insane, crazy.
And then, of course,
Like,
the King's Gaze crashing not on the village. Had it done that, it would have been so much funnier. But
That would
Yep.
have been hilarious.
Yeah.
Like this whole time though, Admiral what's name's Noble has been standing in the shuttle bay waiting for her to get here, and generic farmer man has also been in the shuttle bay, just completely apparently unaware that the main bad guy is in the same room as him. Because
Oh,
if
yeah.
he'd spotted that, he could have just shot him at any time and didn't, because then the film wouldn't work.
Yeah, and
No.
Noble didn't check the ship and didn't kill Guna. Like either of them should
Yep.
have known. The only way that works is if Noble walks into the hangar and just doesn't say a fucking word to
well,
the
to
guy
be
that
honest
he's
with you,
with.
he should be saying, "Hey, you in the ship, at the very least, come with us," which actually would have made for a more interesting payoff, wouldn't it? Like you,
If he was in disguise, you mean?
yeah,
Yeah.
use the disguise to the advantage in terms of being there when she arrived, and then he shot the other guy. You know, just stuff like that, but whatever. Because it looks
Well,
like
even
they show it so
take
that
him
Guna
hostage.
recognizes what's happening as it's happening. He's not like he should know well ahead of time.
Like, I would have thought a relatively natural way of doing this is that you go in and you find that evil Nazi guy has taken farmer guy hostage and uses him as bait and says, like, join me or come back willingly, or I will kill your boyfriend. That's not hard to do. It's
Mhm.
fairly simple. It's an option he could have to try and bring Cora back alive, and then you could have farmer guy sacrifice himself to save her, and then there's the fight.
Also, of course,
rather than
Also-
just
he shoots the subordinate and not the main
I
Nazi
was
man
about to
first.
say,
You know.
Yep.
Isn't it a strange bit though that you have Noble come down with like a guy to back him up, and then he just dies before the fight even happens. He gets
Yeah.
shot in the back.
He's
Isn't that
literally
weird?
Noble's one man. You know, like a plus.
Yeah.
It's his
Life.
ablative armor.
Yeah, he's just
Basically,
a mushroom for him. Like,
Yeah.
So
Well, they-
weird.
They realize that Guna would need to realize what's
Yeah.
happening at some point, and that he has a gun, and that therefore he's going to make a shot. So rather than have him just miss because he's bad with guns, even though he is bad with guns, they decided to give to have Noble come here with some guy whose purpose is to just get shot.
It's
Snyder's
so lame.
method of solving problems in his stories is really funny because he would rather, like, once the idea like exists on paper, it's like he refuses to change it, and he'll just try to find like the easiest answer to keep it the way that it is,
Mhm.
but doesn't realize that it creates a whole slew of new problems. It's just because he wants this one-on-one sword fight and Guna to have been mortally wounded. That's
Which
it. So they can have this fight while they're sliding down the ship.
was it you or Gary who brought up like it just immediately evokes the end of Deadpool? 'Cause it's like, yeah, another fucking movie you copy. It's the same actor as
that's
well.
right. It's funny because they fought on a helicarrier that ended up getting destroyed
Yeah,
and
yeah.
sliding, so they had to fight while they were sliding down. It's like, oh, and then
Man.
the same actor in this movie is sliding down this ship having a sword fight, except it's way worse because like it's just like, look at all of the debris, look at all of the things that should be hitting them. Look at how dangerous
Oh yeah,
this is. and yet they
what is
don't
there to say about this?
miraculously
This fight
survive.
is so fucking stupid. It's
Yeah.
well beyond. It is 110% a Zack Snyder sequence where everything is fucking insane nonsense. They're fighting with, and it's like they're totally not lightsabers, and it's just like, can you stop, please?
Well, yeah, this
No.
did begin as a pitch for what he thought would be a mature Star Wars, which is hilarious.
It's so
Isn't that
funny to
so
me
funny?
that he thinks Rebel Moon is Star Wars but mature. That is
But
so
mature,
funny.
Yeah. Like, Star Wars is more mature than Rebel Moon.
I want
Like,
Tony
and I'm
Gilroy's
not-
opinion
I'm
of
not talking
Rebel
about
Moon.
Andor. I'm not even talking about Andor. Like, the original trilogy is more mature than this in terms of, like, meaningful subject matter.
Yeah.
I think the prequels are more mature than this.
Yeah, I
Actually,
think so.
says on the cover of the novelizations for mature readers.
Oh god.
No, pretty sure it
Mhm.
isn't.
Isn't it crazy that like he's nearly 60 years old, but yet like he is just a teenager in terms of his
Yeah.
attitude to storytelling? It hasn't
Well, I mean,
changed at all.
If he was making good movies, then it'd be like, yeah, cool, make good movies in that style. But he doesn't.
Yeah.
Well, he's gotten worse. I think there's no getting around that. Like the
Oh, it's
worst films
gotten
that he's
worse for
made
sure.
are the most recent things that he's done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Army of the Dead, these two movies, the Snyder Cut. These are like the worst things that he's made. Well,
But-
except Man of Steel and Sucker Punch sort of sitting there in the middle, just like being like, oh wow, okay. But even
According
then,
to Snyder himself, though, Rebel Moon is as popular as Barbie.
Oh my God.
I
You
remember
see that
finding
thing
out
he
about
said?
this.
Oh, silly Zack.
Yeah. Why don't you walk everybody through his rationale for that?
The actual quote is: you think about Netflix, where you push a button, Rebel Moon. Say right now it's 90 million views, 80 or 90 million accounts turned it on. He said of Rebel Moon on Netflix, and they assume if you assume 2 viewers per screen, so if you double the number that they actually give you, then it gives you 160 million people. And if you assume they all paid $10 for a movie ticket, it's $1.6 billion, and that's basically more than saw Barbie. That's
What
his.
level
Sure,
of
that's how you
delusion do you
can
have to have
pretend
to
to.
believe that your movie that nobody was talking about was more successful than the most successful film of last year? What level of delusional do you have to be to say that with a straight face?
We haven't talked about Sophia Boutella. I forget.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sophia Boutella, yep.
I find it to be not fantastic. This would be one of the moments that really stood out to me: is her mortally wounded love sliding down the crashing ship,
Just looking.
and look at her face afterwards. She's like, well,
Oh, shit.
Well, that just happened.
She is not great.
it was awkward. It was just like, oh, maybe we
It's
can.
really awkward when Nemesis Lady, with the pretty small amount of screen time that she has, imbues her character with way more emotion through her performance than this lady does for having all of the screen time.
In her defense, though, how do you react to this shit? I mean,
You don't
it's
even know what
just
the fuck's
I
going
wonder
on.
much going
what was
on.
the direction here? What was
Oh,
So,
yeah,
guys,
she-
listen.
She
You
totally
are inside
dies
a
here.
dreadnought.
Yeah, show him.
he-
Show him how
Oh,
far
yeah,
she falls.
We're crashing at
Just floods.
almost free fall momentum, and then he like throws her during that, and she goes. Look at the way she slams into the bottom of the ship. It just looks like it's like that's dead.
Yeah.
You don't get
that's
like
GG.
if you
That's game
land,
over.
let's say on your side, I'd still be like that's got to be major. But look where she lands. This is possibly the worst. It's like on her spine,
You don't need your spine in
or
space.
rather her
Well, yeah.
neck. Like the bottom of her neck specifically is where all the force goes.
Yeah.
I feel like you might be
Uh,
dead from that, actually.
Yeah, that's over. That's you're done. You're finished. Game over.
No,
Look
it's
at
still
this
fighting.
screenshot.
There is a fantastic face that he makes in a sec, which I'm sure you'll
He's
pause
got
on. It's
many
so good.
faces. So many good faces. You gotta go frame by frame here.
Yep. And when
gotta.
because in the film, if you watch it in real time, Zack, thankfully he slow-mos on the ridiculous face. It is so good. He wants us to relish in it.
I will wait. I'll be right back. Sorry, I gotta sort something out. But you guys continue to discuss.
Well, I
Wonder.
mean, it's
Well, maybe to they are currently in the dreadnought, who is falling down rapidly to the ground, but not fast enough for them to be in danger while they're fighting here. It's all very conveniently timed.
Well, I mean,
in
it's
the way how
convenient.
physics work for them, because this is falling down. Because in a second they're also gonna go ahead and get into a ship and then still fly out. And I don't think this is gonna. I don't think this checks out
Well,
time-wise
remember
at
though,
all.
you have to add on. Not only do they get on a ship and fly out, but like the ship has to like drag its bottom along the surface of the interior of the ship and smash through like debris and go through explosions to get out. And like it crashes, but they shouldn't have been able to get out anyway. Like we saw a bunch of other ships flying out that seemingly weren't. I don't even know how it, because we get like these big wide shots that show a bunch of other fighters and like they're getting out. I don't know how they're all getting out when the ship is vertical. How are all those soldiers getting on those?
That was
on
the
those,
thing that hit me.
things?
Yeah, like
Like,
we've
it's
seen it falling,
weird.
we've seen it vertical. That previous scene when they are all sliding down, most of the shit you see falling down in flames around them is presumably dropships and fighters because they were
Right.
in the hangar. So
What else
how
is
on earth are all the ships still fine, and how do people get there, and how do they fly off? Like none of that makes any sense. Pretty sure
Well, and
everyone's
ain't it a
dead.
little bit weird as well that they fly off but seemingly don't really do much of anything for the next, 5 or so minutes. They're like flying around, but they're not strafing on the village.
No.
They're all just like hanging out, I guess, chilling out just by the distance. Like, all right, let's catch our breath here and then go and blow them up, I guess. I suppose that's all we can conclude from that, because I don't know why they weren't firing on the village. Also, do you like how the sword lands in a place where it can be used again instead of being
Oh, yeah,
lost
of course.
forever.
Yeah, why doesn't it melt through the floor?
What do you mean? Why
Is
would it
it-
do that?
Well, I'm thinking of, I think is it the Robot Chicken gag where he drops his lightsaber and it just falls through the Death Star?
There's that, and
there's
Rick and
some
Morty
kind
did it
of
as well,
like
right?
Rick and
Yeah.
Morty.
Oh,
and also
that
the,
might be what I'm thinking of, yeah.
Oh wait, they didn't do it, but it was the Corridor Digital one with the longest lightsaber where they like put it in the ground and it kept, but that one sat on the surface, so it's not quite the
If it's lodged in the ground behind you, why would you not pick it up and instead
He wants to
go
choke her
and
out.
choke her?
He's deranged. He's insane.
But
That's
Yeah,
why.
yeah.
and also, if
Crazy
you've got
good.
super strength, as we've established you do, how is she not already dead?
I don't
Because
He's
she's
know.
holding
really
back
well
because He
trained.
wants her to look at him.
Yep. He wants to do his like gooby face while strangling her.
I want you to look at me.
I think he might have been hired for the face, right? It's just such a like. You can do some evil expressions, can't you? He's like,
The smile.
I guess he was like, I'm gonna put it all in for this because it's my last scene.
Well, maybe. Who knows?
Oh god, yeah, he's gonna get resurrected in part 3.
Everyone's favorite.
Sorry, but
man.
we need your face.
Maybe they'll do an Avatar 2 and have him get resurrected in the body of a peasant.
He's so into it.
it.
You know what this
Man.
is? He's like, how did this happen? How did I lose everything to you stupid grain farmers? How is this?
Well, also he knows
grain.
he knows that Gunnar is there. He knows that, right?
Well, there's that,
Maybe.
and isn't it kind of interesting? Because we brought this up earlier. Does he like have a personal hatred for her for having killed the princess and the royal family?
No, I
We
don't think
talked
he
about
does.
it, but I think we're meant to conclude that like all of that is ultimately secondary to ambition.
Yeah.
He just wants to be like the cool
one that
guy
got
who
her,
killed
yeah.
Scargiver.
He wants
I think
that place
it's-
at the table or whatever
the
it was.
council or whatever it's called.
Council,
the
something,
Imperial
yeah.
Council or
More than
something
that,
along
even
lines.
like it's very like strongly implied in part 1 that he's very much like a creature of Belisarius. Because when he goes, when he goes down to the planet that's ruled by Squidward, and like they're all happy and that they're pacifists. And just before he clubs his face in, he talks about why they called the ship the King's Gaze. And it's really confusing and it makes very little sense. But from what I recall, the argument is we call it the King's Gaze after the king because the king's compassion weakened him and that made him die. So we remind ourselves of that by calling our ship the King's Gaze, which is obviously fucking nonsensical. But the impression you get is that this is not a person who particularly laments the decline of the old royal family. Rather, he's quite happy that the pacifists have lost.
Well,
Yeah, they
Put it
don't
up,
seem
so-
to. They could have, if they wanted to do it in a different way, then they could have potentially had Noble have been like essentially like a religious zealot, where he was completely dedicated to the king, and that's why he does what he does. But it, like you say, it's not that. He seems to be completely dedicated to Belisarius, and his only reason for being this sort of intensely driven to catch Cora has nothing to do with the fact that he hates her, which makes this his behavior in some of these scenes a little bit odd.
Well, that's what makes him confusing. Is like I feel like it's actually like hard to pin down exactly what his motivation is, other than that he really like he finds the idea of the Scargiver really cool because it's edgy and he wants to get her. There's that, but it does seem like otherwise, in terms of his attitude and perspective on the mother world or whether or not it's a good influence or anything, is way more like of either secondary or no importance at all and confusing. But it's weird, right? How can you have 4.5 hours of storytelling where you like really don't have a good sense of like the basic core motivations of like the main player in the universe, other than, well, they like war because they're evil.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Wow.
It's just,
As I
how
already
can
said
you spend
before, it's
4.5
because all the character building is just implied. It's just like, yeah,
Mhm.
this happened. Promise. Anyway, moving
Like,
on. Dreadnought.
That is also just a hair away from pretend it's what you want and you'll like it.
Oh,
Just
Yeah.
classic.
pretend that we actually did develop these characters, and just make it up in your head. And yeah, it's pretty. It's all right.
There are filmmakers who benefit from stuff like that. Where it's just like, I won't say what the thing is, so they can all come up with it and fight over it. That'll be better for me. But I don't know. With Zack, I feel like he's like, I did thoroughly characterize these people. What do you mean?
Yeah, did you go for a wee during the backstory scene?
There's another little Zack Snyder quote if you want it, which it really fits, just not in the way that I think he intends. Zack Snyder added, "It's a different model. You give the audience an alternative. Like, what is Rebel Moon? That's a new IP, right? No one knows what the fuck that is. Some space thing, I guess. Well, let's watch it. The barrier for entry is so low that it allows a lot more original and weirdo stuff to exist." I think that kind of explains a lot of what's happened. It's like there is no barrier to entry, and we get whatever the fuck this is as a result. And he's not actually aspiring to anything at this point. It's just they gave him the money to do it, and so he did it, and he doesn't care.
By the way, when she chops off his head, it says head clatters.
Head clatters.
A bit strange.
Also, considering how viciously this thing is currently going down, the Dreadnought, they have like a pretty chill ride, just sitting there,
Oh, yeah.
chopping his head off. It's just they're just hanging out.
We have our Return of the King moment of like, oh no, the heroes that saved us ultimately, they may not make it. How tragic. And then they just fly out of there in their own ship because that makes total sense.
Yeah.
How could you even list all of the incredible variables that would have prevented them from doing this? Like, it's just so difficult at this point. It's not even. They just get into a ship and fly out of the ship. It's fine.
Yeah.
Another happy landing.
Well, something I noticed during the thing is when they start flying these ships, doesn't matter if it's her or the Imperium guys, they always have their fucking hedge open in the back, like probably
Yeah.
like 3 or 4 times. I don't know what's up with that. It's just a weird thing I noticed.
Seems like a bad idea, especially if you're going to crash. By the way, she's not wearing a seatbelt, and
He's
Gunnar
just
is
lying on
sitting
the
He's
floor.
super dead.
He's just
Do you
on
like
the
this
floor.
one random house she just crashes through on the way?
Yeah, because
just there.
Zack was like, what if we put a house there?
Wait, why would
Yeah,
that house still be there? Sure, that was
I
right where
don't
the
know.
Imperium soldiers were landing.
Do you wonder if he's still a bit ass-mad about all the criticism of Man of Steel, and this was he's like, finally, I can have wanton destruction in here and nobody can complain because it's not Superman.
Also, Gunnar is
Because it's
just
pretty excessive.
Gunnar is just lying in the back of this ship right
Yeah.
now. He just got
No,
knocked around.
I will say,
down.
at least he
Just flying in the
dies.
air.
So
Yeah, that's true. But he should have. She should have gotten out of the seat and said, "Good, are you okay?" And his brain is spilling out onto the floor.
Yeah, it's like,
That's what it should have looked like.
I mean,
he's
well,
dying.
they have their emotion scene where they say, "I am emotional."
Well, what I will
It's
say is,
Aragorn and
it's weird
Boromir.
that Cora says, "Why can't I have this one thing?" It's like, wow, that's a oddly selfish thing to say about somebody who's losing his life right now.
He's like, I had
yeah.
I had an existence before you, but it's okay. It's fine.
Also, again, I don't want to belabor the point, but the only reason why Gunnar is dying is because Cora did not wear her disguise.
Yeah,
Yep.
pretty much. So it's kind of her fault, really.
Yes.
There's a couple of
That's
things she
sad.
could have done better. Let's be honest. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Mm.
I love that the fight is essentially over, and then the rebels are like, "We're here to save you."
Yeah.
I
That's so
started
insane.
laughing when I was having. I was looking like, wait, who are these guys? Is more Imperium? It's like, no, it's the rebels. They just shoot all the drop ships.
The villagers did all the work, and
Yep.
they come up to just clean up afterward. Like,
Fucking
And
insanity.
you know that all of these pilots are going to be like, yes, we won the war of Rebel Moon, or what the fuck this is going to be known as. Like, we did it. The villagers helped.
Did they not give the Hamburglar the fucking walkie-talkie, like a space walkie-talkie? It's like, hey, we're on the way, by the way. Can you start the fight like in about 10 minutes? Because then we're there, and it's gonna be super easy.
Well,
So
imagine if they showed up 10 minutes later. The Imperium, the remaining ones, would have just strafed on the village and killed everybody.
Oh,
Yeah.
that would have been so
Would have
great.
been cool, but no.
So it's been a couple of months since I've seen Rebel Moon Part 1, so I don't know, Platoon, if you remember exactly how this goes, but from memory, the scene where they try and recruit the Blood Axes doesn't go according to plan, because Devra Blood Axe, which is the one that pops up here, is basically like, no, we can't do this, I'm going to hang back. And then Darien Blood Axe is like, well, fuck it, I'm going to go, I'm going to take a Hamburglar and like 6 other guys.
Yep.
Which essentially means that Devra Bloodaxe changed her mind and came here anyway, but arrived, just in time. Why she changed her mind, I don't know. But I
think
guess
it was because she said that like her brother died, so
But how did she know that? How did she know that?
I don't know how she
maybe
knows
I'm
any
mixing
of it.
up. She said something about Cyborg to do with the funeral, which is funny because when she said that, it was like, man, the villagers should be furious with you. Like, they did all of the hard work. They risked their lives for you to show up right at the end and then claim credit and pretend that you actually cared about them. Like, that's insane.
Oh, this is another funny screamy face right here. We're about to get it.
What, the Titus one?
Yeah, this one.
Yes!
Yeah.
This
like-
is this is another thing out of the like fringe screenwriting handbook. Have characters scream. That's cool.
They've been through so much.
That old
Have him
goober in the
yell.
back.
Have them randomly yell in the battle and then have them yell at the end.
And then cry because Guna dies. Guna's
Oh
gone.
no. He's a
Guna.
goner.
His soul has gone up to heaven.
Poor Guna.
Look at
There's not
him.
many funnier versions of his name. It's already funny.
Gooner.
Such a stupid movie.
The
But it's
funeral
nearly
oration
over.
scene as well, like when they all start talking this really grand, highfalutin language about honoring their fallen, and then old farmer guy steps up and his thoughts immediately return to grain. So that well, we have to remember our dead friends, and he's like, yes, and the next harvest we'll remember them again. You guys really are fucking obsessed, aren't you? But this is also where Cora confesses to everyone what they apparently already knew, which is that she murdered the princess.
Well, Titus knew,
Well,
right?
I just definitely
knew,
already
but
knew.
none of them did.
Titus, yeah, no, we knew that, but
And I feel
It's
like
weird.
there should be a serious like you killed a kid.
You shot a little girl.
Wait, so you did that.
What?
They're after you for that, and you're hiding out here.
And you got all of us
cut-
killed.
brought us
you are the
this.
reason
brought
all
us
of this
into
just
this.
happened.
Yeah, you did this to
'Cause, I
us.
mean,
How
you
could
know,
you?
I think the film wants to pretend that most of the villagers survived. They did not. Most of them
No.
are dead. Most are dead.
And nobody
Like,
cries for
they-
MODOK.
Nobody cries for anybody, which is like it all contributes to the feeling like none of these characters are acting like human beings. Whereas like the authentic emotion in response to what it like you won, sure, but so many in your village died. How come they're all just standing there? How come nobody's like breaking down into tears or like really distraught or angry? They all just sort of stand there like emotionless robots. They're like,
So
oh,
that-
we're a bit sad, but we're okay. You should be a lot more upset.
There is
Oh, yeah,
one
I'm
mention of
curious.
MODOK in this film, and only one. It's kind of surprising that there is only one because he was the village leader. Which is when the villagers are like, it's either when they're going out with Tarak or
Titus. Titus
Titus.
is the one who
Yes,
says,
Titus.
for all the things you love, for Sindri. It's like, but you never met him. How do you know what he's
Yeah.
called?
Mhm.
yeah.
Keep his name out your mouth, all right, buddy.
Yeah.
I think we were talking about this when we were watching it at the time, but it's so funny they do the whole like, I am choosing to join you in your fight. Me too. Me too. The robot's just like, I'm programmed to, so
Yeah, I have
I have
to.
no choice.
I don't even
Yeah.
have a choice. Like, it's such a weird thing to do.
The arc with the robot is that he makes the choice to help, not, well, I got no choice. I have to. I'm a slave to my programming. It's weird.
I
Oh
want
my
to talk to
God.
Zack about stuff like that because be like, you get the basic writing meaning of characters being like, I'm gonna come with you. It's like, oh yeah, nothing impressive, but normal. And then just one character announcing, I don't get to do anything meaningful here because it's just what I'm supposed to do. Like it'd be like, Zack, that's just worse. Like that's just not something you want to put in.
Fine, I mean, it's not exactly subtle. This ending, basically, the whole purpose of this ending is the pitch for the next movie. It's their
Yep.
quest. They're going to go out back into the galaxy.
Well, of course, the
know,
final Rebel
this-
Moon movie will be defeating Belisarius and the Imperium, right, and bringing freedom to the world
Final
of.
of the 6 Rebel Moon films, yeah.
And then they go back to the moon and do more grains. Peaceful grain
It's-
farmers. Dude, when they
Well,
says like the princess is actually still alive, I was like, yeah, whatever.
Nobody cares.
Was just
Alright,
sure.
nobody cares. Nobody cares at all.
And so, yeah, we got it confirmed. It wasn't a fluke with the first one. He's just awful.
It's just
Mhm.
horrible.
Except, unlike with Army of the Dead, this one has like actually people have noticed.
Yeah, even
really
like
weird how Army of the
reviewer
Dead-
outlets are saying this is just
Oh
this
yeah,
is
that's
terrible.
Shreds.
Yeah, what
I
does
think
this
it's
have on
got
Rotten
a-
Tomatoes? Like a 10?
Oh,
I think
it's
14%
low.
or something.
Yeah, and the Metacritic score for part 2 is 36, which is very
Oh.
low. I feel like you rarely see films get that. It's red on Metacritic. That's how low
It's
it is.
red.
It is red. How many positive reviews does it have on Metacritic? One. It's got one, and it's a 6.7.
Damn.
Oh man.
Yeah,
I-
it's
So-
very bad.
And you know what? Like, for all the references we made to other things, it's not just that he has no original ideas. It's more so that he can't render them into something meaningful. Like, because I don't
No,
mind
he's
taking inspiration. This great stuff we get out of stuff like that all the time in all the different places. But he just doesn't know what works about anything that he's seen, but he wants to be like it.
Yeah.
and this feels like kind of it's almost like critical mass, right? Of like the Snyder approach to storytelling, of just sort of grabbing a bunch of things that you've seen before that you like you said, that he doesn't understand, throwing them together in the biggest, loudest, slowest way
No, not
possible.
brain.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
it takes-
yeah.
It pretty much takes everything that was complete piss about part 1 and dials it up to 11.
No.
Yeah, kind of. It's like with the first one, it's pretty dull and tedious for sure, and really stupid as well. But it's like setup, right? This is like all of the payoffs, and the payoffs are garbage.
Hmm.
And now it's, the story is complete. As much as they're teasing like that there'll be more, we'll see about that. But
Well, and
this story is complete, and it's like, wow, what a waste of time that was.
if Rebel
Yeah.
Moon 3 ever gets made, now it's in serious trouble because the IP is just known to be absolute dog shit. But also, all the stuff he's established to have his stories in the first two are just going to get in the way of him in the third part now. Everything to do with the operations of every faction, their energy, their weapons, their interests, their motivations. Like, he's going to forget all of it and do something else again. He's just going to be like, I don't know, this is fucking happening now.
Yeah, because he can't.
Well, you say-
like, there's no way he has the patience to stick with any of the ideas that he's come up
Nope.
with. Like, he doesn't even have enough patience to do it within the films themselves.
I was going to say, you say the factions. There's two,
Yeah, it's the rebels and the mother world.
and one of them is like a galaxy-spanning, infinitely powerful superpower, intergalactic superpower. The other one is
excuse
like
me,
a
we have
couple
the
hundred
Rebel
people.
Moon team now.
Yeah, they're
Oh,
part of the
damn.
rebels, though, right?
No,
that not-
right?
Rebel
So
Lady
there's two
joined the
factions.
Rebel Moon team. The Rebel team is a different team. All right, it's like you're not even paying attention. These films are wonderful in the way that they weave teams, and I think we should respect that.
Yeah, I guess you got the robot as his own faction, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
The
Yeah.
robot faction. Yeah.
You got the
Well,
princess.
That's definitely something he's gonna do at some point. It's gonna be like an army of robots, and they're gonna
In
come
slow
in like the
motion.
ghosts
In
and
slow
Lord of the
motion, yeah.
Rings.
Oh my god,
slow
actually,
motion.
yeah, that's going to be a plot point in a later
They're
film,
all
because
walking
what
in
happened
the
with this
fog.
robot is he decided to fight and demonstrated that he was capable of fighting after essentially being told that the princess was alive, or in his programming he found someone that he needed to protect. So they're going to go and find a bunch of robots and use the fact that the princess isn't actually dead to recruit the robots.
Yes.
And the Imperium will not have any defenses because the robots are gods.
Godly robots.
What did
That's what-
what did Snyder say about the what was this thing that he said about, like, if you don't support my films, you get like Marvel stuff?
Pretty much.
Oh,
it's
it's
just
just
focus
the
groups.
focus groups.
What a terrible defense of your own work,
Yeah.
It's like, hey, look,
You don't
alright,
support
fine
me,
if you
things will
don't
be
like-
even worse.
Whoa.
but I mean, I don't know. I'd rather watch Quantumania than this. I never want to watch this again.
No.
I
This,
might watch Quantumania again for the memes.
Modoc.
He's just something we were saying about this. Funnily enough, we still ended up with like a near 5-hour stream. But I thought like this was it's so easy to just talk about this film because everything is so surface level. There's just nothing to dig into. So
No.
bad
Yep.
on its face. And there's
Well,
just no
I mean,
difficulty with
in
anybody
our-
recognizing it. This is the least controversial film ever. Like it's just terrible.
Yeah, it's just awful.
So
I mean, it's,
who
yeah, pretty transparent.
would, now that we're at the end, who would you guys say is the best character?
I mean, I'd be happy to
I
concede as
probably would agree
Nemesis.
with you that it was Nemesis.
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably. Probably the only one who has anything going on a little bit.
I suppose I have a question though. Is this the worst film that he's made?
Oh yes, definitely.
It's between
In-
this
in
and
my
Army of
view,
the Dead.
absolutely.
Yeah, Army of the Dead was
Yeah, 'cause,
really bad.
This is worse than 1.
Hmm.
And I remember I felt that it was really competitive between 1 and Army
thi-
of the Dead.
The thing is, Army of the Dead is visually appalling, like even more
is.
than this.
It is.
That's definitely gonna drag it down
Yeah, because
quite
the
a bit for me.
script is also just fucking terrible in Army of the Dead. As
Oh
well.
yeah,
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. It's between these two for sure.
I could
but,
see
like,
this one
yeah.
winning. I could. I just it's been
Yeah.
long enough that I haven't seen Army of the Dead, so I can't make a confident
And I
claim.
will not rewatch it.
You know what's coming to
No,
mind is that
no.
moment where a paratrooper just drops himself into a bunch of zombies. It's just like, what the
In
fuck?
slow motion.
In slow
Slow
motion.
motion.
Oh god.
Yeah,
I
that's
say
pretty stupid.
this is probably this is certainly like the only film I think which absolutely does literally make me sick. In that I did watch it yesterday. I did get mega flu yesterday. I woke up feeling better, and now we've gone through it, and I feel really ill again. So
Oh,
it
no.
must be the film. I think it might actually be Zack Snyder's Rebel Mooniverse. I'm allergic to it.
We
That's
might not
what's
make it
happening.
until tomorrow.
What's interesting is the most ill I've been after watching a film is Army of the Dead. I had a severe headache after seeing it, and I'm almost certain it's because he fucked up my eyes when I was watching it. Not nice, Zachary.
Which is, yeah, that's quite an accomplishment in and of itself. But I mean, surely this is the end of like just getting an ungodly amount of money to make this.
I mean,
How can they justify making more of these films?
Oh yeah, and as people just point out, these are 2 Anthony Hopkins movies. Like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? Like, he's barely in it
got
at
him.
all and doesn't do anything. Like, what? Okay.
well, yeah, I forget if we said earlier, but Zach wants this to kind of launch like a multimedia franchise, kind of like what happened with Star Wars. So video games, comics, animations,
Oh, yeah,
spin-offs.
It's gonna die. It's gonna die so
It's
hard.
not happening.
Yeah.
Well, they did the same with Army of the Dead as well. That was meant to, because there was like a prequel movie. There's meant to be like an animated series. This reminds me a lot, this kind of attitude of you know how like a lot of the live service games, like the early live service games would declare themselves, we're a 10-year game. That's what we are. We're a 10-year game. It's not like you don't get to decide whether that's going to be the case. The audience decides whether or
Yeah.
not your game is going to be a 10-year game, and in much the same way, you don't get to decide that your series, like that your thing is going to be a franchise. That gets decided based on
Well,
interest in what you made. You certainly don't get to be so brazen that when you get a 2-part film already, which is already like, god
Yeah.
damn, really? A 2-part film, like 2 films, and then also director's cuts as well, that you also get to have a trilogy of 2-part films and video games
You get
and
the
like an
sense-
animated series or a comic. You don't get
It's
to
all
decide
part of the
that.
confidence trick. Like this is sort of I think what Snyder does quite deliberately as a strategy is that he weighs in very very heavily with these grand ambitions, and all of these things which producers or funders or investors might look at and say, oh yeah, that sounds like it's a great idea. This guy has such confidence in what he's going to do that he's already given us this entire multimedia franchise. And the same thing with the Snyder Cut. They've got this huge fan base clamoring for the release of this extended cut. The fact that 3/4 of them are robots is neither here nor there. So I think this is part of the sales pitch. He actually sold it on the basis that this was going to be Star Wars in scope, not just Star Wars as a cheap knockoff of something that was
And then
popular.
Netflix would,
And
Netflix
yeah,
would
Netflix
benefit
being
tremendously
Netflix
from
was dumb and said, yeah, that sounds great to us, we'll do it. But if the first Star Wars film came out and was as shit as Rebel Moon Part 1, it would never have been a franchise.
No, but that was back in the era when they weren't trying to brute force franchises. It was you made something
Yep.
cool and people liked it enough, and there was cause to continue with the series that you did it. Compared to this era where we're in now, where like they want to aggressively create franchises, not realizing that all of the franchises of today began as just like one film that was really cool. Alien was just a really cool film. The Terminator was a really cool film. Star Wars was a really cool film. They weren't ordained by the studios themselves
they
to
were
be
10-year movies.
No, that's right.
So-
They weren't.
Speaking of things being brute forced, someone told me, I can't remember who, that according to Zack, the Army of the Dead takes place within the same universe as Rebel Moon.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, did he say that?
Well, see,
Well, I couldn't find the quote. I haven't looked for the quote, but yeah, if apparently that's something that he said.
that's
did
been known
hear
for a
that too.
while. It's something of a marketing ploy to be like that those two are connected when obviously they have absolutely nothing to do with each other in terms of era or meaning in any way, shape, or form. It's just a arbitrary like they're my universe. I said so. The nature of Rebel Moon being a original quote unquote sci-fi as well is always frustrating. People are like, you want these, but you won't support them. And it's like, of course I won't fucking support this. Like, why would I support this? It's just not even close to what we're looking for. It's just, God, we just gotta advocate. Like, people need to get better at writing fucking scripts. This is abysmal. We've like reset. How do we get this bad? So much money.
This is crazy to have spent this much money on something of this low quality that really is not of interest to many people. It's really been like a strange thing to watch where it's like in the lead up to Rebel Moon there was some degree of hype for it because again Army of the Dead just didn't have any impact on people's perception of him as a filmmaker. And it was being pitched as like, yeah, this is him striking out on his own after DC, creating a brand new universe. Came out, people fucking hated it, got torn to shreds, and now it's in a place where it's like, oh, the second part's come out, and the most that people have to talk about is all of the really embarrassing things that he's been saying in interviews about his film and like director's cuts and making a director's cut for a film that came out 12 years ago that nobody cares about.
Well, and even about DC, anything he says now about like his interest in superheroes or his opinion, it's like shut the fuck up. Poor Snyder fans, which I never thought I'd say, having to just watch their god fail over and over and over and over and over.
Because now it's in a place where instead of kind of being these weights around DC's neck that made it impossible for them to essentially make the decision they needed to do, which was reset hard and try again. Now it's in a place where like everybody is so ready to just have it start over again.
Well,
and they're not interested in hearing any more about how, Justice League Part 2 was actually going to have it be that Wonder Woman was a Kryptonian or something.
Well, the Rebel Moon Part 1 and Part 2 have done more damage to Snyder's like cult than anything else could have. It's made them feel like kind of just passionless about his work, which is what it would do.
But yeah,
I don't know how you defend this movie. I almost want to kind of try an exercise where I try my best to actually come up with defenses for this movie because I can't even comprehend how you do it. It is so bad in every conceivable way.
I think the thing that I would want to focus in more on, which I think is the most important thing in terms of ensuring that something thrives as a creation, is what is it about this that people would want to talk about positively and with passion? What is it about Rebel Moon that would inspire anybody to just like, come out and say like, oh yeah, this was a thing that was really cool, and let me explain why this was cool for this reason, this reason, this reason, and this reason, and to almost like do it with a degree of spontaneity in the same way that people will just casually refer to moments from Star Wars that are really memorable and cool. Or moments in Marvel movies, not the cringe ones. But, I mean, even then, people still could do it for things like Multiverse of Madness. They'd be like, well, that shot was cool. Oh, that was cool. This performance was really good. Even in, like, a really, really bad film like that, they could still, like, latch onto certain things. But, like, what is there in this that would inspire anybody to be interested in talking about it instead of just watching it and never thinking about it again?
I've seen accounts that get posted every once in a while on Discord and stuff that Snyder fans being like, ignore the hate. This film is like it's fucking amazing and it's being loved and it's getting engaged with, and Rebel Moon is a phenomenon. It's like, no, it's
okay.
not.
You can say that as much as you want, but like, yeah, exactly. Pico's got his mask on, he's crying, and he's getting that opium in his lungs, but it ain't working.
No, this feels like just like a jumbled mess of everything that he's ever seen in any movies. And it's like, I'm gonna put this here, and here, and here. Yeah, but it's like, why are you putting this here? Shut up! Look, it's slow-mo.
It reminds me a bit of Sucker Punch in the sense that was also a film that, with a thin contextualization, just had him throwing in like pretty random visuals and like iconography, right? Where he'd like jump between, oh look, they're like fighting robots with swords, and oh, it's like
Hmm.
kind of a steampunk World War One thing going on, or look, they're fighting a dragon. It's kind of like just when he does something original the last time he did that, it was just throwing a whole bunch of stuff into a
Yeah.
blender, and this feels like that taken to an extreme because this is in a place where like nobody was willing to say no. This is like what happens when nobody is willing to say maybe that's not a good idea. Instead, he's given all the money and all the resources he could need, and nobody pushing back against any of his ideas. Then they're like, "This is what you get."
Yeah. Get what you fucking deserve.
It's an embarrassing movie. Like it is embarrassing. It's like crazy levels of incompetence.
It's one of these movies you just watch it and then you just stop once in a while, just pause it, and you're like, "Holy, what is happening?"
Yeah.
Like,
It is crazy this happened. It is absolutely nuts.
Well, I mean, this just feels like the product of a really sort of strange internet phenomenon that happened. You know, it's like this is what was downstream from it was.
Yeah, this is the symptom
insane
of
hype.
this huge problem that never should happen.
But I mean, can Netflix even afford to like spend this much money on like that Red Notice film? That was successful for them, wasn't it? The one with Dwayne Johnson and,
Yeah,
and Ryan
I don't know
Reynolds.
why,
I
because
mean,
that movie was
Netflix
shit.
are semi-famous for burning money on projects. I think this is just going to be
Yeah.
another one where they like I said, my assumption now is that they'll have renegotiations with Zack Snyder in a couple of weeks or whatever, and they'll be like, "This is unacceptable, dude. No one cares about this. What have you made us?"
How can this money just get thrown around so flippantly though for like films that have no cultural impact? It's really weird. But at the same time, it's like, well, I guess they must have considered those films successful. But I mean, this can't be like how much money did they spend on this? It was like $160 million, right, for both parts together. That's insane.
Yeah.
It's stupid.
Yeah, I mean, we can't know really how successful part one was, and I guess we aren't yet going to know how successful part two is. But the fact is, what's it called? Army of the Dead must have been successful enough. Well, I
It
say
was.
successful enough. It must have been extremely successful for them to be like, okay, Zach, here's $160 million. Do your thing.
Apparently, Army of the Dead got 75 million like streaming views or whatever. That's the problem. Is like when you don't have just clear box office numbers, it gets annoying. Box
Yeah.
office numbers. Are like
I
a
feel
really
like we can all
metric.
reasonably agree on what like that's the best way, because we have no actual useful numbers to get from them. Like what was the, because we can be honest about, like, we all recognize, I don't know if everyone here didn't like Barbie, but we can all recognize how fucking crazy successful that was, even if we didn't have box office numbers. We can like see how much of an impact it had and how many people saw it. Similarly, Army of the Dead, it's like it didn't even happen. It's crazy. It had like a couple of mentions here and there, but like it just disappeared. And so many people don't know about it who like Snyder's work. They're like, "Oh, yeah, I didn't see that one yet." It's like, you didn't see it?
Just bearing in mind that the Snyder Cut was less successful than Godzilla vs. Kong. It was less successful than Mortal Kombat. Those apparently did better on HBO Max. It's like, man, what are the numbers that they were looking at that made them think that this was a good idea? And it's like, I guess it was just that apparently a lot of people saw Army of the Dead, even if nobody was talking about it. But like, you know, we don't know how much the first movie got. This one has to be less.
Well, it's
Surely this
tricky
one will be
to break down
less.
like further. I mean, I'm looking at some of the figures for it now, and so like the Rebel Moon Part 1 got, well, whatever this means, 23.9 million views in its first week, I think that was. And then it adds another 34 million across the second week as well. The problem with this, like, unlike, you know, with cinema traditional box office where people have paid for a ticket, you don't know how many of these people are clicking on it, watching 5 minutes, thinking this is boring and dumb, and turning it off again. From Netflix's perspective, I mean, if Zack Snyder has successfully convinced them, and maybe it's not a complete lie that he has a really dedicated core audience, then subscriber retention is also an important thing alongside sort of subscriber growth. If he can reliably get lots of very silly people to go and watch his films, then that's doing its job. But like Netflix spent something like, is it 7 billion, I think, on originals last year alone. And I'm trying to name, like, off the top of my head, another Netflix original which has actually got the same name recognition as Rebel Moon does, which might be one of the reasons that they did sign up for a part 2 and a part 3 and 4, 5, and 6, is that it's by comparison, for all its shit, it's actually still quite recognizable, largely because it's shit, but still recognizable.
Well, and
That's not
because
how
it's
long
Zack
they can-
Snyder, it's rather than banking on whoever it was in that movie you guys mentioned a minute ago, Ryan Reynolds and
Red
was it The
Notice,
Rock?
I think. Wait, what was it called? Yeah,
Red Notice.
It was
yeah.
called Red Notice. Yeah,
Red Notice, yeah.
And that was Ryan Reynolds and The Rock, or am I thinking of a
Rock,
different?
Gal
and
Gadot.
Yeah,
Oh,
so that
awful.
is a movie that is being sold. I've not seen it, but it's being sold on the fact that it's The Rock and Ryan Reynolds. Rebel Moon is being sold on the fact that it's Zack Snyder,
Yeah,
and
that's true.
that is not anywhere near as
Well,
recognizable
It's draining. Like that star power is just fucking bleeding out all over the
Yeah.
place. Same for Rebel Moon as an IP. It's done. Like nobody's gonna take this shit seriously anymore.
Well, yeah, I mean, there might have been a number of people who watched part 1 because it's like, well, we don't know anything about it. This is really being presented as the first thing he's done since DC. Let's take a look. And given the response to that film, I got to imagine that a lot fewer people were willing to give the second one a shot. I mean, why would they?
Yeah,
to the first one.
No one will have watched 2 without having watched 1, and the people who watched 1 and thought it was shit for the most part, unless you're people like us, I guess, and not going to watch part 2.
Part 1 is so
So-
unnecessary though. Like you don't even need to see it now. Part 2 has got that stupid opening monologue. If you have a friend who says, "Yeah, they're just gonna come and attack this village, and this is our team," that's it.
Pretty much. But I mean, again, that's kind of like skipping to like the final hour of Seven Samurai.
Well, the thing about it is, the reason you can skip the first one is because there's just so much bloat. It's not like watching the first one makes the second one that much more meaningful. In fact, it makes it less meaningful or like more contradictory. It's not like a normal film where seeing the stuff that comes before is important. It's more so just like you're not missing out on anything. It's just as bad, if not worse. So it's like just watch the second one. In fact, don't watch either of them. Go watch anything else.
I love that as a tagline for Rebel Moon. It's not like a normal film. You're not missing anything.
It's not normal.
Looking at it by way of comparison, this is again for part 1. So part 1 gets those 23.9 million views in its first week. That's actually 9th place of Netflix originals that year, I think. It's half the number got by something called Murder Mystery 2.
Okay.
Also
Okay.
something called
Adam
The
Sandler
Mother.
movie.
Okay, well, he somehow gets views. Beaten by The Mother, Extraction 2, Leave the World Behind, Heart of Stone, You People, The Killer, Your Place or Mine, and it's just shortly above The Pale Blue Eye and The Outlaws. I've only even heard of some of those, so it's not actually that good by the standards of a Netflix original. It's just sort of solidly average.
This is Rebel Moon Part 1 you're talking about there.
Yeah.
If they
That's-
continue,
that's
to
pretty
support this,
amazing.
If we get like 6 Rebel Moon movies, it's like the
Oh my
bottom will
God.
fall out at some point, and this is bad. This is just bad news for Zack. Not only is a piece of art that he's released into the world, but financially speaking, for everyone involved, this couldn't have been a good decision. It's inevitable that consequences will come for him.
Oh,
Well, yeah,
100%.
you can't keep making films this bad that cost this much money forever.
No,
At some point, it has to stop.
you have to stop. Zack.
You can't keep getting away with it.
Well, kind of, yeah.
Mm.
It's an insane waste of resources that could have been used to create other films.
Yep.
You know, how many films could Netflix have made that, you know, who knows how? I mean, surely they would have ended up being better than this with the amount of money that they spent on this.
I mean, roll the dice and it's got to be better than this.
Well, yeah, I'd rather watch the Adam Sandler movies are probably better, and they're probably
Yeah.
better investments. I don't know. I feel like streaming has made it way more confusing, like the nature of what it means. Because it is crazy that like that film Red Notice was apparently the most successful film in Netflix ever, and it's like I feel like I've never heard anybody mention it.
I did a
Like,
forge on
ever.
it. One of the first ones I did.
Well, I other than like the initial coverage for these
Yeah,
films,
Other than
like,
Metal
a week
Commander, it
ago.
hasn't been mentioned.
Yeah.
but-
He's
Other
the only
than that,
person
that
on
was the
planet
only
Earth.
person to talk about the most popular film apparently on Netflix in
Yeah.
its entire. Well, it's like, Glass Onion, that was Netflix. It's like, well, obviously that was successful. We know why. It's because it got talked about a lot.
Ugh.
There was a lot of
Onion.
conversation about it. It obviously managed to be successful. Whereas here,
Well-
like, the only thing people are talking about with Rebel Moon are the cringe things that Snyder said in interviews.
I'd say in the case of Glass Onion, there's a couple of other things that it arguably has going for it that this doesn't. Because you've got, I guess, the Ryan Johnson factor. Like Ryan Johnson does have people, he's kind of like a Zack Snyder in that he has people who will just watch the stuff that he does because they like his films. So he's got a little bit of, I guess, star power there. You've also got that it's coming off of whatever the first one, Knives Out, which was like a lot of people liked that movie. So the part 2, it's going to have a built-in audience, unlike Rebel Moon Part 2. And Glass Onion has a lot of like big name actors in it.
Yes.
Which Rebel Moon does not.
Well-
Like it. I mean, it has some, but not on the same level. I wouldn't say.
And a huge fuck up from Zack that Ryan Johnson nailed was make sure at least several characters at several points in your movie say everything is supposed to be retarded. So that then
Yes.
your fans know what the line is and they know how to defend the movie.
We're the third one of those on the horizon, don't we?
Do we?
Oh yeah,
I think so.
Oh God, no! Stop it.
keep them coming. Everyone loves them.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
At least, I mean, those are. I say those. I don't hate Knives Out, but
I do.
whatever the other one is. Fair enough. What's the second one called? Glass Onion is bad
Yeah.
in a totally different way to like Rebel Moon, I would say.
Oh, yeah,
that's,
We were happy to rate
we
Glass Onion as
talked
one of the
about
worst
it.
films ever.
Well, it's funny, but we've talked about it, and I feel like we've been asked before. It's like, oh, which if it was just like a hypothetical movie, let's say it's not like a film that exists, but the next movie that the filmmaker makes, which one would you rather watch? / which one do you think would be better between Ryan Johnson and Snyder? And I feel like we usually default on Ryan Johnson because, like,
Yeah.
at the very least, maybe he'll like stumble. Like they're different kinds of bad storytellers.
Yeah, like an idea
it's
done
kind of
badly
like,
is usually what you get with Ryan, but with Zack, it's edgy teenage
it's like
copycatting
barely
done
an idea
horribly.
at all.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'd go with Ryan Johnson as well because Ryan Johnson can direct a good scene and he can arguably write a good
Ryan
scene.
Yeah.
Johnson is he's got an eye, which at this point I think it's safe to say Snyder really doesn't. Or if he did, he's lost it because his films have gotten uglier
Yeah.
as time's gone
Yeah.
on. It's really weird.
Especially
300
with his
got some
weird
nice
camera
looking shots in
thingies.
there. Yeah, whatever this obsession is with this weird lens. Like at least a Ryan Johnson film is probably going to look really good, at the very least. But you do have to deal with the unbearableness of like something like Glass Onion, which that might be one of the. Oh, don't remind me of that film.
That image, by the way, of the trapped god they've got, its arms are like in little folding things. It's kneeling down.
Oh yeah.
Damn.
And Cora's just like, sorry, got to blow you up.
They just
Sorry
put
about your
this.
face.
It's like one of these things. Oh, this looks cool. Let's just put this in here without thinking about what this means for the world building and what is happening.
Yeah, so again, just
At
to
my ass, he wouldn't even thought about this. Like, oh, this looks cool. Let's put this here. And then also there's coal below it. And oh god, this is so fucking dumb, dude.
just to be clear for anyone in chat who missed this earlier, or for anyone in chat who hasn't seen the film, all of the stuff that we're kind of mentioning about this thing being like an imprisoned intergalactic energy god type thing, that isn't actually in the film. That requires external references, but that is canonical in the Rebel Moon universe.
No,
Well, anything else you guys want to say about Rebel Moon Part 2, The Scargiver?
I think it made me sick too. I don't know. I'm just tired. It's just-
I'm
Oh,
tired
wait,
and sick, leave me
please.
alone.
I'm happy I don't need to look at this movie again for at least a while.
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
know. Maybe number 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 gonna come out, and then we're gonna watch them all in a row, and then we just jump off a bridge or something.
I mean, maybe it's a blessing that Rebel Moon and Army of the Dead weren't released on the big screen, because that would have just hurt people's eyes even more.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it was a public service sort of health matter. You know?
Netflix gave Zack Snyder $160 million to keep him out of the cinemas.
We need to save the people.
Like
Give
we
it
gotta
money.
we gotta release this on as small a screen as possible.
Yeah, preferably watch it on your phone, not even on your monitor.
But yes, awful films. Stay the fuck away. Good luck
Yeah.
with the
Yeah,
extended
don't watch it.
visions.
It's not worth it.
Well,
People have been I'm just looking at chat. Don't celebrate yet, Modal. You still have to watch Fallout. I'm not gonna watch Fallout. Leave me alone.
oh, that's great. Anyway, I guess that gets us close to wrapping up. But before we go, random film talk. Where do
Hello.
people find you? What are you up to these days? Are you making a video on the Scargiver?
I absolutely am. I've got 2 other videos that I've actually put on hold because of the Scargiver, but I was able to predict it, so it hasn't really interrupted anything, whereas the first Rebel Moon definitely interrupted things. Yeah, so I think I'm hoping that my channel's linked in the description. Yes, it is. Yay! So click that if you like listening to me talk about stuff, I guess. I'm doing a video on this abortion that we just watched. And I also spent the last week working on. I finally watched Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning, and
Ooh.
I felt things and I hate it. So I'm making a surprise video on that, which is going to
Ooh.
come after Rebel Moon Part 2,
I don't know
because
if you know,
that film
but
is just.
EFAP famously were hyper controversial on that one because we thought it was utter dog shit.
Oh yeah, I hate it. I despise it. In particular, when you compare it to Fallout, which I completely agree with you guys. Fallout is fantastic.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, unfortunately.
I have no idea.
Nosedive.
And then after that, I'm currently 2/3 of the way through my Arcane series, which is a rather lengthy, in-depth praise of Arcane, but also looking at certain bits of it because obviously there are problems with it,
Mm-hmm.
and working out how much of a problem those bits are. So the most recent video on my channel is Arcane Part 2, which is a 4.5 hour, I guess, deep dive into Act 2 of Arcane. So if you want to listen to that, then it's on my channel.
Gorgeous, very cool. Well, appreciate you.
Chad, he means Fallout for Mission
Yeah,
Impossible.
he means Fallout, the previous Mission Impossible film, not Fallout the show. Why would he compare Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1 to Fallout the TV show? That would be
I've seen some confusion in chat, so I thought I'd clarify.
Yes, thank you for clarifying. I didn't even consider that. Yeah.
What happens when you watch too much of a Zack Snyder film? It just makes you dumb.
Everything melts.
Yeah.
Lil Platoon, how about you? What are you up to?
Things and stuff. So in theory, as soon as I get over whatever this flu thing is, yes, Rebel Moon script, but it's part 1 and part 2 all together. And I have trolled my own editor for the part 1 thing because I've said, I got to the same Mantis's introduction. I said, I want you to now go and find me all of Mantis's subsequent dialogue scenes and put them back to back, not telling him that there aren't any of those. So he's now going to actually have to watch the film, and only to be incredibly disappointed. So I haven't, once my voice is better, I'll be recording the part 2 version of that. The June video is also still in progress. Velma 2 is out this week, and just as a bit of light-hearted distraction.
Oh god, don't remind people.
I might take a quick look at that one, but whether it will be covered, I don't know. But otherwise, yes, there probably are other things. I've just forgotten what they are.
Well, I mean, sounds exciting anyway. We've got plenty on the way. Metal, what about you, sir?
Well, I'm not doing anything more with this Rebel dog shit. That was more than I expected to do with it anyway. But tomorrow, Metal's Forge, we're gonna be talking about Dragon's Dogma 2. We obviously Marcus co-hosted now. For anybody who doesn't know that yet, he's there every Sunday with me. There's Forges now every Sunday again. That's canon now. That's canon. We're gonna be talking about that, about the gameplay and the whole microtransaction stuff that's been happening and the performance issues in the beginning, all that good stuff. It's gonna be fun. Obviously Stellar Blade is around the corner. I'm gonna be streaming that when that's out. Well, I'm gonna stream it the weekend after because I'm actually not there when it releases. I'm not at home, which is sad for me. But I have 3 days off still when I'm back, so probably gonna be some long strums going on with that. And I'm getting very close to start editing the video I've been working on. I just have a little bit of audio stuff to do, and then I'm gonna do visual things and stuff. So yeah, doing all kinds of things. Things are happening, coming your way. That's happening. Yeah, go check it out. Go subscribe and hit the bell or whatever you do. I don't know.
Beautiful. Links to everyone's channels, including Nerdrotic, in the description, who joined us there for the first half of the adventure. Springy, anything you want to mention in any way, shape, or form?
No, you know the deal. Just working. That's it.
On the old Halos that will be
Halo,
reaching you
yeah.
guys' eyes soon enough. We just had a couple of bumps in the road in terms of how things are releasing. As you may know, everyone, or you may or may not know, I've been collecting some info, some clarifications, some stuff, some things here and there on a certain Fallout show. And people are like, oh, because next week will be the Fallout EFAP episode? No, I don't plan to do anything with EFAP on the Fallout series. That's all I really need to say about that. Though I will mention the plushie is still absolutely 100% available. My new one, the Cthulhu one. If you're interested, of course, you can then pick up the real BBC set. You get a little discount with that if you're interested. Oh yeah, you know, stuff is on the way. Plenty of things that you may or may not enjoy. Who knows? But hopefully this was fun for you, because it was taxing to watch the film and to talk about it. But we do it for you guys, okay? We do it to entertain you. As will we be doing with everyone's future projects, as you could hear. So, yeah, you can find this on Makeship. I'll put a link in the re-upload so that you can actually get to it instead of just seeing it and being unable. But I mean, yeah, thank you all so much for watching. We shall catch you in the future, but for now, goodbye.
See you later, everybody. Bye bye.
See you around. Bye bye.
Bye.
Oh god, that was an aggressive one.
They're all pretty aggressive.
Was it? I